We have high winds below the Cajon Pass there. Tony, those appear to be backfires. We see people right there. If you look at that one section of flame right beneath that, just to the left, there are a couple of firefighters there. Looks like some sort of a treatment plant, water treatment facility there, setting backfires. And again, as long as they have a natural fire break and they're pretty confident the wind's not going to shift on them, using a fire break is a very good tool because you just take away the fuel from the advancement of the fire.
How concerned should we be at this point with what that CHP officer said with regard to the fire jumping the 15 freeway?
People that are familiar with that area, I don't think there's a lot of development on the east side of the 15 freeway from the Rancho Cucamonga area. There's a lot of open space, a lot of empty fields there. It's almost, I believe it's like a wash or a natural runoff basin coming out of the Cajon Pass. There's not, probably not as the kind of fuel load that you see here. Maybe pockets of it, but not to this extent.
So the biggest concern at this point then is just getting people off the freeway.
Get the people off the freeway and make sure that, you know, preserve life the best you can. The majority of effort in this firefight on this flank of the fire has to be protecting those homes that you see there. The water treatment plant, at this point, the fire almost looks like it's burned almost completely past those section of homes. We were clearly able to see them before, now obscured by smoke. You see pockets of flame there burning up to the back of the property, but between those homes and the flames is plowed ground. There's nothing to burn.
Yeah.
So firefighters won't have to worry about those particular flames. What they have to be worried about in the neighborhood are spot fires.
Now we do know that air assaults are underway right now.
Yeah, we saw at least 2 of the big air cranes, big heavy water dropping helicopters capable of dropping anywhere from 2,000 to 2,500 pounds of either water or water and foam. And those will be directed by the air boss, by the incident commander. Their first concern is preservation of life. Their second concern is protecting homes.
We haven't brought this up in a while, and I know people who are watching at home certainly are looking at them, and I'm sure they are wondering, what about those power lines?
Well, the power lines, those are big transmission lines, distribution lines, up to megavolt, a million volts of electricity, some even more. Those are coming out of like Hoover Dam area, things like that, some sort of a generation facility coming into the Southern California area. A couple of concerns. First of all, they're not going to burn. Those are big steel and aluminum stands, so that's not a problem. What is a problem, though, is when you have electricity on those lines and the smoke, which has enough moisture in it to actually cause those lines to arc. So the question becomes, is the moisture content enough, and is it thick enough to cause a fault? Do they need to shut those transmission lines down, which is not an easy thing to do because you have to step it down? And if it does fault, will it cause a major power outage? But again, Southern California Edison, very, very familiar with this scenario. It happens awful lot here in Southern California. So as this fire started burning, I'm sure one of the first things they thought about were those transmission lines because they knew they were there and they knew that it could be a problem later today.
What are we looking at here, Ryan?
It still looks like a backfire. There's a couple of firefighters down there. They brought up a pumper truck or two, maybe just to hose it down a little bit. That some sort of a structure there. It almost looks like a water treatment facility of some sort. So they want to make sure that that structure is protected. And sometimes when they light the backfires, they get such a high flame length, they may just want to score it a little bit to keep it from those burning embers going up in the air.
We've already been given information here. You see another
sky crane,
another sky operation
crane
here. We've already been given information that this fire has been very, very difficult to fight and get a handle on it. Certainly they don't have a handle on it at this point.
No, and it's a long way from any kind of control or containment. The very first thing they have to do is get a line around the fire. They have to stop the advance of the fire. Then they call it contained. They won't call it under control until there is no longer any danger of that fire jumping their lines where they do have it contained.
And that's certainly not the case right now. We have the Santa Anas going. We have the fire system creating its own weather pattern.
Here on this air crane, Tony, you have a pilot, a command pilot, and then sitting back behind him, actually facing to the rear, you have an operator who is responsible for dropping that water, and they work as a team. They may have a co-pilot on board too. And what that big air crane can do is get over a water source, drop its snorkel down, and it can be as little as 18 inches of water. They can suck up 2,500 gallons of water within 45 seconds.
And you say they can be very strategic about how they drop that water.
Yeah, those some of those tankers have up to 9 compartments, so they can either drop their entire load, and they can gauge how they want to drop it. Do they want a long fan? Do they want it wide? Do they want it narrow? Do they only want to drop a portion of their load? All of that's dependent upon what they're attacking at the time. Just a tremendous piece of equipment, and this is a thing that saves people's homes and saves people's lives.
Firefighters working very diligently on this fire, already having saved a number of homes at this point. We certainly heard the testimony of one resident who didn't get out in time, actually. I don't mean that in any crisis way. I mean, he just wasn't able to leave his home in time, and so about a third of the residents in his area got stuck in their homes. But he talked about how the firefighters did an incredible job of saving their homes.
If we look here, Tony, a couple of things. First of all, you see a long flame length there. That could be part of the backfire, but the flames are burning towards the home. Even though those homes aren't directly in danger at this point, there is a problem with the burning embers and the fire spotting over in that particular neighborhood. Now, there's firefighters dispersed throughout that neighborhood that's off to the right-hand side of your screen to make sure that if a spot fire does break out, that they're able to immediately put it out. But look how the fire has died up to the top of your screen there. We were seeing much higher flame lengths, and this is indicative of the fire burning back onto itself. Now, up there in that rural area, they're not going to concern themselves at this point. You're going to see some pretty dramatic flames and the fire advancing. What you won't see is any kind of effort to put those flames out. They want to protect those homes.
All right, once again, this fire burning furiously, burning fast, no containment in sight, 17% containment right now. Rick Lozano on the ground there with more information about what firefighters are dealing with. Rick.
Well, right, Tony, this wind is really kicking up. With me is Captain Mark Whaling, PIO for the LA County Fire Department. Captain, thanks for joining us. We're talking about the high winds here. How strong would you say the winds are at this point?
We're getting gusts up to 40 miles an hour this morning. Up in the canyon, it's even a little, where it's contained, the wind's even stronger.
How is this playing into what's happening here this morning? Obviously, it's having a great impact.
Yeah, it's driving the fire. We're getting spot fires out in front of it, quarter mile, half mile out ahead. Flame lengths are in excess of 100 feet in some places, and it gives us a very clear direction which way the fire is burning, so that we know. But it's becoming quite dangerous to be in front of the fire.
Tell us about evacuations right now.
Right now, Lytle Creek is evacuated. The road is closed and won't be opening for a few days to residents. Communities that are bordering the foothills, Etiwanda, Rancho Cucamonga, those police and sheriffs are up in those areas evaluating which local neighborhood needs to be evacuated, and they're letting those people know.
And these are mandatory evacuations.
Yeah, we want those people to evacuate. We don't want them to leave after it gets super dangerous, and when there's flying, burning bits of wood going through the air, that's when usually people get scared and want to leave, and we really want them out of there before that happens.
Captain, we're just to the west of the 15 freeway, but the fire jumped across to the other side, did it not?
I didn't see that. I've heard that myself. I did see the helitanker making some drops right here along the side of the freeway.
And what's the situation now on the west side of the freeway? Is it more controlled than it was earlier?
Right now with these winds, we're going to have crews right along the edge of the freeway, along Lytle Creek, and as long as these high winds are there, we're not going to stay controlled. We're just containing it at this time.
And you had to, of course, divert some of the resources that you had back in Lytle Creek over to this area?
I'm not aware of where they pulled them all from. Right now, over 40 counties in California have resources here. We have the smoke jumpers from Montana have come down to help. We have people from all over the United States that are now coming in to fight this fire.
Have you heard from CHP how long this freeway might be shut down?
They just shut it down just now, and it's going to be shut down until we have a handle on this fire.
Thank you, Captain Mark Whaling of the LA County Fire Department. Of course, we're going to be out here throughout the course of the morning. Tony and Rod to keep you posted. And again, the winds gusting up to 40 miles an hour. It's pretty strong out here.
All right, and that's certainly, of course, not a help to firefighters right now. We have a homeowner on the phone. We have David Francoso, who lives in Rancho Cucamonga and has been part of the evacuations. David, thank you for joining us. What's your situation right now?
Now, I'm currently standing off the master bedroom balcony of my home, which faces the mountains, and I'm approximately 2 blocks below where the fires have been. The smoke situation is pretty thick. I think that's probably what the fire department is more concerned with, is it's become somewhat impossible to breathe or even see with the thickness of the smoke out here.
Okay, now your particular area has not been evacuated. Is that what I understand?
No, we have been evacuated. They had just come to the front door approximately 15 minutes ago and gave us the final mandatory evacuation. So we're just now in the process of packing a few things so that we can head down the hill.
All right, now where are you going to go?
I have a friend who lives just above the 210 freeway, approximately about a mile, less than a mile down the road here. So we're planning on going down to his house and kind of waiting this out to see how this thing turns out.
David, what are your thoughts as you prepare now to leave your home?
Well, I think first and foremost is hopes that nothing as far as damage, fire damage, occurs to the home. And I think that with the way these houses are built up here in this area with the fireproof roofs and pretty much stucco, I don't think that I'm pretty much afraid of the fact of fire happening, but I think the smoke situation may cause some damage, or at least a point in which we can't stay here any longer, so we'll have to get out and head down the hill, as I said.
All right, David. Well, we certainly wish you well. You know, would love to talk to you more, but I don't want to hold you up. I know that you do have work to get done, and you do have to get out of there. Our best to you, and certainly we wish you a safe flight as you leave your home there.
Thank you very much.
All right. Again, David Francoso in Rancho Cucamonga has been ordered to evacuate, as have been a number of people. There have been more than 1,500 evacuations so far right now. Certainly evacuations in Lytle Creek. We've also had evacuations east of Day Creek and north of Banyan to I-5 as well. We have a number of freeway closures going on. We've heard reports that the fire has jumped the 15 freeway. We do have the 15 freeway closed south at the 215 and 15 and north at the 210. The 210 freeway also closed between Rancho Cucamonga and Fontana at this point. We do have the CHP escorting people who have been caught there on the freeways out of the area. It is a slow, very tedious process, but it is going on. It is taking place in an orderly manner. It does seem at this point, at one point earlier, we did have reports of drivers going in the wrong direction on the freeway on-ramps trying to get out of the mess. CHP is saying that is not advisable. They do not want you to do that. Again, evacuations underway. 2 evacuation centers have been opened to assist people who have nowhere to go. We have the Rancho Cucamonga High School, which is located at Lark Drive and Rochester. If you are closest to the Rancho Cucamonga High School, you can certainly go there, or you can go to the Jesse Turner Center, which is located 6396 Citrus Avenue in Fontana. Again, this fire is only 17% contained. We have some 1,500 firefighters on the scene. More than 40 counties are involved right now in this fire. Rod and Jean standing by in the newsroom now with more on exactly what's going on with this fire.
Rancho Cucamonga neighborhood. Yeah, exactly. And what they're attempting to do here is make sure that there's plenty of people in place to put out any spot fires that may be necessary. And plenty of equipment, plenty of firefighters, relatively relaxed at this point because the fire has moved away from this neighborhood. Right there you see that wash, and in between those homes and the wash, there looks like pads that were cut for additional homes. So there's no vegetation there. So firefighters aren't concerned at this point on that particular flank of the fire. However, remember, there's 3 other flanks that we're dealing with as well. The fire was burning to the east. It did jump the 15 freeway, and as such, it is burning now in an area with open fields. Some of them are plowed. In fact, why don't we go up to Skyfox? Will Kohlschreiber, from your vantage point, this is the western flank of the fire. Oh, actually, we got our old friend Scott Reif up there. All right, we're going to bring it right back here.
It's really windy out there as well, is it not, Rod? And that's been a problem fighting this fire.
It certainly has, Gene. This is the first official Santa Ana condition we've had this season so far. And what you're looking at are the flames that are being driven by winds of 40 knots and gusts higher.
When we see the black smoke, what's happening?
Black
because
smoke?
Again, a lot of white smoke.
Yeah, the black smoke just simply means very heavy fuel probably creosote bushes, which is a naturally occurring chaparral plant here in the Southern California area. It has a very high oil content. In fact, they use creosote as a wood preservative. All those telephone poles, that oily,
that's what makes it
that
dark.
smelly, oily black substance. Yeah, and so when you have a lot of bushes like that, also the manzanita bushes that are native to here, the foothills in Southern California, also have a high oil content. When they get heated up and they flash, then you're just actually burning a petroleum-like substance. That's why you're seeing a really dark smoke.
Now, evacuations have been going on all morning long, actually overnight as well. Some folks chose to leave their homes, but then again, there are some who have held back and they want to stay with their homes.
Yeah, we did talk to one homeowner earlier in our coverage of this fire in the Rancho Cucamonga area, and he said that he just wasn't able to make it out, and he felt that there was about...
Anthony Vickers.
Anthony Vickers, yeah. Anthony said that about a third of his neighbors were still in the neighborhood, and the problem with that is people are reluctant to leave their home, and they feel that if they use their garden hose that they can help protect the property. Well, you know, in some cases they can, but at the same time, you're also dropping the water pressure dramatically and making it difficult for firefighters.
But it sounds like they've been very organized about this. They were telling homeowners last evening that this is what's coming.
Exactly, and one of the things that they had to be concerned about was their animals, family pets. I don't think in this particular neighborhood, but certainly in this area where the fire is burning, you have small ranches, farms, people with horses, goats, things like that, and all those animals have to be evacuated out of the area. So Animal Regs works closely with the police, sheriffs, and firefighters.
You had pointed out about these natural fire breaks, and actually part of that one subdivision we were observing, they had some plowed land. So that was certainly a good thing for the firefighters, but not the entire area has a break like that.
No, it doesn't, but what you're looking at here is a fire burning in an area that is just open watershed. If anything, this is actually helping nature because there's no nutritional value in any of those grasses that are dead. And fire is an important part of nature, and when the rains come, that's all going to regenerate, and that's much better. The bad news is that that's what's fueling this fire. So the firefighters are not going to be concerned about allowing that to continue to burn. There's nothing to be destroyed. No people are in any danger. No homes are in danger. Those transmission lines that you saw there, those megawatt transmission lines, they're not in any danger except with the moisture content of the smoke. The thicker the smoke, the more moisture content, the greater chance you have of having a ground fault in those transmission lines.
Do these appear to be those backfires we've been talking about? Because they're somewhat spotty earlier along that one road.
No, what you're looking at here is the natural line, the natural progression of the fire that's burning in all that open space. It's no real threat to any of the homes. It's certainly not a threat to any people. So they're going to just be content to allow that to burn and use their resources to protect those homes, protect lives.
And the resources include more than 1,400 firefighters from all over.
Yeah, they've gone into the mutual aid situation, and we talked to one fire official from the U.S. Department of Forestry, and he was saying that they're drawing in units from throughout the Southern California area. Dramatic video, it shows how the fire will actually start generating its own wind. What's happening, almost like a tornadic activity, a counterclockwise spin of those flames. Very dark smoke, heavy fuel load, lots of creosote, lots of manzanita bushes, things that are going to put up that very thick oily smoke. But the flames that you're seeing there are no threat at this point. They're just burning up watershed. If, as we've gone along in the morning, these flames are now starting to burn past these homes as well. But fortunately for everybody, look at the flames, and they're burning more back on themselves, which really slows the advance of the fire.
You know, let's review what we've had so far this morning. You know, the 15 and the 210, they've had to be shut down all morning, and that's been a mess for the morning commute. Of course, we've been watching these flames as they were approaching various subdivisions there in the Rancho Cucamonga area. In fact, we were hearing from one homeowner how 2 schools were being threatened by the encroaching flames.
Yeah, and we do have some evacuation info coming up for you. 2 evacuation centers have been set up. We should have that shortly. And the people that did either voluntarily evacuate or were mandatorily evacuated, they'll be at those evacuation centers. that's set up by the Red Cross.
Yeah, one of them at Rancho Cucamonga High School, I
Rancho
believe.
Cucamonga High School, yeah, which is relatively close to where all of this is. Again, this is fire burning in open space, not any real threat to the homes that we were seeing before. As we go along on this fire, you're going to see outcroppings of houses, maybe some outbuildings, things like that, but no real communities or neighborhoods, at least that we can see at this point. As the camera moves in and pans off to the right, that's that natural line of fire that we've been seeing all morning long. This was probably 2 to 3 miles from where you're seeing it now, and it has not moved very quickly because the wind is actually blowing the flames back onto the area that's burned. At one point, the wind did shift, and when you're dealing with Santa Ana winds and also a lot of flames, the big problem there is the wind is unpredictable. It will shift, and it'll start driving those flames. And when it does, the fire moves extremely fast. Now, under all that smoke, Gene, that's that neighborhood out in Rancho Cucamonga that we've been looking at all morning long.
When you have the smoke like this, so thick around these homes, it's too late for them to evacuate.
Oh,
They
yeah.
should have been long gone.
They should have been long gone at that point. But it looks like the majority of flames, that's the corner of the development right there in the center of your screen. It looks like the majority of flames have burned past this particular neighborhood. What firefighters still have to be concerned about are the burning embers that are contained in that smoke that you're seeing. So firefighters now, instead of being on a defensive line where the fire was burning towards them, they're going to disperse themselves throughout that neighborhood and keep their eyes open looking for spot fires. If an ember lands on some trash in the backyard, some dried leaves, if it lands on anything that can burn, it can catch fire. So they want to be very concerned about those spot fires. That's a perfect example of a spot fire right there. You can see they're isolated, they burn in a ring, and they burn out in a 360-degree
Well, and it's easy to see how that happens because we have had breezy conditions there, and it will be this way throughout the day with windy conditions. Again, this is our first look at the Santa Anas this season.
Yeah, this is the first official Santa Ana conditions that are forecast by the Weather Service. A red flag warning is up and in effect for most of Ventura, Los Angeles, Orange, San Bernardino counties. Red flag means high temperatures, low humidity, and high winds. And in this particular area, the Cajon Pass acts like a funnel. So if you have winds that are at 20 or 30 knots at the top of the hill, that's going to get funneled down and they're going to get pushed up in speed 50, 60, 70 miles per hour easily.
Now, residents have really been impressed with the effort here. Again, they were called out last evening. They were told of what was ahead of them. It's going to be a long, hot day for folks in Rancho Cucamonga.
Yeah, especially for the firefighters that are going to be battling this throughout the day. Let's go up to Skyfox. Will Coast Drivers up over the fire. Will, this is the western flank of the fire. It looks like it's burned past the housing development that it was threatening.
It has for the most part. I mean, it does seem like the wind has taken a slight shift right now, Rod, and is pushing it a little bit south towards the houses again. But the firefighters have done a remarkable job at setting these little backfires to protect the homes. For the most part, the fire has kind of avoided this area. But again, it does look, if we, it's kind of hard to see. It's so smoky where we are. But the wind is pushing more directly south again. And the next thing in the fire's way would be this housing development, and then beyond that, the freeway. It was moving just basically westbound for a while, but we saw that kind of just make a straight line and head south, and then those backfires kept it moving any closer to the homes. But again, it's fairly static right now. A lot of black smoke, though. In fact, wow, if we look to the left there, we see the color of the smoke is turned really dark.
Well, let me ask you, on the flank of the fire where Rick Lozano is, we saw a couple of the big S-76 Sikorsky air cranes up there, a couple of water-dropping choppers. Are you seeing any aerial operation on your flank of the fire?
The only thing we're seeing, we're not seeing the helicopters where we are, but way up high, up in the mountains, we're seeing large aircraft, airplanes, fixed-wing aircraft, tankers. We're not seeing them actually dropping their loads, but we're seeing them as they pull up and away from the hills and heading out to pick up more water. But on this side, it is literally so smoky that we're not seeing anything as far as helicopters getting in real tight, because it's just very difficult. On the other side where Rick is, yes, there's a lot of aircraft activity going on, but where we are, no.
The flames that we're seeing now, the line of flames that we're seeing now in that open space area, what is in front of that? The fire is burning against itself, so it's moving very slowly. But any other developments as you pull out and pan to the left there? It looks like pretty much open space, and then we have yet another development.
Yeah, lots of open space. I'd say a good 3 miles or so. A lot of thick brush there as far as just ground shrubbery that could go up. There is a school. I want to say that's Los Altos. I'll have to take a closer look at that. There is what looks to be a high school in between there, but I don't see anything in the parking lot or any activity there whatsoever.
Yeah, and let's remind everybody, Will, that the Rancho Cucamonga School District has notified everybody the school is closed today, so all schools that are part of the Rancho Cucamonga School District are closed.
And actually, what I'm looking at there, the school that's fairly empty, the one that I just saw, is actually Chaffee Community College, and either classes are out or something. But nobody is there other than some fire engines doing some staging there in the parking lot of, again, Chaffee Community College here in Rancho Cucamonga. But as far as classes, there's nothing going on there. That's about the only thing to the west of the fire. And again, of course, the main priority is what's to the south of the fire, which is all those houses. And the firefighters have been doing a remarkable job, as I said, of setting backfires and protecting the homes.
Will?
Yes.
You know what? Because of the potential danger of the Grand Prix fire, now we're hearing that authorities and the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, they've initiated now further mandatory evacuation of. Now, these are areas east of Date Creek Boulevard and north of Banyan Street in Rancho Cucamonga. Of course, we've been looking at these areas all morning. This is in addition to last night's mandatory evacuation of the Lytle Creek Canyon community. American Red Cross now has already set up an emergency shelter site at Rancho High School in Rancho Cucamonga. And Tony and Rod has been telling us about this. This is on Lark Drive, the Rancho High School. And in addition, also existing emergency shelter sites at the Jesse Turner Community Center in Fontana. That's on Citrus Avenue. All right, we also have a number that you can call for further information on evacuations and where you can go for shelter. 909 area code 355-8800, 909-355-8800. But again, we're getting word now that they've had to initiate further mandatory evacuation.
Gene and Will, let me interrupt. Will, on the phone with us is Debbie Finley, and Debbie lives in the Upland area. And Debbie tells us that it's raining ash at your house, Debbie?
Yes.
What else? Are we seeing a lot of heavy black smoke there? What? Just tell us what you're seeing.
Just heavy ash. You can see it. It's black ash, big white ash. The cars are covered. Porches. My porch is covered with ash. Schools are in a rainy day schedule. Kids won't be going outside. They'll have their lunch and recess inside.
And Debbie, you're actually quite a ways from the bulk of where the fire is burning now, aren't you, in Upland?
Yes, we're about at the base of Baldy.
Okay, but tell us, is this impacting your family pets at all? Are they acting upset?
I have my dog inside. I let her out this morning, but I do have her inside. I'll be picking kids up from school so they don't walk home in it. I'm sure games will be canceled. They have a homecoming game tonight at the high school, but I'm sure that will be canceled.
All right, Debbie, thank you very much. Debbie Finley from Upland telling us it's raining ash on their home. Not surprisingly, Tony. In fact, all of that particulate goes up, and the lighter elements is going to hang around long enough to turn into smog.
Well, the other thing that I think we should point out, Rod, and we certainly have mentioned it occasionally during the course of our coverage of this fire, but even if someone is not directly within the path of the fire, the fact of the matter is, if you have respiratory problems, asthma, or if you have allergies, or, I mean, these kinds of things, this fire, the smoke, can certainly aggravate that.
Tony, a very good point, and especially elderly people, if you're dealing with somebody who has respiratory issues, somebody who needs oxygen or assisted by oxygen, those people are going to have some difficulties. So if you have parents, somebody like that, go and make sure that they're okay. because a lot of smoke, a lot of irritant. It can be very, very difficult. That's a wide shot of the fire, and a couple of things that we noticed. First, up the hill, that's all undeveloped, all wild land, heavy brush up there. No real concern to the firefighters at this point. What is of concern is where you see all of that smoke there. Lighter smoke means that it's a little bit lighter fuel, and it now looks like the fire may have shifted a little bit, or the smoke has shifted a little bit. You can see it's now blowing from east to west, but you're not seeing a lot of flames there. That's just the aftermath of the burned area. Will Colstrab, are you up there?
Yeah, Rod, we're seeing something we haven't seen all morning, and this is kind of like we're getting a peek anyway at kind of the backside of the fire. Up until this point, Sky Fox has had to stay very far to the west and shoot east as the fire line advanced towards the west. Now the wind has shifted. The fire is being pushed even more a little bit towards the west here, and that's pushing the smoke that way. So we're kind of seeing where the fire burned and what's behind the front line of the fire here. So
this is still the western flank of the fire.
Yes.
Okay.
Still, yep. But we're kind of the line has gotten a lot thinner, and we're looking just behind that line, and so it's kind of interesting to see what's behind it. And obviously, the firefighters, again, I can't stress how great a job they've done at stopping that fire just at the top of that housing development.
Can we get Vince Mack to go ahead and pan off to the east there, pan to the right, and see what that eastern flank looks like? I believe it was stopped right around the 15.
Yeah, it's so hazy, but you can see the 210 on the bottom there, and actually we can't quite make out the 15 from where we are.
Well, if we get Vinny to push in right there in the center of your screen, you see that loom up of smoke? Tony, remember earlier when we first came to the coverage and I said that's a spot fire? Well, that's the remnants of it there. You can see when that spot fire broke out, that's relatively close to where the 210 freeway is. They were bringing up fire units to deal with it, and you can see how rapidly it spread. Now, it looks like they have a good handle on that particular one, but just from the volume of smoke, it tells you how quickly that spot fire moved. And the question becomes, and Will, let me ask you, do you guys see any evidence that the fire has jumped the 210 freeway?
No, we had heard reports, not unconfirmed reports, that it had slightly jumped right around the intersection of the 210 and the 15, but we're not able to fly there, so we can't confirm that. But for the most part, over here, we have not seen any evidence of that at all.
Well, and Rod, you were pointing out that even if it had jumped the 15 freeway, that you didn't think at this point that there was any danger to any homes at that point.
Yeah, Will, back me up on this, but I recall on the east side of the 15 freeway at the base of the Cajon Pass, there's not a lot of development there. There's a lot of open fields and almost like a dry wash area. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. A lot of open space. There's Lytle Creek, the actual creek itself there, a dry creek there. Now, of course, to the south of the 210, there's more going on right around Baseline Avenue and Cherry Avenue. But as far as north of the 210, not a lot.
So the gist of what you're saying, Will, based on what you've been able to observe up there in Sky Fox right now, is that residents have a reason to be hopeful with regard to this particular subdivision.
Certainly, and in fact, the only advancing we're seeing right now is on the left side here to the west, where it still has room to advance into an open area. But as far as the division, the housing division itself, firefighters have really put up a good fight, and they've they've set backfires, and they're standing their ground, and it is not moving into that housing.
And Rod, that's a testament to how aggressively firefighters have jumped on this blaze.
And taking a stand. They planned it out. They figured where their natural fire break was, what was important, what was necessary to protect the homes, and that's where they took their stand. Well, let me ask you, all those homes that are south of the 210 freeway, that looks like an older development. Can you guys get any kind of a handle whether or not they're dealing with homes with shake roofs or heavy brush around those homes? It would be more to the top. This looks mostly like new construction.
This looks fairly new here, yeah.
Yeah, but if you can tilt up a little bit, those homes, I had the impression that they were a little bit older, a little bit more to the other side. But in any case, this is principally new construction is what you're seeing?
Yeah,
you're not seeing the old shake roofs?
Not that we've seen. For the most part, these are well planned out developments with homes that are basically based on several models and with newer roofs, fire resistant roofs, and not such the older shake roofs that firefighters are obviously so concerned about in these situations.
What about air operations? Are you seeing any at this point?
We just saw one, a large tanker fly above us. It's actually, what'd you say, Vince? A P2 plane. And obviously so high that our camera couldn't quite tilt up that far and get it. But we are seeing some air operations as far as fixed-wing aircraft. Again, the helicopters seem to be more on the east side of the fire, where Rick Lozano, where we've seen him this morning. But as far as the large fixed-wing aircraft, yes, on this side and up in the hills, more in the hills. They seem to be operating higher up and not so much in the residential areas down here.
Now look at how this fire is still burning very intensely here, and the smoke is still very thick where we're watching right now.
Yeah, it really has a lot of fuel here. We're not out of danger yet, because even though this area, this open area, certainly allows a lot of room for firefighters to set up and fight and lay down water and FOS check and everything else. Once it crosses that, and that's about 3 miles wide or so, there are a lot more homes on the other side of this. So we're certainly not out of the woods, but it does give firefighters a little breathing room to do their work.
Well, especially since the fire is burning back on itself. As we go along in the day, the wind is going to shift. Right now we have a northeasterly, it may not shift because of that Santa Ana condition. We have those northeast winds, and when we talk about below the canyons and passes, this is exactly what we're talking about. Gusty winds anywhere from 20 to 35 miles per hour, 40 miles per hour with higher gusts. And as the day goes on, you have that compressional heating, and as things start to heat up, those winds are going to pick up. And in addition to the canyons, the hillsides, the mountainsides actually accelerate the air as well. So at the base of the mountains, like right in there, you're not only seeing very heavy brush, but you're also seeing a lot more air and the wind being a little more unpredictable there because it is going to swirl.
If you have made plans whatsoever to be in the area, to go near this area, you might want to rethink those plans. This fire has already been a huge disruptive force in the lives of people who live in this immediate vicinity.
Certainly.
Okay, we have Rory Marcus right now in the Hunters Ridge area. Let's go to him, find out what he can tell us. Rory.
Well, we're in Hunters Ridge, which is in Fontana. You can see down there several fire trucks are here. They are evacuating this area. They're under a mandatory evacuation, although what we've seen would indicate that not everybody is going. The fire has been burning very close to homes here. If we look over here, you can see the smoke and the area here where it has burned. And then if you move up just to the left, you'll see where the homes are. It's no more than about, maybe 50 yards at the most from some flames that we've seen here to the homes here in Hunters Ridge. We've seen some people out in their backyards trying to put it out themselves. And the smoke up here is very much a problem. Tommy, if you just pan down a little bit over here to this traffic sign here where people have been turning around, you can see that there are even flames here. And this is right in the middle of the neighborhood. It's a dead end. You come up Cherry Avenue, and it kind of dead ends here in Fontana in the Hunters Ridge area. But obviously the flames have reached this area, so they are doing mandatory evacuations. But as I mentioned, a lot of people are electing to stay behind and try to fight the flames on their own, or in their own minds help the firefighters, which isn't always a great idea. But that's the situation here. We'll continue to monitor it for you, Tom.
Okay, now Rory, so what you're saying basically is even though these people have been ordered to evacuate, there are a number of people there who are violating that order.
Well, we've seen a lot of people that are staying here, yes, and trying to douse their own homes with a garden hose. And we've also seen a lot of folks that are just kind of standing around in the neighborhood waiting for something to happen. Now, obviously, a lot of people have evacuated, and there is quite a traffic jam. There's just one main road that comes down this hill and kind of leaves this area, and that area is very congested. Tommy, if you just move to your right, you'll see that there are flames in the dirt there, and you can see how dangerous it is. These little flames can kick up very easily. And be in your backyard before you know it. So I think there's a curiosity factor, and I think there's also a feeling of, well, I want to stay here and save my home if I can, but that's left to the firefighters.
All right, Rory in the Hunters Ridge area, thank you very much for that report. We'll get back to you as soon as we can with an update. Rod, again, we cannot emphasize enough. If the firefighters have said leave the area, law enforcement personnel, you leave.
Yeah, you really should, Tony. We've heard of at least one civilian that was injured. His hands were badly burned as a result of remaining too long in an area, and by the time that he tried to get out, he was injured. The U.S. Forest Service information officer we spoke to was telling us about that particular thing.
In all likelihood, what can a person do with their garden hose?
Well, you can. I mean, if they're not going to be able to knock these flames down and do some of the firefighting with thousands of gallons of water, what is a few hundred gallons of water coming out of the end of your garden hose going to do?
Not to mention that you then present an extra danger to the firefighters.
Yes, because their first concern is preservation of human life. Secondarily is property. Make sure that they save as many homes and structures as they can. So yes, what you end up doing is complicating their job. Folks, let's go over this. If you live in an area, it's so-called urban interface with the wildland area, this is what you need to do. If you're in an area that they anticipate that there might be voluntary evacuations, you get your important papers together. You make sure that you have difficult documents like birth certificates. You make sure that you get the family videotapes, family photos, anything that you can't replace. Anything that you can't replace, you put that all in the car. You make sure you have enough clothes in there, any medications that you may need for at least 3 days. You put those in the car. You back your car facing out towards the street, start the car, and make sure that the car is running. And then if they tell you to evacuate, don't hesitate. Go ahead and go. I believe we have Rick Lozano on the phone.
We do. We have him on the phone. Rick, what can you tell us? Rick, are you there?
Rick Lozano.
We may have lost him. In any event, Rod, again, we need to take note of what's going on here, because people who think just because firefighters, and certainly we want to praise them for the incredible job they've been doing out there with regard to saving those homes that we saw so close to the flames, but their job is far from over. There's a whole lot to be done here.
Yeah, this fire is a long way from being contained. The way they fight the fire, fire terminology, they call it containment when they actually have a line around the fire. They call it controlled once it's no longer in danger of jumping that fire line.
And at last report, we only had 17% containment.
Yeah, and the problem with that is that as they get a flank contained, the winds will shift on them, the wind pattern will shift a little bit, and then they start spot firing and jumping over that fire line. We've seen the fire already on the eastern flank jump over the 15 freeway, and anybody who's driven the 15 freeway knows that's, at least 3 lanes, 4 lanes on each side, not to mention the median and the center divider. So that's a long distance, but the fire was able to jump that natural fire break. So a long ways from this being over. Their primary concern has to be the protection of the homes. And Will Kohlschreiber was telling us in Skyfox that out in front of those flames off to the left side is yet another tract of homes. I believe Chaffey College is out there and another tract of homes. Fortunately, though, the fire is burning back on itself, so its forward advancement is very, very slow.
Well, we've already had at least a couple of thousand evacuations at this point, certainly east of Day Creek Boulevard, north of Banyan Street in Rancho Cucamonga, also Lilo Creek. We've had evacuations. And we do have Rick Lozano on the phone right now to give us an update on what's happening where he is. Rick.
Well, Tony, we're on the 210 freeway. We're on the westbound side of the 210 freeway, just to the west of the 15. And we've been stopped by CHP. We can't move any closer to the fire than where we are because the smoke is just so thick here. You can hardly see your hand in front of your face in some spots. So they have prevented us from moving any closer to the fire than we are. We're about a mile and a half from where the fire has moved to. And it is just an incredible sight, a wall of smoke that billows thousands of feet up into the air, and it's coming off of a mountain to the north side of us. The mountain actually looks like a volcano with smoke pouring out of it. We can see water dropping helicopters in front of us making passes over residential areas. Those areas appear to be, from our vantage point anyway, very much in jeopardy as the wind blows in that direction, carrying the flames and the smoke along with it. And you know that the embers are going to be blown by the wind as well. So those homes, and it's a newer home development. In fact, I have a friend who lives in that development, and I spoke to him earlier. He's being evacuated. Those homes very much threatened by what's happening right now. It's just an incredible sight to see.
All right, so even as we speak, Rick, we are having more and more and more evacuations. Is that the word you're getting?
Tony, and people grabbing what they can on short notice. and fleeing their homes. They didn't have much time to prepare for this because at one point the fire was completely on the other side of the mountain, but the wind shifted overnight and now has driven those flames and smoke to the south side of the mountain, and now has carried right on down to the foot of those homes.
All right, Rick Lozano, we will, of course, be in close contact with you to find out what's happening where you are. And, Rod, that is one of the things that we've been emphasizing over and over and over again, the unpredictability of this fire, depending upon how the winds shift.
Yeah, and as the day goes on, it's going to be affected by two things, Tony. The natural heating as the day goes on. It's another red flag day. We expect high temperatures. We have very low humidity already, and the heat and wind that's generated from the fire itself. So it's very, very unpredictable. While you were on the phone talking with Rick Lozano, we saw one of the contract bore dropping or Foscheck dropping 4-engine aircraft. I believe it's a DC-4, DC-6, something like that. Belly tank underneath there. Foscheck is actually, it's kind of like a fertilizer. It's a very, it's a slurry, powder mix. They put a little water in there, and then they fly back to their bases, and their bases are here in Southern California out at Fox Field and Lancaster. And that Foscheck, that red Foscheck, they call it painting the hillside, and they'll put that out ahead of the flames, and that will bring the flames to a stop. However, you have the spot fires ahead of it, so that's why it becomes very difficult.
To give you an idea of just how serious this fire is, just how big it is, and Rod, here we're getting a pretty good idea of exactly, we're pinpointing exactly where this fire is taking place, but the map, while it does give you an idea of where this fire is, it can't even begin to give you an overall picture of how big this fire is. We have fire personnel and equipment from over 40 counties here in California on this, and we're bringing in people from all over the country.
And Tony, what you're looking at there is just one flank of this fire. Remember, there's 4 flanks to it. This is the western flank of the fire. At the base of that development that you see there, a line of fire goes all the way up to the top of that mountainside, and then out on the north flank of the fire, which would be at the top of your screen, and the eastern flank of the fire, which would be on the right side of your screen, and the south flank of the fire, which is pretty much stopped by that by the 210 freeway. The fire on the east flank was able to jump the Interstate 15, but it's burning primarily in an area that's open fields in the Lytle Creek area. Volume of smoke, you'll notice that the volume of smoke is picked up, the color of the smoke is picked up, and really what that is just a very, very heavy fuel load. A lot of creosote bushes, which is a natural plant here, and manzanita bushes, which is also a plant here, have a very high oil content, and when they get hot, they burn very hot, and they put out that thick black smoke. If we get Skyfox to pan back to the left, it looks like there's a natural fire break at the head of the fire on the left-hand side. Looked like there was a road of some sort, and maybe...
All right, we have, and Rod, we'll get back to what you were saying there, because they're creating fire breaks and trying to get as much a handle on this fire as they can. We have LaVerne Johnson from Rancho Cucamonga, a resident presumably on the phone with us. Good morning.
Good morning.
What can you tell us about what's happening with your specific situation and where you are?
Okay, now where we are, we're on the other side of Hunter's Ridge. So in other words, we would be south of Hunter's Ridge, but when we woke up this morning, there were just fire engines from every city in our neighborhood.
Now, were you told to evacuate at that point?
We weren't told to evacuate at that point. We were told to evacuate about an hour ago.
About an hour ago.
So unfortunately, I came home from work. I couldn't get in. I had to park my car 5 miles away on Cherry.
Okay, so you've not even seen your home at this point since you left this morning?
Actually, I've walked into my neighborhood now. I'm at my house now. We had to come home because we have animals. We have things to take care of.
Okay, so what are you doing right now, sir?
So right now, we're at home. We're taking care of the dogs. We're just seeing if we're really in any danger from the ambers blowing down and burning the house, because all the fields around us just went up in flames.
Now, what about your neighbors? Are they evacuating at this point?
Our neighbors are gone. A lot of our neighbors did leave. A lot have stayed. Very few.
Okay, are you leaving?
Not until it gets any closer. It has to get closer, and we didn't realize that, we didn't realize that this would ever happen.
Obviously, LaVerne, you haven't been through a brush fire like this, but I'm sure you've seen news coverage of it. The question is, next year, do you think you have a little bit better plan? Maybe discuss this with the wife and family on what you're going to have to do if something like this happens again?
Yeah, you know, I think that the way it's burning, it's going to burn away so much of the brush that we probably won't have to worry about it in the next 2 to 3 years anyway, 2, 3, 4 years. I don't think we have to worry about it, but yeah, we got a plan now because you just never know.
All right, LaVerne, thank you very much. Appreciate your joining us this morning. Rory Marcus, give us an update from where you are, sir.
Who's in Skyfox?
The Hunters Ridge area here in Fontana. You can see, obviously, the smoke is still billowing off to our left, and there are homes very, very close here. This entire area is under evacuation. We have run into some homeowners here in this area. Sir, what is your name?
Steve DeRusso.
You live just maybe half a block from here?
Yes, it's just down the street.
And have you been evacuated?
Yes, we have.
But you're obviously still here.
Well, my neighbor and I decided we'll stay to the last minute to try to protect our homes. We don't really think it's going to get to us because everything's pretty much burned out up here.
What time did you get the evacuation call, and what has the fire department or police department said to you?
We got it about 6:30. Like I said, my neighbor is a Fontana police officer, so he let us know. And then about 7 o'clock, the officers came around and just told us we needed to back up and get out of here for our own protection.
What do you have in mind? I mean, there's not much you can do to save your home. You'd probably have to leave it to the firemen, don't you think?
Pretty much. But, you know, I'm not really worried because, like you said, we're about a half a block or 2 blocks from there. All of our roofs are tiled roofs. I just don't think the fires are going to jump into the homes right now. And so we're just kind of staying here until probably the last minute. Plus, it took quite a while to get everybody out of here, so there's no reason to sit in traffic waiting for them to clear Cherry Avenue.
Cherry Avenue is very congested right now, isn't it?
Pretty much so, yeah.
Is it? It's got to be scary to get that call at 6:30 in the morning and to see how close these flames got to these homes.
This was a surprise when we just drove up here now to see how close these were. I came up here Wednesday when the first fire first started, and obviously these winds weren't blowing like this. And you know, it wasn't quite this close to the homes, but it really changed direction in a hurry.
All right. Thanks a lot. Good luck to you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Tony, we'll send it back to you now from Hunters Ridge.
Tony, let me tell you that the National Weather Service has issued a red flag warning. It went into effect in Los Angeles County earlier this morning, prompting firefighters, they say, to brace for high heat, strong Santa Ana winds, and low humidity throughout this entire weekend. The warning was issued by the National Weather Service, and it remains in effect through Sunday for Los Angeles County, Mountains, Valleys, as well as San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura counties. In LA County, Fire Captain Mark Savage has asked citizens living in or near the foothills report any sign of smoke. Pick up that phone and dial 911. He notes that when you dial 911 from your cellular phone, you have to give them the location you're going to. That cell call will go to the Highway Patrol, and they're going to pass you off to the County Fire Department. He said use extreme caution with any flame-producing equipment, and that includes your vehicles, anything that could cause a spark, especially in the brush areas. And he says that have garden hoses that will reach all areas of your house. So if you need something in an emergency, make sure that garden hose is going to be able to go the distance. All right, you don't want to run out of hose halfway around the house.
And if there's a small fire, you can put it out and keep it from becoming a big fire. You want that garden hose to be able to reach it.
First thing, dial 911. Second thing, you know, deal with those flames.
I cannot imagine, Rod Bernstein, a more awful combination for firefighters than dry brush, high winds, and low humidity. Absolutely cannot imagine a more disastrous combination. And again, this fire showing no signs of being contained at this point. The last we heard 17% containment, but when you have dry brush, high winds, low humidity, that's a recipe for disaster.
Tony, let's talk about some of the closures and other people being affected by this fire. According to John Coney, principal at Cucamonga Middle School, the following is a list of schools that are being affected by the fire. Chaffee School District, it says just the high school. Los Osos High School is closed. Etowanda High School is closed. Rancho Cucamonga High School is open and is also an evacuation center.
We have the Etowanda School District. All of the elementary schools are closed. The Summit Intermediate School also closed. We also have Long Elementary and Golden Elementary closed.
Tony, in the Alta Loma School District, Victoria Grove Elementary is closed, and Banyan Elementary is closed as well.
Now, we do have in the Central School District, all 7 schools are open at this point. All 7 schools open in the Central School District.
And Rancho Cucamonga School District reports that they have all 5 schools open in this particular district. So if you're wondering about your kids, whether or not they're going to be going to school today, if you haven't heard specifically that your schools are closed,
Need to give them a call.
Need to give them a call, absolutely.
Definitely. And speaking of Cucamonga, we have the Rancho Cucamonga Rancho High School there in Rancho Cucamonga at 11,801 Lark Drive. That is one of 2 evacuation centers that we have. We also have another evacuation center, the Jesse Turner Community Center, which is in Fontana. That's located at 6396 Citrus Avenues. 2 locations where you can go if you've been ordered to evacuate and you have no other place to go.
Tony, as ominous as this picture looks and as frightening as this whole ordeal is for people living in or near this area, let's talk about some of the positive sides of it as far as firefighters are concerned. At the bottom of your picture there, you see a development. It almost looks like it's homes under construction. That could be a problem for firefighters. They're absolutely going to be putting some of the resources around there because you have exposed wood. But you see where the fire is burning? In between that, there is a road. There's a natural fire break there, and the fire is also burning back on itself. The majority of flames are burning back on itself, which means the forward movement of the fire is dramatically slowed. What the firefighters have to be concerned about is the burning embers from that. As that fire moves from the right to the left, you have those new homes under construction there. They could have exposed eaves, exposed wood. Looks like some of them are already stuccoed. But they have to be concerned about the burning embers.
Yeah, those
going
flying
into
embers
that.
can go anywhere.
Exactly. So they're going to have their forces. They're going to have firefighters. They'll have different teams of firefighters and equipment dispersed throughout that development that you see there, and they're going to be content to allow the flames just to burn past that whole area. But they're not out of danger yet. And again, it comes back to those burning embers that can travel up to a mile.
Even if, Rod, again, we should mention, you have not been ordered to evacuate. If you or anyone that you know, one of your loved ones, family members, relatives, friends, who might have respiratory problems, it might be a good idea not to remain in the area just with all of the smoke. Certainly, the smoke can be an irritant if, in fact, you do have respiratory problems. Again, this fire only 17% contained at this point. We have Officer Sean Cooper with the CHP, and the last time we spoke, which was well over an hour ago, Officer Cooper, you guys were doing pretty well with trying to clear out the closed freeways. How are things going right now?
Yes, looks like we have everything cleared off the freeway. We do have some congestion on the 15 from the 10, pretty heavy as we're getting everybody off the baseline, but pretty much everything's cleared out in the fire area.
Sean, what are you doing up at the Hesperia area at the entrance to the Cajon Pass? Is traffic being stopped there? Where are you actually diverting traffic at?
Traffic southbound the 15 through the Cajon Pass is being diverted at the 215-15 split southbound on the 215.
Do you have any estimate? The fire has burned well away from the area of the 15, but do you have any estimate?
As far as opening, we do not at this time. We still have zero visibility on the 15 and the 210 freeways, and that's the main reason for the closure at this time. And we did have reports earlier of flames jumping both freeways.
And on the east side of the 15 freeway, there's not a lot of development over there, so that shouldn't be a major concern at this point.
No, not in terms of structures. I know for traffic purposes, due to the limited visibility, what we don't want right now is the bunch of traffic collisions due to visibility, due to the lack of resources. And
Sean, emphasize for us, explain to people, driving through thick smoke is not like driving through heavy fog, is it?
No, it's not. Again, because conditions could change in an instant. It could be clear 1 second and then zero at the next. It's almost impossible to get through safely, so that's why the closures are in effect.
Officer Cooper, have there been any reports of any injuries or accidents as a result of what's been happening with You know what, Officer Cooper, we'll get back to you, but right now we need to go to Rick Lozano, who has more information for us. Rick?
Here just west of the 15 freeway, we've moved locations in the background here. I'm going to step aside so that you can see the incredible wall of smoke that exists, miles and miles of fire and smoke that extends into Rancho Cucamonga, into the Etiwanda area of Rancho Cucamonga. Evacuations have taken place there, and the fire departments from agencies all across Southern California and as far north as Fresno, we understand, are working on this fire. With me right now is Bill Peters of the California Department of Forestry. Bill, what can you tell us about the efforts going on behind us here in Rancho?
Currently we have at least 50 fire engines that are there for structure protection, and that was part of our contingency plan from yesterday. They were preset to order. We hit our trigger point and they pulled them in there. So we have a lot of resources that have been poured into the area as we pour the residents out to try to protect the homes up there.
So these are mandatory evacuations that are in effect right now. What about structures that have been damaged or destroyed to this point? Have you heard of any reports?
I haven't heard any that I can confirm, and so I really don't know at this point. I know we're making a hard stand as it races through some of the homes. I have heard rumors that maybe one or two have, but I really would hate to substantiate that.
But you've dedicated a lot of resources to this one area.
Yes, we have. As we've seen, we have the big heavy helicopter working here. It's even been working right down the road from us on the freeway. So a lot of stuff is working to help protect the homes here.
Bill, to give a people of how fast this fire is moving, just this morning the fire seemed to be completely on the other side of the mountain, and now it's already worked its way down and into this neighborhood.
Yes, last night it was up on the San Sabine Flats when we were having a community meeting,
you know
and
what,
we
I'd like to
warned that
go
it
to
could
this
move
picture.
very rapidly if the winds came up. The winds were expected tonight. They beat us. It pushed it down all the way into the flats in the early morning hours. So in a matter of about 6 hours, it brought it from the top of the mountain down to the base.
Now it's already jumped across one freeway. We're along the 210 freeway here. Any chance that it's going to jump across this one?
There's always the possibility with winds like this and flying embers, but that's why they're working that heavy helicopter. It's 2,500 gallons a drop, and he's hitting all the hot stuff along the line just to prevent that.
And these winds, what would you estimate these wind gusting at?
I would say right now between 25 to 35. We have the potential of going up to 40 with sustained of 15 to 20, and that's the problem.
And Bill, these are the infamous Santa Ana winds. How long are they expected to last?
Through Sunday, so we have our hands full. This could go as long as the wind does.
Bill Peters of the California Department of Forestry. Tony, that's it from this location for now. We'll keep on top of things for you.
Right.
Check back with you
Rick,
soon.
thank you very much. We'll get back to you.
Tony, what we're looking at here is a U.S. Forest Service firefighter using a flame torch, and he's walking the distance using that road there as a natural fire break, dropping jellied gasoline to start backfires. Throughout most of the morning, the flames have been consistent from coming from the west to the east, which is consistent with that northeast Santa Ana condition. And what they're trying to do is use those backfires to take away the fuel as the fire advances.
We have William Conrad from Lytle Creek on the phone with us right now. William, what can you see from where you are?
Well, I can see the fire coming down the hill. I'm right in the center of Lytle Creek. I'm a resident here, and I stayed back. I was ordered to leave, but I stayed back with a few other families. We're staying here to protect our homes, but the fire's coming down with the wind in coming northeast into Lytle Creek. I can see it coming down the hill now as I look out my window of my house.
Okay, William, why have you decided to stay there?
Pardon?
Why have you decided to stay there? I just want to get a sense of why, I mean, and how many other families are staying in your particular area?
There's 3 other families, 2 other families next door to me right now. We just want to stay. We have too much at stake here. I have my animals, my property. I mean, I just want to stay and take care of my home. That's
William, let me ask you, do you have a plan? If you don't have any choice and you have to get out, do you have a plan for getting out quickly?
Well, yeah, I do. I have my car outside, and I have everything ready to go.
How close is the fire to where you are right now?
It's about a half a mile.
And is the fire burning towards you, or is it burning at an angle or parallel to your house?
It's burning downhill, coming at an angle downhill towards us.
Towards you?
Yes.
How many firefighters do you see in the area there?
Pardon?
How many firefighters do you see in the area there?
Right now, they're scattered around. There's maybe from 300 to 400, with maybe 10 engines, 12 engines around our area right now.
Okay, and you're determined to stay there until the last possible moment at this point?
That's right. I'm going to stay here as long as I have to.
All right, William, thank you so much for joining us. William Conrad, Lytle Creek. We do want to point out that is not the recommendation of law enforcement or fire personnel that you stay in that particular area once you have been ordered to evacuate. But obviously, some people are choosing to stay with their property despite what law enforcement has said. Again, we want to tell you that we have this fire burning thousands of acres, 17% contained at this point. Firefighters giving it their best effort, a valiant effort, but really at this point barely keeping up with this fire and confronted with a number of problems. First of all, we have those Santa Anas that at this point have been blowing with gusts of up to 40 miles an hour. That is a problem. The terrain is also a problem here. We have very rugged, in some places very steep terrain, so firefighters have had a hard time reaching certain spots of this fire. That is a problem. Of course, in addition to the dry brush, we have the high winds, low humidity. That is also a problem, and we, of course, are battling the heat. That heat intensified by the fire itself, which is creating its own weather system, and that too is a problem. Rory Marcus has been standing by in the Hunters Ridge area, and Rory, we want to check in with you right now.
Okay, Tony, you can see obviously quite a bit of smoke coming behind me and very, very close to these homes. The fire burned very close, and there's still hot spots every now and then. We see flames kick up around these little trees, and it would be not too much of a stretch to imagine them blowing this way into this very nice housing development here in Hunters Ridge. This lady has a dog, obviously, and that's always a concern in a fire, is how the pets are doing. Hi, sweetie. How you doing? What is your name, ma'am?
Roseanne.
What's your situation right now?
My situation is we're packed and we're ready to go. I helped the Sarahs pack up everything. They've left, and I've stayed behind to just kind of keep an eye on everything.
Did the flames come close to your house?
Yes. Uncomfortably close, yes. But I think we were safe.
How does that make you feel to see that come that close to your home? And obviously your concern was for your dog, among other things.
Thankful for the firefighters and for you guys for keeping us posted.
We're obviously doing the best we can, and this gentleman, I guess you saw this fire begin, is that right?
Yeah, correct. 3 days ago, I was home for lunch in the afternoon. I'd gotten in my car to go back to work and looked up to my left and noticed a fire in its very early stages. Had called 911 and saw the fire progress from that point. It took the fire department about 10 minutes to get up here, and then shortly thereafter, about 6 or 7 minutes later, there was some sort of explosion at a low level. We heard a huge bang. There's a red flash lower, and there was a white kind of upward bolt that went up from it. The fire at that point seemed to escalate considerably, and from then on, of course, everybody's been watching on the news and has seen how the fire has progressed from there.
These homes, obviously a very nice housing development here, and the fire incredibly close. We can see where it burned, and we can see smoke still coming over and a lot of embers. Are you still a little worried?
At this point, I think most of the danger has passed for our neighborhood. It was very scary approximately an hour ago. When we had to evacuate, I evacuated my father-in-law, who's on oxygen, and my wife and my son. I stayed behind because if my house is going to burn down, I want to do anything I can to keep my house from burning down. But we thought that we were out of danger until the wind shifted. The fire was heading to the southwest, and all of a sudden it turned direction and began heading to the south. My neighbor to my right, I could see from my second-story window. I'm 3 houses down on the right. I saw the fire peaking up probably 10 feet up above the roof line of his house. Granted, it wasn't on his house, but that was a pretty scary moment for us to exit the property. And then we thought the danger had passed, and the fire at that point had subsided. The wind shifted again and then wrapped all the way around this entire neighborhood, the area directly behind you and down around behind the houses. The fire department's done an excellent job. They brought units straight up the street. They were hooking hoses up to the fire hydrants, running them through neighbors' yards, and just keeping the house abated back from residents, and keeping the fire back away from homes. Anyway, very, very scary time. 2 times in 3 days is enough for anybody to go through. But I guess we're good for a while because the brush is gone now. So.
You know, one of the things you mentioned that sometimes we don't think about, you mentioned your father's on oxygen. What was that like to try to get him out?
It was a little trying because we can't panic him. His heart was weak, but yet we also had to kind of get him to move through. We had to get all the oxygen tanks out of the house. I still have one very large tank in my garage, which I was ready to notify the fire department about if the fire came close because of the risk of explosion. The thing's too big to move. It's his emergency oxygen source. But it's just a little trying this morning, and just making sure, of course, that the elderly are taken care of and in a safe place.
We mentioned a minute ago about the dog, and so many people have pets, obviously, and you saw something to do with the wildlife around here, right?
Oh yeah, actually right down here we saw a couple bobcats running through the yard, and they were all half singed, and they were cooking. All the rabbits were running for cover, running down the street, trying to find a safe place.
So you witnessed the evacuation of the wildlife?
Oh yeah, I saw them running like all the neighbors, looking for some place safe to go.
Well, that's one part that's really tough about this, but it looks like, what's your dog's name? Suki. Suki? Suki looks like she's all right, Tony. She's probably about the calmest one around here.
Only because she's with her owner.
That's
probably.
right, yeah. All right, good girl. Back to you, Tony.
Hey, Rory, let me ask you, the people there, did they have any sort of plan? Did they have they planned for this, if they've lived in that area at all?
Let me find out. Let me just ask you that Tony had a question. Since you live in this area, and obviously there's a lot of brush and hills, and did you have any kind of a plan before this happened, what you would do if a fire started?
We did not have a plan, and we weren't necessarily so concerned about a fire coming through the area simply because of the fact that the brush is 4 feet tall. We don't have trees and such that come up to the edge of our homes or that are intermixed in our homes, for instance, like it was in San Dimas last year up San Dimas Canyon. And I guess some of that, the fire in Moreno Valley had that problem. So we have tile roofs, we have stucco exteriors, and on the inside of these newer homes, which are 3 years old, there are actually sprinkler systems on the interior of the homes, low-lying vegetation, and so didn't really have a fire plan at that point.
I've noticed a lot of people up here saying that they wanted to stay and fight for their house, and if it was going to go up, they wanted to be there. Firemen would tell you that's not necessarily the best way to go.
Well, what I did is I have my car parked in front of my house, pointed downhill with my keys and my ignition. I was going to do anything I could to keep my house from burning, but at the same time, you have to have a little common sense and have an escape plan, and that was my escape plan. I mean, I could get out of here in a matter of 10 seconds. So, certainly every man needs to protect his home.
Hey,
okay, thanks
Rory,
so much, and good luck to you.
Tony, let me point out to you that this is a good example. They thought the fire had passed them by and that they were going to be okay. They were in an area that hadn't burned, and that's a perfect example, ladies and gentlemen, the unpredictable nature of wildland fires. The wind shifted on them, and the fire came burning back towards them.
Rory, I see you rubbing your eyes out there. How irritating is that smoke?
Well, I wish I had his sunglasses. It's very smoky, and you get embers in your eyes, you get ashes in your eyes, and the wind kicks up, and it just blows everything in your face. So it's irritating, no doubt. You saw the lady and a man here with a mask on, and there's a guy here with goggles. We don't have that equipment. We were covering the MTA strike earlier this morning, but it's irritating, no question about it.
All right, if we can come back to a picture, thanks, Roy. If we come back to a picture of Skyfox, there's something else that Rory mentioned during his report. One gentleman saw the wild creatures. He saw some bobcats, rabbits.
Some rabbits, and they were singed.
They were singed. And folks, the animals, the wild animals in nature, they're smart enough to run away from fire. As soon as they get an inclination that the fire is coming their way, they're going to run and leave that area. The same with your family pets. They're going to get very nervous, and they can bolt on you if you have hooved animals like horses or cows, goats, things like that.
Very irritated, very agitated.
And they're going to want to leave. So you have to plan for that. And that's part of your emergency evacuation plan. Interestingly, we've heard from a number of people that live right next door to this open space, this wildland open space. They didn't have any kind of a plan for dealing with the brush fire.
And perhaps even more pertinently, we've heard from people who have been told to evacuate and just have refused to do so.
Well, that is their choice, even though it's mandatory evacuation. The police officers, firefighters, they're just not going to bother themselves. They got other things to do. So people will have a tendency to stay with their home.
All right, we have Sean Judson, who is superintendent of the Etiwanda School District, on the phone with us right now. And thank you for joining us, Sean. Tell us what your school district situation is right now. Sean, are you there? Hello, Sean?
Okay, well, we lost Sean.
The information, just so that you know, the last information that we received with regard to the Etiwanda School District, unless this has changed, and I don't believe it has, is that all of the elementary schools have been closed. Summit Intermediate School, the junior high school closed, Long Elementary and Golden Elementary closed. If we get Sean Judson back on the phone, perhaps he can clarify exactly what it is their particular school district is doing. But if you have any doubt whatsoever about the status of your children's or child's school district or school, you should certainly not hesitate to give them a call.
It's going to be a long weekend for firefighters and people living in the foothill area, especially around the Rancho Cucamonga community. All weekend long, we expect a red flag in effect. That means high winds, high heat, and low humidity. Just horrible conditions for battling wildland fires like this. The National Weather Service says the Santa Ana wind condition will be in effect at least through Sunday, and it could extend beyond that. And that means that the firefighters that are battling these flames that you see here in this community of Rancho Cucamonga, they got their hands full over the next several days.
Oh, absolutely. And last report, more than 1,500 fire personnel on this particular fire. We have contributors from more than 40 counties throughout California, firefighters being brought in from all over the country at this point. That really gives you an idea of just how serious and intense this fire is.
Well, they know that with the Santa Ana condition, winds, and especially in this area below the canyons and passes, and this one is the biggest canyon of all, El Cajon, or the Cajon Pass, I should say, and it acts as a funnel. So if the winds are going 30 knots, by the time it gets out of that canyon, it could be boosted well over 50, 60 knots. We actually were flying in near the Cajon Pass, and we saw a fixed-wing aircraft that was sitting still in the air. Its forward airspeed matched the speed of the wind coming at them, so that's the difficulty. Flames like this, very dramatic, very frightening looking, but this is all open space. There is nothing up there except dirt and bushes. There's no homes threatened. There are no structures threatened. The creatures up there, they're going to be long gone before the flames ever get near them. So what you're seeing is just a burn off of watershed. And it's really important to point out.
And the human creatures should take note.
Yes, the human creatures should take note. And it's really important to point out that fire is an important part of nature. What you're seeing burning there has absolutely no nutritional value for any of the animals in that area. All of this is going to burn off when we have our first rainstorm. We're going to see natural grasses come back, and that's the best thing that can happen in an area like this. That's why fire is so important in nature.
Point out that while we were passing out information with regard to school districts, we failed to mention, or have failed to mention, at least in quite a while, but we need to, I think, repeat it, that the Fontana School District has shut down all 26 elementary schools, I believe 7 middle schools and 5 high schools within that school district have been closed as a result of this fire. Lots of complications, including commuters.
A lot of problems. The 210 freeway and the 15 freeway were intermittently closed. At one point they were doing round robins, the CHP escorting groups of cars through the particular area. Then they ultimately had to shut down all lanes just because the smoke became too thick. So it did affect the 15 freeway. It also affected the 210 freeway, and it's probably also affecting the 215 freeway as well. Folks, if you had plans on going to Las Vegas this weekend, that bright flash that you saw there, something just exploded. That was either a large concentration of brush, but a very bright flash there. If you plan to go to Las Vegas or want to head up to the high desert, don't.
Yeah, you better fly.
Yeah, take an airplane, because it's going to be very difficult to get there on the ground.
Also, we want to mention that there are 2 evacuation centers available to those of you who have to evacuate. And more evacuations are being ordered all the time, more than 1,500, maybe even more than 2,000 at this point. But for those of you who are familiar with the area, certainly you are able to go to Rancho High School in Rancho Cucamonga. That's at 11,801 Lark Drive, if you have nowhere to go, or if you are closer to the Jesse Turner Community Center in Fontana, you can go there as well. It is at 6396 Citrus Avenue.
And let's go over again for people that are living in this neighborhood or in a neighborhood that may be in the path of this fire. Let's talk about what you need to do to prepare. As we heard, Roy Marcus interviewed a couple of gentlemen. They didn't think it was going to be a problem. They didn't have a plan. Ladies and gentlemen, what you need to do is to make sure you have all your important documents, things that are hard to replace, like birth certificates. Have those aside. Have your things that you can't replace, family tapes, videotapes, other important documents. Have those aside and in the car. If you start to smell smoke and the flames or smoke are coming towards you, listen for mandatory evacuations. Listen for voluntary evacuations. Make sure you have your pets in the car. And when they come, they say, you got to go. At that point, if it's a voluntary evacuation, start your car, because if the smoke gets too thick, you're not going to be able to start your car. Have the car facing out, either on the street or in your driveway, so you can actually get out. Pack up your family, pack up your kids, pack up your important papers and valuables, and leave. Go to an evacuation area.
Our continuing live coverage of this wildfire now with Jean Martirez. Jean.
A recap, this is a major fire burning in the Rancho Cucamonga area. It started with a Lytle Creek fire, and as you can see, some dramatic pictures we've been showing you. Miles and miles of flame pushed by 25-mile-per-hour winds for much of the morning, and apparently sparks have been flying, and the fire has jumped ridges and roads on a smoky 5-mile march towards Rancho Cucamonga. This is, again, San Bernardino County. You've got a couple of shelters that have opened up for hundreds of families who have evacuated their homes. Again, dramatic pictures. This is live out of Rancho Cucamonga. Authorities have mandated these evacuations in areas east of Day Creek Boulevard, north of Banyan Street in Rancho Cucamonga. We have a number of crews. Obviously, Skyfox is overhead. Rory Marcus is in the neighborhoods there. Just to get you up to date, this fire has been burning. It started earlier this week, Tuesday, and we believe that it's only still at 17% contained. And it seems like we're not making much progress because the fire just keeps growing and growing. Again, Santa Ana winds have been the problem here.
Hi, Jeannie.
Jillian's here as well.
Yeah, we have a red flag warning through Sunday for the low relative humidities and gusty northeast winds below and through passes and canyons, the mountains of San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, as well as Santa Ynez Valley. Red flag warning again today through Sunday for the problematic gusty northeasterlies, the Santa Anas. The humidity value is very low. We're talking winds anywhere from 25 to 35. These are offshore winds that are going to spread into Ventura and LA County, by the way, today and continue through the weekend.
Really dry out there.
Oh, ridiculous, Gene. And the strongest winds are going to be focused across the passes and canyons throughout the next 3 days. And the gusts are over 45 miles per hour. So.
You got to feel for those firefighters. Again, more than 1,400 of them from all over the state converging on Rancho Cucamonga. What are the temperatures? We've been talking about 90s in downtown LA. So
90s downtown LA, and inland areas will be up into the triple digits, Gene. Triple dry digits.
And then you look at this thick smoke, and it's just been blowing out there. Again, this is the Santa Ana conditions we've all grown accustomed to over the years, again, covering these brush fires.
It's so true. I remember when I first moved here and had my first October here living down at the beach, I was marveling at the 80-degree weather at the beach, and of course the fires kicked up and realized that that was going to be soon a way of life here.
And it's been hotter than usual as well, right? All this week.
That doesn't help. Absolutely all this week. We have, it's amazing, for the latter part of October to feeling what we are. We're a good 10 to 15 degrees above or over what's normal for this time of year.
And it is normal in October. This is fire season. Martin Esparza with the U.S. Forest Service, we were speaking with him earlier, and he was talking about how they do gear up. And they have extra staff on hand patrolling because...
They have to. And what I was saying to Martin about that, I said, you know, do you guys get nervous this time of year? And he said, absolutely, whether it's a fire that's maliciously set and intentionally set, or it's an act of Mother Nature. Of course, they are nervous about it. And, you know, fires such as this do create their own weather scenario, too. So these guys, these firefighters, not only are they dealing with the low humidity and the very gusty Santa Ana winds, they're dealing with the weather that the fire itself creates.
Hey, Rod, Now, as far as, you know, containment goes, we've just been saying 17% contain. I mean, they're not even thinking about containment right now.
No,
They're still in
not at all.
defensive mode.
If we talk fire terminology, containment means they actually got a line all the way around the fire. Control means that they're confident that the fire is not going to jump over that containment. We've already seen this morning a number of spot fires that jumped out that were started by those flying, burning embers. They can go up to a mile out ahead of the fire. So a containment simply means they're confident enough that they've got a good line around the fire, and control means that the fire is not going to jump the fire line. And this is not even close to that. This fire has a long ways to burn. Fortunately, the homes that were in the path of this fire, the homes that were endangered off to the right-hand side of your screen, looks like the fire has gone past them, and there were no spot fires in that particular neighborhood.
How frightening if you live in that area right there. It's coming towards you. And evacuations, I know we put the number up on the screen for you. 909-428-8360. All these residents have been apprised of the situation since last evening. I guess they had a neighborhood meeting and they said, hey, if I were you, maybe it's best you leave. We're looking at a spot fire here, Rod?
Yeah, that's exactly what that is. A burning ember. That's an open wash area that's at the base of the Cajon Pass. Lots of heavy brush there.
So the winds carried that burning ember over there.
Exactly, and it's a classic thing because it's going to start as a circle and it'll burn 360 degrees. Problematic, right behind that are homes under construction. If there's any exposed wood,
is that what those
that's
are?
a real problem. So the firefighters will be put their resources of personnel throughout that particular area, trying to keep a handle on it. Because if one of those homes under construction goes off, you've exponentially upped your burning embers, and obviously the structures around it would be in danger too. So the last thing that they want is for that to happen. But the area that it's burning in, you see the transmission tower there, those are big distribution lines that brings in megavolts, millions of volts of electricity. And what's interesting is that the smoke, if it has a high enough moisture content, it'll actually arc. You'll see it arc, and in some cases, I don't know if with the distribution lines, but with the lines that are coming into your homes, they'll actually knock them off. They'll ground fault, and you'll end up with a power outage. But again, it's just open space, and that's okay because all that is dead grass. It's doing nobody any good. The areas that have burned, when we have the first rains, you're going to have green grass growing back there, which is the best thing that can happen. Fire is an important part of the nation. We forget about that.
We keep talking again about evacuations, and these folks were already gathering stuff up since last evening. And this was always curious to me, Rod, because you say pack up your things, have your car pointed out, and then have the car engine running. And I'm someone who can't stand when the engine is idling, but why? Why do you do that?
Well, if the smoke becomes too heavy, your car's not going to start. Your car needs air to run on. So if you smell smoke and the smoke starts to thicken up, just start your car. Let it idle and have it pointed out. Let's go over again. Documents that are difficult to replace, things like birth certificates, important documents that you can't replace. You want to gather those. You want to get your videotapes, your pictures, your family albums, your wedding albums, things that have real sentimental value to you that you just can't replace. Get those, get them set aside, get them into your car, get them packed away.
And then you've got to deal with, for people that don't live here, but say their parents do, they're elderly or pets, things like that, that's a whole other evacuation.
Yeah, in fact, Roy Marcus interviewed one of the residents whose father was on oxygen. And oxygen, obviously, is an accelerant, and he needs the oxygen to survive. And with the heavy smoke and all the particulates and the pollution in the air, it can be very difficult for somebody with respiratory issues. But now you got the added problem, he's on oxygen. You got to get him out of the area. And so you also have that. People with respiratory issues, people with children with asthma, it can be extraordinarily difficult to breathe when that smoke content comes up. Remember this, more people are killed or seriously injured as a result of smoke inhalation than they are flames itself. And when you have a fire this massive, think about all of that particulates that's going into the air there.
Hundreds of folks live out here too in Rancho Cucamonga because again, it's that urban sprawl. Folks making their way out, actually even past the suburbs, and they've become these satellite communities of LA.
Yeah.
You know, they put up with the hassle of driving into the city just because they get more house out there, and that's what we were seeing with that new construction.
The new development going up there. A lot of people are doing the commute.
And it's also nice because you have all that open space, and it's a great place to hike and take your kids and walk your dog, but you also have to
run the risk of this. Now, let me ask you this, Rod. If this was not a fire that was maliciously set or under suspicion, how else does this start? People flicking their butts out the window? People, how would a fire like this start, possibly?
It's entirely possible. It could be accidental. It could be something as simple as somebody using a piece of equipment and there was a spark.
Wow.
Could be a cigarette butt out the window. Sure. The other thing is that sometimes when those power lines are arcing, lines that would bring electricity into your neighborhood, they start arcing, and that can actually cause it to spark, and lines come down, it arcs, and now the fire is off and running. So
what do you mean when it arcs?
Arcs, you actually see it flash, and it's actually a fault, a ground fault. The electricity is supposed to be going down the line, and when it arcs, it goes from one line to the other line. If there's a conductor, and in this case, smoke could be a conductor with a high moisture content.
This is just one of many wildfires that have been burning. Actually, through the morning, we had coverage. Obviously, Lytle Creek, which is where we had Rick Lozano. He had a tough time making his way back because they've shut down the 15.
Yeah, let's talk about
the 210 freeways.
15 shut down, the 210.
Still closed because of the smoke. You just can't get past there. And plus, again, there was word of the fire jumping the 15. I don't know if that was really confirmed, but that's what we were hearing. Again, this is not getting any better, Rod. It just gets worse and worse with the winds. And
what time did this one kick in?
And it's going to get worse all day long because, as Jillian will tell you,
temperatures are going to go up.
As temperatures go up, humidity is going to go down, if it can go down any lower.
If it can.
And when
the winds kick in. That's the big problem.
Again, yeah, exactly. These northeast winds coming out of the desert, they're already heated. You already have compression, the compressional heating. So now you have the added effect of the downslope effect of the winds, plus the canyon effect of the winds. Yeah. And all that's going to do is make it not only stronger, but also more difficult to predict.
It gets
which way is it going to go?
That's right. It gets worse throughout the day. The general winds from this are out of the northeast, but as we talked about, for firefighters, how much of that do they have to contend with the fire in and of itself, creating its own weather scenario?
Exactly.
So they've got two weather masses to deal with.
If we can pull wide here, let me tell folks what they're seeing. First of all, the fire burning at the top of the hill. The fire is running up the hill, a little bit of pushed up with a little bit of wind, but a heavy fuel load. That's why you see those large flame lengths. As we pull wide, you can see that ribbon of flame, but right there in the foreground, you see that little smoky area, that road. There's a natural left-right road there, a natural break, I should say, as a result of that road. And they've been setting backfires along that road because the fire is burning back onto itself.
Now, how do you set those? I mean, you just don't light it and
That's
then
exactly
it burns.
what you do. You use jellied gasoline. You can use a torch, and you just go along and you drop this jellied gasoline. You can use flares. They have flare guns.
But it has to be along a break, you were saying?
Yeah, if you look at the screen, you see the road that's going from left to right there, all right, and then you see the smoke that's laying down close. Well, what they do is on the east side of that road, they'll just walk along with a flame torch and drop this jellied gasoline. Because the fire is burning away from the fire break, it's being pushed away by the fire break. There's nothing on the other side, and so theoretically, that backfire will take away the fuel and stop the forward advance of the fire.
Oh, you just answered my question because I had an idiot question. What's the point of setting more fires to help? So you're saying it's to burn?
It takes away the fuel. You need three things for a fire. You need an ignition, you need something to burn, and you need oxygen. Take one of those three things away and you don't have a fire.
But isn't there always the danger of, like you say, these spot fires and a spark flying off the backfire?
You have to be fairly confident, and you have to be very confident, actually, when you start that backfire, that the wind is at your back, that the wind is blowing away from you, that the wind is going to push your backfire in the direction you want it to go.
So all the firefighters get together, and obviously the chief or the captain has to be, somebody has to make that decision, right?
Well, you're dealing with extraordinarily experienced individuals with many, many years of experience. They can walk out and make a quick assessment and say, based upon everything that we know at this point, we can backfire here and probably will be okay. Does that mean that they don't have problems? No, it happens.
Question, when there is a hurricane or something of that nature, the hurricane experts work very closely with the National Hurricane Center and the weather services that are out there. Who do the firefighters work with? Do they work with the
The National Weather
meteorologist,
Service.
National Weather
Absolutely.
Service.
We have Phyllis Singley on the telephone. She's in Upland, and we understand your power is out. Is that right, Phyllis?
Yes.
How far are you from the Rancho Cucamonga area that we're looking at right now?
10 miles west of it.
Okay, and so when did your power go out? What was the situation there?
Well, I was watching your program and just everything went. So then my son called me. He was on Foothill in Upland, or closer toward the Day Creek area, because he has jobs going on there, construction. And it appears that all of the stoplights, everything in the entire city of Upland are out.
You know, it's not unusual, Phyllis, for them to either have to shut the power off or for something to burn through and for the power to go off. It could be fire related. We haven't heard that yet. Probably the best thing to do is if you have a battery operated radio, and yet another thing that people need to prepare for.
I got to be honest, I don't have one. Do you have one, Phyllis?
Yeah, I do, but guess what? I put it in the garage and I can't find it now. But that's stupid, because here we're trying to prepare for any earthquake kind of activity, and now I can't find my darn radio.
Do you have can you see the smoke, Phyllis?
Oh, man, my whole patio is full of huge white ashes. I mean, we are, the entire city of Upland is just, well, you know, if they have it at the Ontario airport, you know, Upland is north of that, so we definitely are covered.
Phyllis, what about family pets? Do you have any dogs or cats?
Yes, I have 2 dogs there inside, and since the power went out and it's so smoky and smells so bad, I'm just keeping them indoors.
And do they appear to be upset or agitated?
They're wandering around the house very strange, and I was born here, and so I got real weird about earthquake, and I'm thinking maybe that was it, and I'm thinking, no, could they possibly be this way about a fire that's 10 miles from me?
They absolutely can. Animals will run from fire as opposed to man, who is seemingly drawn to fire. And the best thing you can do is just exactly what you're doing. Comfort them and keep them in the house. Because if they get out and they get spooked, they will run.
Yeah. And with all that added activity in the area.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, with all that added activity, I can understand why we should keep our pets. And you should stay safe. Stay inside. Of course, the smoke is thick, and you can certainly smell it in the air by now.
Well, I was going to ask Rod, does he know if a transmitter has been burned or something that could have caused, because I'm worried about the hospitals and people that are on these, you know, electrical kind of respiratory things.
Well, Phyllis, to answer your question, we don't know the source of your outage. We will have people on our desk check that. But as far as people who have respirators, things like that at home, generally they have either a battery backup or a portable generator backup. The large institutions like hospitals, things like that, where they absolutely depend upon power, they all have backup generator systems. However, it's a good point to say that if you have a loved one, a family member who has respiratory issues, who may be using oxygen to assist them in breathing, you need to check on them. You need to make sure that they're okay.
Someone who can help us out with this, Phyllis. Thank you, Phyllis Singley in Upland. Dr. Pendergrast with the San Bernardino County Health Department. Doctor, you're on the line there?
Yes, I sure am. How are you doing?
Just fine. Obviously, it's a busy day there in San Bernardino County. We're hearing, of course, people reporting smoke. You can obviously see the smoke. What's the situation there as far as, I don't know, hospitals on standby and whatnot?
Well, as far as I know, we haven't been notified of any particular problems in individual hospitals, and I don't think we've had like a flood of people coming into to emergency rooms at this point.
Have you been getting very many calls this morning then? I mean, concerns with the smoke and what?
No, I don't. Well, not at the health department. Not at the offices of the health department. It may be coming into. Most people would call either fire or paramedics or something else. So that doesn't mean there isn't a lot of concern out there, and there certainly should be as you see these things coming. Hopefully, the fire departments are able to evacuate people both for the safety concerns with the fires coming and for their own concerns with
air
the
quality,
space to operate. But air quality is another thing, and that is if people are really close to actively burning areas, they're getting exposed to a lot of soot and stuff. But the soot actually spreads out over enormous areas. I've seen some of the coverage, and it's impressive how large the populated areas are that that are being impacted.
Doctor, can you address how irritating that is? All that smoke, all that soot. That's something that even if you breathe a little bit in, it's irritating. If you breathe a lot in, it's either going to make you sick or worse. Can you just address people that are living in the area and they're down smoke, what they should be doing and what they should try to avoid?
Well, I think probably your nose and eyes and ears are pretty sensitive to tell you whether what you're in is irritating, and if it is, obviously there are sensitive people who have asthma or who have respiratory disease, and certainly even before somebody tells them they might need to evacuate, it might be reasonable for them to think about trying to protect themselves. Staying indoors is certainly better than being outdoors in the unexposed areas, and if your power's on and you can have air conditioning that has filters in it, that will take out some of the larger stuff. There are still some odors and some things in the air that can be irritating, and if it's irritating, it's probably a good idea to try to find a place where it isn't. If you have to be out, using something moist, a handkerchief or something, or a mask over your face, will keep out a lot of the larger stuff, a lot of the stuff.
Dr. Prendergast, thank you so much for San Bernardino County Health. We've been, of course, showing you all these pictures of Rancho Cucamonga, all these folks obviously having to evacuate their homes. We were talking about how more than 1,400 firefighters are on the scene. We've got Rick Lozano. Yes, you are out there. You've made it. And again, it's been quite an odyssey for you. Again, traveling on the 15 and whatnot. We've had so much going on. What have you got?
We do
for
indeed,
us?
Gene. Good morning. And we're in a neighborhood called Carriage Estates. This is in an area of Rancho Cucamonga called Etowanda. Want to report very quickly that the 210 freeway remains closed nearby. As we turn to my left over here, you can see the thick black smoke that still hovers over this area. However, the good news is the winds have died down considerably, and the smoke is not nearly as thick in this area as it was earlier. We want to come back over in this direction and talk to some of the people who live here. In fact, we have a gentleman who was with us earlier this morning, David Francoso. We spoke with you by phone, David, and you had to evacuate your home, which is up to the north of us here.
Yes, that is correct. About 2 hours ago, we were asked by the police department to mandatory evacuation, and the street right now is probably filled with nothing but fire trucks, so we thought it best to pack some stuff and come on down the hill a little bit to a friend of ours' house where we're probably going to sit here and kind of wait it out and see what happens and find out as soon as possible when we can get back up to the house again.
What was it like at your home this morning? The fire was really coming down very fast at that point.
Around 5:30 this morning when I woke up, as I looked out the master bedroom window, it looked like everything was just on fire. The smoke was unbearable. At that point, the smoke was heading towards the east, so it wasn't really coming in our direction, but it then shifted, and the smoke started heading towards our house, and at that point, it got really bad to a point where we couldn't breathe, we couldn't see, it was hurting our eyes. So it got pretty bad there for a second, so we ended up coming down the hill here to a friend's house to hang out and see what happens.
Well, hopefully all will be well when you return to your home a little bit later. We're going to shift over here to your left and talk. Is this your home, sir?
Yes, it is.
And identify yourself.
Armin Bagdasarian.
And so, Armin, the smoke hasn't gotten that thick in this area, but
it was a little thicker early in the morning. It was really thick, thicker than it is now. But you know, just a house of refuge right now for everybody.
Right, exactly. Everybody's gathered here, and you've had to do some unexpected entertaining. But what are your concerns at this point?
No, I don't have any concerns right now, unless they start to evacuate us, and then we'll take some stuff out and move out. But that's about it.
And very quickly, your name, sir?
Mike Raymond.
And Mike, you live just up the street here.
Right next door.
And what preparations are you making, if any?
We have pictures, family pictures in the box. We've been listening to the news and telling us to do those things. So we're getting the dog taken care of and family pictures and important papers and ready to go.
Has law enforcement been up here to tell you anything?
No, I have not seen any yet.
Okay, well, thank you all for the visit, and good luck to you all as the smoke continues pouring out from the mountainside here. And again, we're just to the south of where the fire originally began, up in the Lytle Creek area. Lytle Creek, of course, has been completely evacuated because of the danger of fire and smoke up there. And from this point, we'll just wait and see what develops through the course of the afternoon. But again, Gene, the good news is that the wind seems to have died down considerably. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
You know what, Rick, you're right. And we've really noticed it, too, with some other pictures that we've been seeing. But over here on Rancho Cucamonga...
over on this side of the fire, this would be the western flank of the fire, where we're seeing the majority of flames from Skyfox's position. And what's happened all morning long, and it's really to everybody's benefit, very fortunate, the majority of the fire has been burning back on itself. That really does slow its forward advance. It's not going to stop it, but it slows the forward advance, and it's much more preferable than if the wind gets behind it. We did see the wind shift earlier this morning. The wind started pushing the flames, and the fire just started to run. There's a really good picture there. Open area up on the hillside. You have a lot of heavy brush. That's why you get those very high flame lengths there. A lot of creosote bushes, other natural plants, pine, cedar, juniper bushes. All of those have a high oil content. We saw at least 2 sky cranes from the California Department of Forestry, those big silver and red. That is a big, let's see, that's one of the LA County Firehawks, it looks like. They have a big belly tank, about 1,000 gallons.
So it's dropping.
Dropping water. Here's a Bambi basket. Those can be anywhere from 200 to 2,000 gallons. And let's see, as soon as I see the aircraft. All right, that is one of the contract aircrafts that are brought in for firefighting efforts. Vince Mack up in Skyfox will know exactly what it is. The Bambi basket below it, that's one of the larger size baskets. And what they do is they go down over a water source, just drop the entire basket down into the water source, pick it up, it's full of water. They take it to the location, and they have a lever where they can just drop it. The advantage of that aircraft that you see there, first of all, it's big and powerful, and secondly, it can maneuver and go at very low speeds. One of the difficulties you have in airborne fire attack is visibility and your terrain and what kind of winds you're dealing with. And be able to put the water where you need to put the water, that's where the helicopters really do seem to excel.
Now, we are in the thick of fire season. And we're talking about aerial attacks. I mean, obviously there is work going on from above, but again, this is mainly a defensive mode that we're in right now in protecting property. We're not really fighting the fire, trying to get containment yet.
You know, this is the what looks like a defensive effort here. Most of the effort all morning long, since we've been covering it live at about 7 o'clock when we went live with this, has been to protect structures and other property. Make sure that human life is protected. Then you go after the homes and then other structures. This looks like a bit of a defensive effort. What you have here is this very large helicopter that's probably contracted out. If we get Skyfox to tilt up a little bit, it's contracted out either by the California Department of Forestry or the U.S. Forest Service. Has a Bambi basket down below it. The Bambi basket can carry 200 to 2,000 gallons of water, that's depending upon the size of the chopper that's lifting it. And it looks like what they're trying to do here, they probably just took on a load of water, used hose lines to fill it, and then the pilot is just going to strategically drop. But it's in an area where you don't have a lot of homes, so this could be part of the defensive effort to slow the advance of the fire.
We've got Steve Conroy with SoCal Edison this morning. You know, we were talking with Phyllis Singley in Upland, Stephen, and she was telling us that they had a power outage there in their neighborhood. Could this possibly be fire related?
It is possible. We are watching very closely this fire burning in this area of Fontana. You've been reporting, and we've been seeing some great footage of some of the fire burning, unfortunately, under our transmission lines. And we have had some transmission problems in the area, but our operations people have been been working real hard to kind of try to keep the power on as the best they can. They've done a great job to this point. We have, as I said, had some of those transmission lines interrupted, but we're able to move the power in other directions or around the problem, and we've been pretty successful at this point, but we're watching this very closely. We have a lot of people on the ground, personnel in the area watching the fire. We have had some minor service interruptions to some customers in this affected area, and we'll be responding and trying to get service on to those customers. But yes, we are having some problems, and customers have lost service. Not a great number, but because the problem right now is with the transmission lines, and customers are not served directly off of a transmission line. This power is at very high voltage and is then transferred down to a substation and step down to lower voltage and serve customers. But there is some problems in the area.
Steve, let me ask you, or please just remind us what we already know, that Southern California Edison and your emergency crews, your engineers, your distribution folks, you're very experienced at this. This is not the first brush fire Southern California Edison's gone through. This is something that you not only plan for, but you almost face every year. So the actual operation during an emergency like this is something that you're prepared for.
We are prepared for this. We do have emergency, what we'll call contingency plans to try it the best we can to get around problems where fires break out. You may recall last year we had a fire on the other side of the mountain over in the Cajon Pass, and we had a similar problem where we lost a transmission line. We actually did lose a fairly large number of customers, but we were able to get customer service back on and isolate the problem and return service in a fairly short amount of time. But this fire is, as you've been reporting, is moving very erratically. The winds have come up, and it is burning back and forth under the transmission lines in this area. But as you said, we have personnel on the ground. We call it fire patrol personnel that are actually watching the fire from the ground and reporting back to our operations centers, letting them know where the fire stands and under what corridors. And you can see there's a transmission line in your picture that obviously our crews are on the ground watching this very closely, and we'll take corrective actions or contingency plans to try to move power someplace else and get around these areas that are being impacted right now.
Steve, it's not the fire, it's the smoke. Can you explain that?
Well, it's a little bit. There is smoke and it is fire. The fire is, and some of these flames that we've seen earlier were, actually cresting up into the lines, and the fire actually will relay the lines out as well as the smoke, and it will cause the lines to relay or flash over, and then those circuits are interrupted as a precaution, both from an engineering standpoint, or they may just go out just the way they're designed, because there is a lot of obviously heat and smoke climbing into these lines.
And when you talk about staff on fire patrol, what exactly are they doing?
Well, they're actually on the ground. They're dispatched to when there is a wildfire that breaks out, and they're actually our eyes and ears, and they work very closely with the different agencies, the fire agencies, and to let us know what's happening, how they're trying to attack the fire, as well as how they can help us if we believe that there's a particular corridor that might be in jeopardy. We'll try to cooperate and ask their assistance in getting those fires, maybe trying to drop water in a special spot or a particular location to keep the fire from burning under lines. And they do the best they can, and they're very cooperative and cooperate as much as they can. But obviously, the fire agencies are there for protect property and lives, but they are very valuable in fighting fires of this nature.
Steve, can you go over what you want the people you're serving to do if they do temporarily lose power? What should they do?
The customers?
Yes.
Well, obviously, if they do lose their service in their homes, depending on where they live, and we ask them that they should try to shut off any major appliances that they may have on and leave one light on, and that would be an indication that power would be returned when power returns to service. We have some distribution circuits have been affected in this area, and once this fire clears those distribution areas, we'll be able to get our crews in there to take a look and see what's happened, any kind of damage, and then. But we can't get into the areas until the fire clears. We don't put our crews in an area where the fire is still burning. We have to wait and get clearance from the local fire to get in and inspect what has exactly happened. So service to customers who have been affected right now, their service could be off for a few hours or longer until we can get in these areas.
Yeah, you answered my question.
You forgot one of the important things. Don't be opening the refrigerator a lot.
Well, that's helpful too. I mean, obviously, if you keep your refrigerator cold, it'll stay cold, for a few hours if it's a efficient refrigerator. But some customers, we don't, as I said, we don't have a lot of distribution or a lot of customers off right now. But there is a possibility if this fire continues to burn under these transmission lines, we may have to take some corrective actions, to get around it, and there could be customers affected at a larger level. But right now, that's not the case.
So there's definitely a chance that some customers there in the area could experience minor service interruptions. But as you say, minor is defined as a few hours. Once that power is out, it's not like it'll flicker on and off.
We've had some reports of flickering lights on and off, but likely if your lights go off, they're going to be off for at least a longer period of time than what would be normal, and that has to do with this fire. So we're watching this, as I said, with the afternoon hours. We're going to see customers' demand increasing because of the heat, the temperatures. So as we move and try to balance the system in this area, there is a chance that there could be some service interruptions in the peak hours of the day. But we're working very hard to try to manage that system the best we can with these very, very difficult circumstances.
Well, it is
of this
pretty
fire.
hot out there, so again, the demand is high to begin with.
Yeah, it's going to. Our peak demand normally during this time of year is between the hours of 3 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So as the heat continues, and it is very warm, as you said, and demand will pick up out there. We're going to try to balance the system best we can with this fire that's burning out of control in this area.
Steve, let me ask you, the reason that you want people to turn off their major appliances, especially things like air conditioning unit, and just leave one light on to know when the service comes back is because if everybody has all of their lights on and all their appliances on, what's that do to the system when it is re-energized?
Well, we recommend one light because what we're trying to do is that when we re-energize a circuit, we would like to have less load on the line than we would normally have, or at least on that circuit. So, and it provides just a good signal to the customer versus having everything on and then having everything in their house kick on. You know, you may have if you have an electric range, for example, and if your power went off, you forgot about your cooking something, all of a sudden you leave because your power's out, you come back, and then the range is on while you're away. So there's a lot of safety precautions. There's a shot of it looks like a pole. Yeah, we have this pole that got caught in the fire. So that might be that's obviously a reason maybe we have a circuit interruption or some customers off.
Now, that's exactly the kind of thing those emergency crews are looking for. If they can pinpoint it and find it, then they realize that they're going to have to get out there and repair it. In order to do so, you're going to have to keep the power on those particular lines shut off. That would be a distribution line, would it not?
That's correct. That's a distribution pole right there, and it looks that obviously would be something that'll have to be repaired and replaced.
Now, Steve Conroy with SoCal Ed, thanks so much again. He is warning you folks out there in Rancho Cucamonga and Upland, you will probably experience some minor service interruptions, but...
And the principal reason that Steve was explaining to us is some of the distribution lines, those are those big, massive towers that you see. They're megavolts, millions of volts of electricity. That the way he characterized it is that there has been some relaying, that's that arcing, that flash between the lines, and then you have a circuit interruption and it shuts down like it is supposed to. We've been looking at some video that was recorded earlier. Here you have some people that just grabbed what they needed to get, and they're headed off down the road out of the area. This is just such a good example of having a plan, knowing exactly what you're going to do and when you're supposed to do it.
We have Judith Maxwell of Wrightwood. She's on the telephone with us, and Judith, you tell us what you saw. We understand that you were on the freeway when the fire jumped the highway, is that right?
Yes, I was trying to get to school, and as I drove through the Lido Creek area, I noticed all of the fire engines just took off. They had a line of, kind of working the fire over there, and they all just came pouring out of there, and I thought, oh no, what's going on? And the fire had hit the freeway, so by the time I got just past Sierra, it came to a complete stop, and there was just fire burning across the freeway.
And which freeway was this, Judith?
The 15 freeway.
Mm-hmm. And at what time was this?
This was about 7:30 this morning.
And where are you now?
I'm back home in Wrightwood, trying to get some fresh air and quit coughing.
You're feeling it.
It was truly just the most frightening thing I've ever seen. People's cars were stalled. The smoke was so thick that their cars were just stalling, and then the burning debris was catching stuff in the center divider on fire, on the west side of the freeway, on the east side of the freeway. So finally I just went into the emergency lane and drove through the smoke because all I could see is a wall of flames heading for a grove of eucalyptus right next to the freeway, and I thought, I'm not going to sit here and wait for that to get to me.
No, you turned around.
Yeah, you do what you have to do. For anybody that's driving in or around smoke, if that smoke gets so thick that you can't see, the best thing for you to do is pull off the road and stop as safely as you can. Even in a situation like that, especially if the fire is being pushed, you have a much better chance of staying safe in your car than being involved in a collision. Then your car's not going to go anywhere and you could possibly be injured.
Yeah, there were several accidents. This was right at the time that all the highway patrol were shutting down the freeway. It went from a kind of a bad situation to a completely out of control situation in 15 minutes.
Judith, thank you very much. Gene, take a look at the picture that we have up now. Notice that the smoke is going relatively straight up. This is another indication that it's a very good indication that the winds have stopped pushing that flames and pushing the smoke. The fact that it's going straight up means that that Santa Ana wind, and this is typical, they are sometimes intermittent, just like this, especially at the base of the hill, that it's relatively calm out there. At the surface, it could be calm. At upper level altitude, it could be blowing. So this is a break for the firefighters because it's slowing down the path of the fire as it burns on this flank, which is the western flank of the fire. It's slowing it down. But again, there's nothing threatened out in front of the flames that you see there, just a lot of grass. And when we, a little bit earlier, we had a shot from Skyfox where the fire was actually burning into the foothills up the mountainside, and we could see some pine trees and other forest-like growth, and that had caught fire. And you know, the truth is that a lot of times some of the trees, the sycamores and the pine trees, they'll survive the fire, and in fact benefit from it because the ash acts like a fertilizer, and it actually promotes growth.
But it is tricky with these Santa Anas. Right now we're seeing an eruption and it's kind of mellow, but it can pick up. See right there.
Right there at the top.
At the top.
Yeah, you had a slight elevation, and you can see the smoke is blowing very strong as the wind comes over the top of that hill. But if we can get Skyfox to pan back to the right, you'll see the other, in the flatlands, the smoke was going relatively straight up. Now it's starting to bend over just a little bit. In fact, very dramatically there. So in a matter of minutes, the wind went from relatively calm to starting to push those flames. But again, the really good news here is that the fire is being pushed back onto itself. Yeah. So that's slowing the advance of the fire, and it's giving the firefighters a chance to either put the flames out, go into a defensive mode, and try to put those flames out, backfire if they need to. But certainly, it gives them plenty of time to deal with
and
the people
this fire
and their
changes so quickly. Again, now we have thick black smoke there on that side of the fire.
That's just the type of vegetation that it's burning into. If it's grasses, it's going to be a lighter smoke. If it's bushes like the manzanita bush or the creosote bushes, you're going to get that thick black smoke. The fire here, it looks like up in that saddle there, that little draw on that hillside, the helicopter with that big Bambi basket was dropping up there, and it looks like it's been effective. That's a somewhat of a wind-protected area, so without the wind pushing the fire one way or another, looks like they were able to knock out that portion of the fire. But still a long ways from being
We've
contained.
mentioned that there are more than 1,400 firefighters. With this Grand Prix fire in Rancho Cucamonga, the Lytle Creek areas where it started yesterday, we have Rory Marcus not far from these pictures. He is in Fontana, and it is quite breezy where you are. What's the situation there? Of course, livestock there, they're trying to keep track of their belongings and their pets and animals.
Well, there are horses here, obviously, as you can see, and there are some huge flames out there in the hills just beyond the horses. I mean, it's kind of a surreal picture to see how calm the horses are right now and to see how close the flames have come to this beautiful ranch house in Fontana. Bruce Nave is the owner of this house. It came awfully close to your ranch here, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
What was it like?
Well, it was pretty intense since Tuesday. We saw it coming when we came home from an appointment with my wife. She's been injured, and we were coming home. We saw the flames over. It was real small, and we called 911 and on the cell phone, and I timed it. Took 5 minutes, and then they never did get out here, out here early enough, and it went up in the hills. It burned around us, and they were real good. The fire department, they're excellent people. And it burned around us, and we saw the embers is burning for days, and we knew the Santa Anas were coming. So it came last night, and here it came again, and everybody started scrambling to fight the fire, and we knew it was going to come through, but our property's pretty clean, as you can see, and basically we went on down, come out here and watered things down and got the horses in certain pens and that sort of thing, and we stood out here, and only one of the horses was a little excited about it all, and when it came through, then he just kind of calmed down, and it was like, well, it's over. It's kind of a strange feeling after it's gone through. And it's the second one we've been through.
I don't know if it's completely over, though. Obviously, there's some trees burning right over there, maybe 200 yards from here, and up against the hills there's some pretty wild flames. What was that?
On fire too.
Pardon me?
The stubble fields right behind us. It just started on fire.
Their house?
Yeah, right behind their house. There's still that hasn't been burned yet.
So there's still some areas back there that could really, I mean, I notice there's a lot of really nice ranch houses, ranches, a lot of animals here. It's dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of old trees behind there, and they wasn't burned 2 days ago, but now they're still have a chance it could catch on fire.
Well, not only the animals, but obviously you're confined to a wheelchair. Is that, Bruce was telling me about it earlier, I know that's not easy.
No, but you know, we're a tough breed out here, and we just kind of, we knew when to leave. And the fire department said, okay, you know, we can stick it out, you know. So I was in the car when we had everything packed up, ready to go.
What's it been like for the animals, Bruce?
You know, they're pretty good. I take these animals through a lot of stuff out here, out in the brush out here. We walk out and we catch wild animals, or see wild animals. They get used to a lot out here. So the fire, they've been pretty good. We brought, some of these horses aren't mine. 2 of them are, and then 3 in the back, 2 in the backyard. And my neighbor, we brought his down because his house looked like it was going to get torched. So, you know, it's kind of,
all right.
That's how we raise them.
You know, this could be nothing, but you were telling me about somebody you saw over there that you felt might have been involved in setting the fires.
Yeah, what happened was there's a guy from Hunter's Ridge, a nice fellow, and his daughter came over here, and there's a gate here because they're going to do some houses out in this area. And he was waiting by the gate, and I ran out there after I'd seen it. I came home, and I go, what are you doing? He goes, I saw a guy on a green motorcycle come out of the fire. And then all of a sudden we looked up, and I mean, he said, and he goes, yeah, and he came out of that other one too, and there was 2 set. And so the last one we had here was arson also. So now, you know, we were kind of waiting by the gate hoping he'd come out, you know, because we wanted to try to catch him. That's just not, that's not right. You know, something like that's pretty sick. So cost us a lot of time. I'm supposed to be at work. And by the way, my staff at work, they're the best. They're always filling in when something like this happens with us. So they're up there working real hard while I'm here, you know, leisuring around now.
Now, obviously, your SUV is packed. I saw your father-in-law packing his mobile home over there, and you were ready to go. Tommy, let's try to get over here and talk to the PIO from the fire department, Mark Whaley, because they're setting backfires here right along the street, right across the street, just a few feet from the house. And Mark is over there talking to, it looks like a police officer, but maybe we can intrude just for a second. Mark, we saw the flames. They were quite huge a minute ago here, right across the street. What's the idea over there?
Yeah, the fire was coming out of the foothills driven by the wind. The crews came in and did some backfiring off, firing out from around these properties that have protected land, and now the fire is moving away.
So this house, do you feel pretty good about?
Yeah, this house is in good shape now. Now that we've burned out the fuel from around the house, we've got the crews here from the city of San Bernardino, city of Redlands. They've been protecting this house all morning.
Have these people had any kind of evacuation plan prior to these fires, do you think?
I don't know what these people have had.
I mean the people in the area.
Yeah, the people in the area do get information to prepare by clearing around their houses, and in the event of any kind of disaster, be prepared to evacuate.
What about these flames we can see just right up here on the hills? They're no more than maybe 200 yards from these houses.
Right. This is part of the firing out that saved these homes. That fire is now backing towards another section of the fire that's coming towards it.
Did you have to evacuate any of these people or any animals?
Unfortunately, up the road a little bit, there was an ostrich farm. The fire came out of the mountains, driven by the Santa Ana winds. It did blow into that farm and did some damage to some of the birds. The fire crew from San Bernardino City did save a lot of the flock.
You had mentioned something maybe 10 minutes ago to me off the air about a possible chopper down. Did you get any more information about that?
I've been trying to clear that up, and I haven't gotten any official confirmation about that. We had a helicopter that had some mechanical problems earlier. They set it down safely until they could do some maintenance, and apparently the fire burned through the area. I don't know the status of that helicopter right now, though.
Where did that occur?
It's up on the ridge top, up in the center of the fire.
And we'll look into that, right?
Yeah, I'm going to get some information back on that hopefully within the hour.
Okay, thanks, Mark. We'll send it back to you right now here from Fontana, this ranch house that for the moment, I guess it's safe, but obviously flames still very close, but the firemen are right here working on it. Back to you guys in the studio.
Rory, a good example of people that have taken time to create some defensive space around their home. They were packed, they were ready to go, they had a plan. Good use of backfiring by the fire department. They rolled up on that location, they said, hey, this is a piece of property that we can save, because they've got that defensible space, so they did the backfiring and they were able to do it. Rory, they mentioned a possible person on a motorcycle. Well, there's a couple of issues here. One, it could possibly be an arsonist, but also One of the reasons that you have closed areas to off-road vehicles is because of a lack of a spark arrestor.
Right.
Something off of that motorcycle, even something fluky as bumping a piece of metal with a peg can cause a spark, and it doesn't take much more
All
than
right,
that.
we're looking at the freeway here, and Will Kohlschreiber and Skyfox overhead. Of course, it had been closed earlier. It looks like they're open up again.
Well, here's the situation, Gene. We're looking at the 15 right now. This is just south of the 210. And if you're heading north on the 15, they're making you head east on the 210. You cannot take it west. And it looks like the southbound side of the 15 is closed up north, probably by the 215. So not much happening here. Now, if you're on the 210 itself, you cannot go west of the 15 on the 210 freeway, the Foothill Freeway. So obviously big traffic concerns on this interchange between the 210 and the 15 as far as people getting around and getting away for the weekend. Of course, this is the big artery up to Las Vegas. We did happen to take off out of Ontario Airport just a little while ago after getting some fuel, and noticed that the 10 is looking good. So if you want to get around all this right now, at least for the moment, Interstate 10 is faring pretty well. But as far as the 210, it is out for the count. Gene?
Well, what can you tell us about the aerial attack? Has that increased at all?
From our vantage point, again, we just took off. We're to the east of the fire now. Not seeing anything above us or around us at the moment. We're finally getting, this is a new look for us because we've not been able to get this far east because of the smoke. But because of the Santa Anas, all the smoke now is being blown west. So we're just now starting to see these areas that have been burned, and the smoke is now blowing away from them. But at the moment, we are not seeing any aerial activity above us, Rod.
What about in front of the flames? Even though the flames are moving forward at a relatively low pace because the wind is blowing the flames back onto the area that's burned, what's out in front of the flames in terms of, well, look at this. This is that firefighting chopper that had some sort of a mechanical problem earlier. They had to sit it down and to try and see if they could get the problem fixed. You can see that they tied off the blades. The main rotor there, they've actually tied it off, and the fire started to run up the hill and got way too close, and obviously they had to evacuate those firefighters from that chopper out of the area. The chopper is going to be lost. Yeah, the chopper will be lost. Well, the chopper, put it this way, will certainly be badly damaged. Whether it's salvageable or not, it kind of depends on the speed of the flames and what actually burned. Back to a live shot, again, the western flank of the fire. Notice that down the hill, if we get Vinny, go ahead and pan right a little bit. Down the hill, not seeing as the volume of flames, well, right there we are, but along that hillside, it's down a little bit. And again, that ribbon of flame that you see there, that's just a bunch of grass in a flat open area, not causing any problem. To the right of that is where the homes were, where this fire actually burned past, very painfully slow, but that gave firefighters plenty of time to protect the structures that you'll see come into the picture from the right-hand side. There is where they tried to start a backfire, that little gray smoke that you see there, and the fire just didn't go anywhere. That's it can typically happen. There's a big water dropping chopper. That's one of the big air cranes, up to 2,500 gallons of water. I think they have a couple from the California Department of Forestry. Also, Erickson Air Crane has a couple of firefighting units. One's dedicated to the city of Los Angeles, capable of sucking up 2,500 gallons of water from a pond that's as little as 18 inches deep.
Unbelievable.
So it's got to be a big pond.
You know, I'll give you, for those of you just tuning in, one more weather update. You know, for those of you who don't live in this area or even in Upland or around this vicinity, you know it's been hot lately. We have been so hot and dry, tinder dry. Talk about our fire danger being extremely high for days. Well, here's the big problem. The fire has been started, and a few fires have been started. How many are going right now, Rod? 4?
4 or 5 fires, yeah.
There's a red flag warning tonight. What does that mean? Well, basically, it's for the next couple of days, this area and a few others that I'll tell you about in a second are under the red flag for low humidities and gusty Santa Ana winds out of the northeast, 25 to 35 miles per hour. That's just the sustained speed, Rod. And Gene, you guys know they go up to 45, 50. They're going to spread over the next couple of days from Ventura into LA counties and continue through the weekend. The strongest winds are going to be focused across the passes and canyons tomorrow and Sunday.
All right, so there's your weather update. But again, the fire's still burning in the Fontana Rancho Cucamonga area. Only 17% contained, but right now they're trying to keep homes safe. Stay here. Fox 11 will give you an update as the day goes on. Complete wrap up at 10 o'clock tonight. Rod Bernson's been here keeping track of this fire again. Started in Lytle Creek yesterday, and it's been burning. No estimate on how much acreage has burned, but we've got more than 1,400 firefighters from all over Southern California converging on this area, trying to get control.
Also had a couple of power outages, may affect your power. In any case, you'll have live coverage tonight on the Fox 11 News at 10 o'clock.
This has been a Fox 11 News special report. You're watching the Fox 11 10 o'clock news, LA's #1 news at 10.
On the other side of this fire, where they had the scare this morning and all afternoon trying to keep that fire out of those structures and across the properties. But you can see all the way up on the top of the summit here, this is where that helicopter landed and was damaged by fire earlier in the day. And you can see how heavy this brush is. Fortunately, there are no structures up on the top of the hill, so most of the firefighting resources are being focused on the southern flank of the fire down towards Rancho Cucamonga and Fontana. We are unable to get under there because of the smoke. The firefighting aircraft are dealing with the exact same problem. Very heavy smoke blowing down into the valley, and that's what's laying all the way across the LA basin. So this fire is still very much out of control, putting out a tremendous amount of smoke. Reporting live from overhead, I'm Aaron Fitzgerald aboard News Chopper 2.
Great pictures there, Aaron. Let's take a look at a map, and you'll see where that fire is burning now on two flanks. As Aaron said, one flank near Rancho Cucamonga, the other flank over near Fontana, and they're close to the 15 and 210 freeways, as you see. Our team on the ground, Catherine Blake, who had a huge scare of her own in Fontana, Craig Figner in Rancho Cucamonga, Jay Jackson out in the San Fernando Valley, Henry DiCarlo watching the heat and the winds. Catherine, you're up first.
And because of the way the flames have been racing across the landscape, firefighters say it's difficult to get an accurate picture of just how big this fire is. At last count, it had charred more than 4,000 acres. At least 4 structures have been lost, including 3 homes, along with about half a dozen vehicles and a boat and a trailer. Considering what we saw earlier today, it's amazing more homes were not lost. This is what residents of Hunters Ridge in Fontana woke up to this morning. Flames racing toward their back doors.
And we can actually see the flames reflecting off the houses, although I didn't expect it to, be this close.
Kind of nervous, kind of scary, real scary.
There's a fire break in the back, and that fire break's probably about 100 yards from the house. It jumped the fence, and it's coming. No.
Hundreds of homeowners packed up their valuables and hightailed it out of the area.
Main thing that we're all together, so as a family, so it's the main thing.
Hopefully these winds will give us a break and let these people come back home. I suggest you get out of here yourself.
Many firefighters stayed behind.
I do have a dozer line across the back, but we have erratic wind conditions, flash fuels, high winds. So we're just holding our own right here.
So were we until intense heat and flames chased us out of this backyard.
No, let's get out of here. Oh my God, get out of here. Oh my God.
We just left those homes up in the 4500 block of Montreal Drive. You can see the wind is whipping around out here, and it looks like the flames were already jumping the retention wall. We went over to the 4800 block of Foxborough Drive, where a news van was almost consumed with flames. When we returned to Montreal about half an hour later, those houses were still standing, thanks to the efforts of about 30 firefighters from San Bernardino and Fresno.
They did take a tremendous amount of heat for quite a while, but they were able to subdue the flames on the backside of these homes.
They've made us feel really good. They've been working really hard, and I'm very thankful for them.
Now, at last count, this fire was only about 17% contained. Initially, firefighters thought they might have it fully contained by next Thursday, but now they say all of that may change. Reporting live in Fontana, Catherine Blake, CBS 2 News.
Catherine, thank you. The front edge of that fire is what the homeowners are on edge about, where it's heading. We continue our live team coverage with CBS 2's Inland Empire reporter Craig Figner. He is in Day Creek, north of Rancho Cucamonga. Craig?
This is the area of the fire, the other side of the fire from where News Chopper 2 was at the beginning of our newscast. Let me step aside here. We'll take you into this ridge where the firefighting effort is focused right now. Off and on, the flames have been been flaring up and then moving across this part of the mountain. It is hard to believe how much has been blackened, how much has been charred as this fire has raced along the landscape all day long. It's the same fire that this morning had people panicked in the city of Rancho Cucamonga. All day, it's been a guessing game. Where will the fire go next? Rancho Cucamonga got a fiery wake-up call with flames burning up to the edge of several neighborhoods.
I freaked out. I really freaked out. Yeah, I mean, this is my home, my dream home. I mean, what am I going to do?
This fire started Tuesday north of Fontana. Nobody ever imagined they'd be endangered today. That was until wind was in the forecast.
When they said the Santa Ana winds were supposed to start blowing, I told my wife it'll blow right over here on us. And I completely forgot about the wash here. She brought that up, that it would probably burn down here.
At times, the smoke has been so thick the sky is darkened as if it's sunset. All day, large water-dropping choppers have been vanishing behind the smoke. A non-stop battle from the sky to stay one step ahead of this fire. And back here live now, let's show you a couple of the aerial attack choppers that are being used right now to fight this fire. We've got one coming into this canyon, which has been used all day long. Water drops from the bucket, but of course the real big workhorse, which we talk about, and it's going to be coming into your shot, is the Sikorsky. It will usually fly in, assess the scene, the target area, and this particular aircraft has been dropping fire retardant all day. So they're trying to build a line, cut a line across this hill and keep the fire from advancing beyond the line. They'll use the fire retardant ahead of the fire. They'll use the water directly on the fire to put out the hot spots. So I want to hang on if we can. We'll watch this come back around because he's just gone back to fill up with the fire retardant. He'll pick his spot and then come back around. These choppers, you see it happening right now, can hold 4,000 gallons, rather 2,000 gallons. He did it in 2 drops. They're dropping 1,000 gallons first and then another 1,000 gallons. We'll leave it on these pictures as we send it back to Hollywood. This work will continue at a furious pace until sunset. That's when aerial firefighting is simply too dangerous to continue. I'm Craig Figner reporting live, CBS 2 News.
All right, Craig, quite a picture out there. The heat is not quite what we thought it was going to be this afternoon. It's cooler today than it's been earlier in the week, but red flag warnings have gone up in other parts of LA County, which does mean higher fire danger. CBS 2's Jay Jackson has more on that. He's live in Porter Ranch right now. Jay.
And you know, when the winds blow in October and the temperatures are in the 90 degrees as it was here in Porter Ranch, you have a lot of nervous people, a lot of people with their fingers crossed, a lot of people praying, mainly those people who remember what happened here in the late 80s and early 90s when the conditions were very dry, very hot, and very windy, just like today. Dry, brittle brush in Porter Ranch that hasn't seen rain in more than 100 days. Combine that with whipping winds and a searing sun, and you have a formula that worries firefighters the most this time of year.
It's been quite a while since we've had a major fire, and we are very concerned about that, especially with these winds.
Warm in here today. Bill High is concerned about that too. He remembers the conditions that turned Porter Ranch into a powder keg in the late 80s and early 90s, and he says he's starting to see it again.
This blows through here awful at most of the time, so it can really, if we get a fire here, we're going to really be in trouble.
But there's already trouble in the air. Ash from the East County fires is dropping as far west as Woodland Hills and as far south as Compton, prompting county health experts to warn people with health problems and breathing problems to stay inside if at all possible.
All this terrain up here was completely on fire.
Lisa Pauline remembers similar warnings in Porter Ranch back in 1999 that eventually led to her evacuation. This time she says she's ready. What would it take for you to evacuate?
If I saw any of these hills over here on fire, that's what I would definitely do. And I am being totally sincere about it. It scared me to death.
Out of here.
I wanted out of here.
No, it's kind of a good news, bad news situation right now. The good news is that the wind has started to die down here in Porter Ranch. We've been watching some of the flags blow, and those flags, the wind has died down. But the National Weather Service is issuing a high wind warning this afternoon. They say wind is going to reach speed up to 50 to 60 mile per hour sustained winds over the evening. So firefighters will be watching that very closely. And if those winds come over the mountains down here into Porter Ranch. It's where we're live. I'm Jay Jackson, CBS 2 News. Back to you in Hollywood.
Thank you so much. Yes. weather now, huh?
Yes, let's do it together. Henry,
Okay.
save us from this. We hope that the wind is not going to kick up, and it looks like it's not as hot as we thought.
Not as hot for today. We had a little bit more of an onshore flow, a marine layer that really helped things for the coastal areas and some areas inland. Valley locations still a little bit warm, but again, not as warm as you say, and you're correct about that. I hope that we'll see the same thing tomorrow, and I think there's a chance that we might. However, winds are still going to kick up beginning tonight. Let's take a quick look at what's going on outside. Unfortunately, I have a feeling that the fires that are out there creating a little bit of a those particulates in the atmosphere helping to keep temperatures down as well. You go east of the fire locations and temperatures were a little bit warmer today. Now, right now, a wind advisory in effect until 2 p.m. Saturday for San Bernardino County Mountains and also Riverside County Mountains. We're also going to add the Orange County coast to that as well. Now, at last check about 15 minutes ago, Jay had mentioned that there was a high wind warning in effect. That is not in effect as of yet. There's a possibility we could change this wind advisory to a high wind warning tomorrow, but as of now, it is just a wind advisory with the potential of a high wind warning going into effect. So that means the winds could be anywhere between 25 to 35 mile per hour gusts, even stronger. We'll watch this closely. I have a complete forecast coming up in a few minutes, guys. Back to you in the studio for now.
All right, Henry, thank you. Fire is also threatening hundreds of homes near Camp Pendleton, just north of San Diego. This fire has already burned 4,000 acres. 300 homes are in danger. Residents have been asked to evacuate voluntarily. The brush fire is burning in the Deluz area of northern San Diego County. It's a rural community, scattered ranches there and homes nestled, unfortunately, among steep grass and brush-covered canyons. It's believed this fire was started by live ammunition exercises at the camp.
What a week it has been.
Yes.
Every single day we've had fires. Today, a particularly scary day away from home for all those families out in San Bernardino County who had to evacuate today. How the people are forced out are dealing with it, we'll check it out.
Also, this was a shocker we brought you yesterday. Food bank.
Previous years.
Yeah, you know, for Ventura County, this is not a very common theme. We've been another fire to assist Santa Barbara County and LA County, and usually you see this type of scenario in those other environments. But again, in my 27-plus career, I believe this is maybe the second type of large fire like this that I have experienced. Green Meadow, perhaps 93, maybe came close to this. We did lose a lot of structures, but in regards to this fire develop and how quickly it spread and the erratic conditions, it is certainly not common to Ventura County. But again, we do have a lot of open space as far as vegetation. We do build homes right into the urban interface. But again, because of prevention and building permits requirements, we're certain that those homes will remain standing, and the crews on the ground will advance and make quick work of this fire.
Joe,
quick work as they can.
Joe, can you give us an idea of in which direction the fire is traveling at this point, and which way the winds are blowing?
It looks like they're being driven to the east. You got the east winds prevailing, so the fire, in a sense, is moving from the south to the north in geographical location. You know, geographically, the county is kind of set up in different. It depends on where you are in the county, but you know, basically, it's traveling, being pushed the east winds from the east, from the south to the north, away, perhaps from, if you could say, from Simi Valley, more towards the area of Moore Park and Somas. So if you have a map, you can kind of look at that geographical layout and get an idea for what the terrain looks like in that area.
And do you think because you haven't had any major fires in quite some time that just creates more fuel for the fire when there is a big one like this?
Right. We haven't had what we call a lot of fire history in these areas. By that, meaning that maybe we have had or not had fires that had burned through there and perhaps cleaned out the vegetation. We do many prescribed burnings throughout the year in the fuel beds throughout Ventura County, and so that always helps to reduce the type and the amount of vegetation in those areas. So we always look at the potential for wildland fire to start in the effect countries, and where we can, we come in and we do a prescribed burn by which we under control conditions, we burn out the vegetation either standing, or we cut and pile and burn it, again, to minimize the amount of fuel in that area, so that if and when we do get a wildland fire, it won't burn as intensely and we can better control it. So we're hopeful that those efforts will pay dividends for us on this fire.
All right, Joe Luna, thank you very much. Hopefully we'll get to you a little bit later in our newscast. We want to go live right now to Steve Conroy with Southern California Edison. He is on the phone with us right now. Steve, are you there?
Yes, I am.
What is the power situation?
Well, the power situation right now is very, very spotty right now in the areas of these fires. The Grand Prix fire, the communities in the Claremont, Upland, and moving back into the Rancho Cucamonga, Fontana area is very spotty. We probably have in excess of 25,000 customers off in this area right now. We are kept crews in the area. We're trying to keep power on to as many customers as possible who are not in direct path of this fire. But we are obviously have our hands full right now.
And Steve, there was some talk earlier when these fires first started about turning off the power as a precautionary measure because the fire was hitting the power lines. Did you end up having to do that?
We did have some situations where that occurred, but for the most part, the fire actually took the lines out of service. Our high transmission line service in this area has been going on and off for the last 3 days. We have no power going up to the Arrowhead, Crestline, Running Springs area as a result of the fire burning under those transmission lines in that area, serving the mountaintop communities that I just mentioned. So we have our hands full today. We've had our hands actually full for the last 3 days, and looks like we're going to continue to be very busy over the last couple of days. The one thing I want to let customers know, and your listeners, is that if they can hear this, those who have been affected, is their service will be off. If your service is off, it's likely to be off for an extended period of time, as long as 72 hours or longer now. We have not been able to get up into these areas where the fires have been burning. Until we can get up there, we don't know how many poles, wires, parts of our infrastructure that are going to need to be replaced. So customers without service right now could see their service off for, as I said, probably now pushing out to 72 hours.
Steve, we've been talking about 3 reported high transmission lines in the path of the Grand Prix fire that serve up to 25% of the LA basin. Is that correct? What is the situation with those lines? And should a lot of people in the LA basin be worried about their power?
Well, there is some both Edison transmission lines and DWP transmission lines. I know that both of those, what we call them right-of-ways or paths of these transmission lines, have been compromised overnight, actually, as I said, for the last 3 days. So these lines keep going in and out of service for us as a result of the fire burning under the lines. We have just received a what we call a bulletin, an operating bulletin from the California ISO, who are indicating, or at least indicating now, that there will be some possible transmission problems over the course of the start of the work week because of these fires. So there could be some difficult times over the course of the start of the work week because of these fires.
All right, Steve Conroy with Southern California Edison, thanks so much for joining us. Not only do we have to worry about the transit strikes and grocery strikes and now the fires and transmission problems for people who aren't even in the fire areas for the start of the work week tomorrow. We want to bring in Sherry Sylvester now, who is in the city of San Bernardino in the Del Rosa area that was hardest hit by the fires overnight. And Sherry, we now understand up to 35,000 acres for the Grand Prix fire.
Yeah, and we have talked to officials. Originally, we had that figure of about 200 homes destroyed. They told me that they're working to update those figures because obviously they're much higher. We are on Camellia, right off of Del Rosa and 39th, and I can tell you that this block has just been devastated. So many homes here have been destroyed. It looks like a war zone at this point. The wind gusts are picking up. We're getting about 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts right now, and I have with me a resident, Susan Clark, who lost, this is her home behind us that you can see. Tell me a little bit about where you were last night. At what point did you evacuate?
I came home about 9:35 in the morning, and the hill had just started catching fire, and it looked bad then, but it didn't. We never thought it was going to come down like it did. And then an hour went by, it got a little bigger, and we never saw any fire trucks or anything, and we just assumed, because it did look so big, that someone was fighting it. And then no one ever came down and told us we needed to get out. And my neighbors were looking at me like I was crazy, because I started loading. I do daycare out of my home, and I started loading daycare supplies just in case I had to set up a makeshift daycare someplace, because 14, 16 people count on me all through the week to watch their kids so they can work. And now not only do I not have a home, I don't have my business. Everything has been destroyed. We finally left here yesterday morning, probably about 11:30, on our own. No one came down and told us to evacuate. We could just clearly see that we could even feel the heat. I mean, it was just at the end of the street, and we just started running.
And you've just been back this morning in the last 5 minutes.
It's the first time I've been back. I had heard from other neighbors that had seen, but we have 3 small children who now don't have a home. And we stayed with my brother to try to protect his home up by San Manuel Casino. And we needed a place to stay, so that's where we stayed. And
are you surprised coming back on the block this morning at the way the block
I mean, yeah, it looks like a nuclear bomb hit it. It's just really sad. It's really sad to think that somebody did this intentionally. It's just disgusting.
And now is this your husband behind us?
Yeah.
Yeah, and were you able to save anything? Were you able to pack? You said some daycare supplies.
I packed a couple tables and a couple baby swings, and I tried to get my kids, some clothes. This is it for me.
This is it? This is what you have right here?
Yeah, I saved my Thomas Kincaid. I had a picture that I saved, and then we got all the pictures off the walls. But everything else is gone.
Thank you very much. I'm Sherry Sylvester reporting from this neighborhood, and if you can see as the winds pick up, and we'll walk down and just show you quickly a shot of this street. It is very much like a war zone here. Almost every home along this entire block has been destroyed. There are homes still burning down here as the wind gusts pick up. We have little bursts of flame. The firefighters have been through here several times this morning. They run through, they spray a little water, try to put out a little flash fire, and then they move on. The devastation goes on way around the block on this cul-de-sac. But as Jolie's showing you here, you can see right next to these burned out homes, there are some homes that are just completely untouched by the fire. It's amazing that you can have a dozen homes just on one street that are wiped out, and then 3 or 4 that are fine, that are completely untouched. And obviously this one that he's showing you too has just been devastated. It's just a pile of rubble, and on either side of it, it's flanked on either side by homes that are in great condition.
It's just heartbreaking to hear that woman's story, Sherry, not only losing her home, but her business. Fortunately, her family got out okay. And to think that there are more than 200 other stories and families like that going through that this morning, realizing just the extent of what they've lost.
And when you get out here, you realize that it's much higher than 200, and they say they are going to correct that figure within the next hour or so. So when we get those numbers, we will certainly bring them to you.
Oh boy, hard to believe a situation could be worse than that in San Bernardino. But over in Crestline, where we have Channel 4's Kyung La, they have been very worried that the fire there could get worse than the one in San Bernardino, and we're seeing some smoke and flames behind you, Kyung.
Ted, this is an indication of just how difficult and dangerous this is for firefighters up here. Look at this plume of smoke. This is all the smoke that they have to deal with, and underneath all that smoke, you can see some of the area over there is the entire mountainside completely on fire. A lot of winding roads in this area, and firefighters just had to pull out of certain areas because there's too much fuel. And I don't know if you can hear all this wind, but there are very, very strong gusts in this area. We have about 30,000 to 60,000 people in the Lake Arrowhead and Crest Hill area have been evacuated. They've been asked to take their things and leave this area. If there is good news to report, it appears that some of this wind appears to be helping firefighters as far as pushing some of the flames and the smoke away from the immediate resort homes in this area and burning more to where the brush is. We had a reversal of winds in this area for a short time during this evening. It looked like a lot of homes were going to be lost. At this point, we only know of about half a dozen or so, but in this shot, you can see the wind is very, very strong up here, and it's very, very difficult conditions for firefighters to deal with this in. Reporting live from Crest Hill, Kyung La, Channel 4 News, back to you.
And Kyung, you mentioned just that one major road in and out, and For some time now, they've been talking about this basically is their worst fear. A major brush fire like this, in not having enough time, enough resources, and enough routes out, basically, and now they're confronted with it. How is all of that going so far?
What they're doing is that they've made 2 loops through each of the houses in this area using megaphones, telling people they need to take their things and get out. And a lot of people have complied, but some people have decided to stay. But here's the difficult part. We have a lot of fuel in this area, dead trees because of the beetles in this region, and so there's a lot of fuel there. Then you have a lot of winding roads, and only that one road that you referred to, State Road 138, that people can exit. The other exit is out through the high desert. So State Road 138 is a main artery out of here, and if people decide to stay, like some people have chosen to, and these winds head up and trap those people in, firefighters are afraid that they could have a major disaster on their hands.
Ken, we were just hearing from a lady that Sherry Sylvester was interviewing, and hearing about how upset she was at the idea that this fire was deliberately set. Their fire was deliberately set, and we understand your fire also was deliberately set.
Deliberately set, police believe, by 2 teenagers late last night, about 7 o'clock last night. We don't know why. They have not found these teenagers yet, but they set it about a mile from where I'm standing, and this fire went from that to 10,000 acres, destroying homes. And a lot of people here, we ran into an old woman who's lived here 26 years. She put her retirement money into the home, and she had to leave her things. She had to leave her cat, put her things in a car, and just take off. It's devastating that this was intentionally set.
Yeah, that's the hardest part to believe and to make any sense out of in all of this. Ki-Young Law reporting live in Crestline. Thanks so much for that update. Right now, we want to bring in Dr. Bruce Hensel, who joins us on the phone to talk about just the poor air quality and how that is affecting the health not only of the people who live in the burn areas, Dr. Bruce, but for all of us, because the winds have been so strong. It's been blowing all of that across the Southland.
That's very true. A lot of people think they only need to worry if they're in the area, when the fact is that if you look in the area, almost any part of Southern California, you can see some dust in it. If you look in the cars around your neighborhood, you'll often see soot on it. So no matter where you live, you need to be careful on a day like today.
All right.
When you talk...
Go ahead.
When you talk about being careful, Dr. Bruce, what precautions should we take? And are there some people who would be more susceptible to health problems with this kind of smoke in the air?
Well, definitely. The people who need to be most careful are people who have asthma, emphysema, underlying lung or heart disease. Those people need to stay indoors no matter where they live, use their air conditioning with the vents closed, and make sure they take their medicines. Most people should not exercise outside on a day like today. If you do live anywhere near the burn areas, or you do notice soot or particles on any cars or streets around you, you can protect yourself best by getting a particular type of mask called a TB, tuberculosis mask, or particulate mask. That mask has the tiniest pores in it, so it will not allow anything in. And many of the masks that you buy at stores allow particles in. A TB or particulate mask will not allow particles in, and it's the safest type of mask to use.
Dr. Bruce, there's the obvious danger to the lungs, to your breathing, and also I remember yesterday being out in the Rancho Cucamonga fire, a lot of people were putting on chapstick. What about the danger, not only the smoke and the ash, to the skin, and what type of precautions can people take there?
Well, using lotion before you go outside will help. Using either an aloe vera or a vitamin E type lotion will protect your skin, because they're the thickest. They'll keep your pores occupied so that the particles won't be able to get into that as well. I've seen a lot of people going into emergency rooms this weekend with pain in their eyes, burning in their eyes. If they have a lot of allergies, their nasal passages may be irritated as well. The masks will help this. You can also buy sprays, over-the-counter clarifying sprays that will help both your throat and your nose at times like this, as well as artificial tears that will help your eyes. The best thing, though, of course, is prevention. That goes a lot further than cure in these cases.
Thanks so much, Dr. Bruce Hensel, for that expert advice on a situation that's affecting a lot of people, not just those who live in the immediate burn areas. Right now, we want to bring in Beverly White, who is on the ground in LaVerne. where the fire took off overnight there and is still burning out of control. Beverly?
Well, Kim, we have confirmation now of one of the losses in the Marshall Canyon area, very close to LaVerne. In fact, Marshall Canyon's been burning all night and continues to burn, as does Webb Canyon right behind me. Marshall Canyon contains a pair of juvenile probation camps, Camp Afflerbaugh and Camp Page. We understand Afflerbaugh is gone, has been lost to the flames, and Page may very well be next. These are L.A. County juvenile facilities for young detentioners out in the wilderness area, so to speak. It includes dormitories, school, and a gym. Afflerbaugh, we understand, has been lost to the fire, and Camp Page may very well be next. Also joining me now is Rich Owen, a gentleman who lives nearby. He's a longtime LaVerne resident. We'd like to roll some of the video as we speak to Mr. Owen about what's going on in this community and how, as a longtime LaVerne resident, you actually have a healthy sense of perspective. You once worked as a volunteer with the LaVerne Fire Department. Tell us what you see here in relation to your own homestead nearby.
Well, my home is down canyon just a little ways from where we're at right now. We have been up for the last several hours watching the fire and getting prepared. I've got all my cars moved away from my home. I've got all my water ready to go, just about everything I need. However, there's some great potential here because there's a lot of wooded areas that come down into LaVerne, and where brush can burn, and you could get homes on fire in the general LaVerne area.
You were saying, though, how grateful you were that you had daybreak in your favor. These choppers can draft water from the nearby reservoir now that the sun has come up?
That's correct, yes. We're very fortunate in LaVerne that the fire is here at this time of the day, because we do have the use of the choppers now, and they're going to be able to hopefully knock it down before it gets into the main LaVerne area.
And for sense of perspective, this is a family affair for you. You have a loved one on the other side of the Grand Prix incident. Tell us about that.
Well, my daughter, Christy Bach, their home was right next to the fire and was threatened the very first day of this fire, 17 miles east of us. And it came within 30 feet of their home down that day, and now it's burned 17 miles over in 3 days, and it's now over in our area. So, yeah.
We had Dr. Hensel on a short time ago speaking about the air quality issues. You have yet to evacuate, and you're not wearing a mask. I'm a little concerned for your safety. And I know, as a former firefighter, albeit volunteer, you know better. When are you clearing out?
Well, we're not going to clear out for quite a while. We're going to watch. We're just going to keep our heads cool and watch things, and we're tolerating it, let's say that.
Well, be safe, and thank you for your time, Mr. Owen. That was Rich Owen joining us here in LaVerne. He's lived in this community for some 30 years, and most recently in this subdivision, the Live Oak subdivision, since the late 80s. This is a community where right behind me you can see a residence and the smoke billowing in the distance. It's a messy time out here with the ash blowing overhead and the smoke coming down, and in the distance you can also see one of those Firehawks, the water-dropping helicopter from L.A. County Fire. They've been very busy on this incident, drafting water within the last couple of hours, well, maybe last hour or so, when the sun came up, and they now have daylight in their favor. We'll have more for you as it becomes available, but once again, confirmation on the loss of Camp Afflerbaugh in Marshall Canyon, and we can confirm with our own eyes that the L.A. County Firehawks, 1,000 gallons per drop on the scene, trying desperately to beat down the fire that's still encroaching from the east side of LaVerne. Reporting live in LaVerne, I'm Beverly White, Channel 4 News.
All right, thank you, Beverly. 2 more buildings going down. We just heard from Beverly, but fortunately, we're still not hearing about any serious injuries in that particular fire. We want to tell you about some evacuation centers. Beverly had mentioned a little earlier, and we want to tell you again about the evacuation center. First, let's talk about the Fontana evacuation centers. There's 2 evacuation centers are open, one at the Jesse Turner Center on Citrus Avenue. The other is at the A.B. Miller High School on Cypress. And there are a couple also in Rancho Cucamonga. You can head to the Rancho Cucamonga High School and the Rancho Cucamonga Sports Center.
Let's take a look at some of the other evacuation centers, if we can bring them up on the screen. If you are in the LaVerne area, the LaVerne Community Center, which is at 3660 D Street. There's also another one, the Park and Recreation Center. That's the San Antonio Heights area. It is 651 West 15th Street.
All right. Those are some of the evacuation centers. We understand there's one also at the Park and Recreation Center, 651 West 15th. And we also have an information hotline. That number is 909, and I don't think we have a graphic for that, so write this down if you can. For people in the Grand Prix fire, we have an information number. That number is 909-383-5688, and that is for information. And if you have any tips on how the fire got started, because as we mentioned, all of these fires were started deliberately, and that's just another unfortunate part of all of these tragedies. We want to tell you that Governor Gray Davis has declared a state of emergency for all of these fires, for the widespread fires and for the high winds that are plaguing San Bernardino and Ventura counties. The governor has also called on President Bush to proclaim those counties as major disaster areas, and he is hoping to get federal assistance from the president.
Right, and we're just learning from the governor's office that California has received one fire management assistance grant from the federal government. Another one is pending. As we know, firefighters are stretched thin across the Southland here, so we are getting assistance from Northern California, the Central Valley, Sacramento, and the North Coast area. They are on their way this morning to assist, but we have firefighters from as far away as Montana that are coming in to help fight this fire. Right now, we want to bring in Chip Page, who is over the fire in LaVerne. That one took off late last night and got going this morning. They've already lost several homes in the Live Oak and Marshall Canyon area. And as Bev White updated us, also a LA County juvenile probation camp out there. Chip, how does it look from your vantage point?
Kim, finally a little bit of good news to report here. What you're looking at is Live Oak Avenue in the city of LaVerne, and LA County Fire has drawn a line in the sand with both the aerial attack and the ground forces. They're pounding the west side of Live Oak. They've actually been able to stave off a lot of this. The front line of the fire has actually, to the southwest corner, has not jumped Live Oak. Because these aircraft are coming in, we heard that the French aircraft, the French water-dropping super scoopers are on their way in. They're going to come in and reinforce these helicopters. But a little bit of good news here. LA County Fire 19 and 17 having a little bit of success here in the southwest corner of this fire and holding it off at Live Oak Boulevard. Kim, Ted?
All right, thanks a lot, Chip. Give us an idea of what the situation is up there in the air. How are the winds doing at this point?
Ted, it's very, very erratic this morning. At one point, we were getting heavily buffeted here in News Chopper 4, and then we seem to get a lull in the wind where we get a little break. It's constantly pushing the fire out of the west, so it's pushing the fire back east, which is also helping the firefighters a little bit. But in 15 minutes, it'll swing around, come out of the south. Very, very variable this morning, Ted. Very unpredictable, and firefighters are getting a little bit of the upper hand here just on this southwest flank, which is good news. It's a place to start. If Mother Nature will just cooperate a little bit, they can hold this corner. It could be the beginning, for at least for LaVerne, of stopping any more homes from being destroyed. Now, what we're showing you in our picture, Ted, is another structure that just started to take off. It's on the east side of LaVerne. As we said, this fire is not on the southwest corner because of the work of the water-dropping helicopters dropping thousands of gallons on the west side of Live Oak Avenue. They've actually been able to hold it off here.
Chip, it's incredible when you look at that shot. There's just, a spattering of structures on fire. Is it because the winds are carrying embers over? I mean, there's nothing around it on fire. Then you've got this one hot spot there.
Yeah, Kim, with variable winds like we're seeing in all these structures, and some of these structures are older structures. No brush clearance, some of them actually abandoned. Now this looks like, it doesn't look like a home, it looks like possibly a feed barn or possibly some sort of outbuilding. If we pull out a little bit, it might be a second, like a guest bungalow behind a home, or even a home. It's a little hard to tell. It's pretty smoky in there, but they've really done a good job of staving this thing off. There's a couple spots where they had a couple of spot fires jumped across Live Oak, but they really drew a line in the sand. They really put their foot down with the air attack, with the ground forces, and they've been able to hold it off on this southwest corner. If the winds can cooperate just a little bit longer, I'm looking out now, and this is one of those moments where it's just calm. I'm seeing a plume of smoke on the south side of the fire that's going straight up. Now, of course, early this morning we were seeing those 30, 40-mile-an-hour winds. It could come right back, Kim. It's very, very unpredictable, and that's what makes it so dangerous for these firefighters. They can't get a break, and if they try to attack the fire from one side and the wind shifts, they end up having the flames on top of them. Very dangerous work, Kim, Ted.
You talked about this being kind of a calm period right now. What are you seeing on the streets, on the roads there? What is the movement among people, among cars?
I would have expected to see a lot more movement. I would have expected to see a flurry of people packing up and leaving, and I don't know if that's because they're already gone or if they're holding their ground. We don't see very many people standing around, but we're not seeing a lot of traffic. We're seeing the local PD here actually shutting down a few of the streets. Now, Stu's just found one street where there's several parked cars and very little activity. They're only letting residents in that live here, obviously. So the PD set up several roadblocks. If you don't live here, they're not going to let you in if you don't have any business here. But we're not seeing a flurry of evacuation activity.
Yeah, hopefully everybody got out in the early morning hours when they first ordered the mandatory evacuations. That is a good thing that we don't see many people out in the neighborhoods. And it still is just amazing how spotty this fire is. Look at that one large home going up there, but everything around it is perfectly fine. It's just the luck of the draw, it seems, because that looks like a red tile roof, doesn't it, Chip?
Yeah, it looks like a red tile roof, and unfortunately, you know, a lot of folks say, well, my home's burning and there's no firefighters here. These firefighters are spread so thin. There's so much ground to cover. The line of the fire here is at least 10 to 12 miles long, just on the west side, not counting for any of the northwest flank or coming around the southwest side of it, but just the very front line of it is at least 10 or 12 miles long. These firefighters, now in this case, it looks like we have a firefighter,
right, a couple
group
of them
moving in, trying to do some structure protection. What they're doing, they're putting a hose into the pool that is attached to a pump. They're going to start laying those lines out and try and use the pool to help them stave this fire off and save this home. Now, you can see there's two of them there. They're working very quickly. They carry a small motorized pump with them, a gasoline-powered pump. They're going to try and get that pump started, try and stop this fire from taking that structure.
Yeah, Chip, we understand that homeowners are frustrated and firefighters are stretched thin, but people have to remember firefighters, their first priority is lives, is protecting lives, protecting people's lives and their own lives, and their second priority, obviously, is protecting structures like this one, and it's very, very strategic. Sometimes you see several people. I noticed several firefighters on one structure, sometimes only two or three, and then obviously they want to protect the most densely populated areas as opposed to homes that are scattered throughout a hillside, for example.
Yeah, Ted, it's a battle, and it's a resource allocation decision that is very difficult to make. Where do we put these firefighters? How do we set them up? Now, more good news here. I just saw the one ship that the Forest Service uses for that dedicated GPS mapping process test. And the fact that we've seen him all the way out here on the west flank means that he's been up for a while. He's getting that first mission done, trying to get that critical information back to the command post so they can start deciding how they want to lay out these resources. We should see in a short time more U.S. Forest Service aircraft up and flying.
Chip, can that house, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ted.
Can that house, I mean, it looks like part of it is already on fire. Based on your experience, can it be saved at this point?
Ted, that's, I would hate to speculate on something like that. It's just too hard to tell. It depends on what's inside the home. It depends how quick those firefighters can get that pump up and running, if they can get the roof cooled down, if they can stop it. It looks like there's a lot of stone and a lot of tile, but you can see that black smoke burning, so that means there's fuel in there. There's something that's propelling that fire. They're going to give it a try, but honestly, Ted, we wouldn't want to speculate. It's anybody's guess. They're certainly going to give it a good try.
And it looks like they do have a couple of firefighters on the roof. It looks like they had a hose up there trying to put water on it from on top. Well, like you said, with the resources and with this fire being so spread out, it's not as though they can send a strike team into one neighborhood, because as we've seen, this is the only home in that area that's burning. And then you showed us from other shots, it'll be another neighborhood, a mile away or something, maybe another home burning. So it's so spread out, and such a hopscotch pattern for these fires.
The embers, Kim, it's a matter of wind and travel, and of course that probability of ignition where those embers end up, how hot they are, how fast the wind carries them away. The fire, of course, sometimes you'll see flames that are 15, 20 feet high. We've seen pine trees, the 200-foot pines go up in 30 seconds. It almost looks like an explosion. Of course, when you have 200 foot of flame, those embers are going to travel a lot further with a lot more potential for combustion.
All right, Chip Page, thank you very much. We'll keep in touch with you live over LaVerne, and we'll try to keep an eye on that particular home, and hopefully firefighters can protect it. Let's go live now to Jennifer Bjorklund. The last time we checked in with her, she is in Devore at the 15 and 215 where they meet. Jennifer, last time we saw you, the fire had jumped the 15 freeway and there was a wall of flames behind you. How are things going now?
Well, things are pretty much the same, but the bad news is those two fires, the old fire and the Grand Prix fire, are now one fire. They met up right at the 15 and the 215, and you can see down there, that is the 215, and you can see the heavy flames on one side of it, and on the other side of it there were heavy flames just a few minutes ago. Both these fires have jumped over this freeway and have met up, and you can see, if you pull that shot out a little bit, you can see those big plumes of smoke going in a couple different directions, because the larger background is coming from the Grand Prix fire, and then this old fire is just running right over the 215. Now what they've done is close that down, and they've been running escorts through here and also helping people evacuate on the roads that are safe. But again, this area, when we pulled up here at about 5 this morning, was full of people and packed up cars and trucks and horses and animals and dogs, everybody getting out with all of their things. And now it's pretty much deserted. Just a few minutes ago, a contingent of San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputies came through here, going lights and sirens, trying to get everybody out, and now they're just helping the last few stragglers. But again, these two fires have met up at the 15 and the 215 right here at Devore, and those evacuation orders are serious. They've actually gone back up the hill, up the 18, to try to talk the people into evacuating, the people that are still staying in their homes. So this situation has gotten pretty much worse, and the wind has not let up at all. In fact, it's intensified as these two fires meet. You know, the fires actually start their own weather systems going, and it's an odd juncture to see two huge wildfires like this merging on a freeway, which is burning on either side, flare-ups here and there with big, thick black smoke at any point, and to see the cars actually coming through with those CHP and Sheriff's Department escorts. Again, very little firefighter presence here. We haven't seen any aerial attacks going on. We haven't seen any fire trucks at all, but a lot of police and a lot of Sheriff's Department escorts and CHP trying to get people out of this area.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. We want to stay on the shot being provided by Chip Page over LaVerne and nearby Claremont. 50 homes have already been lost, and authorities are going through the cities of LaVerne and Claremont right now, urging people to evacuate immediately if they have not already. We want to bring in Carol Beckley, who is with the U.S. Forest Service, to update us on their efforts. Carol, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
What can you tell us about the resources? We've been hearing a lot about that, about the need for more.
Yes, currently we have approximately 4,000 individuals assigned to these incidents. We expect to continue to bring additional resources as they become available.
Jennifer Bjorklund just told us that the Grand Prix fire and the old fire have now merged. That would make it, in our estimation, now a 45,000 acre plus fire. Does that strategically change anything for the firefighting efforts, the fact that these two fires have merged?
Well, it'll just be a bigger battle in front of us, unfortunately.
I know it's probably too early to tell, but at this point, is the focus on containment, or is the focus on structure protection, or how do you determine that?
At this point in time, I believe it's focused on structure protection.
And at what point, again, talking about resources, I mean, again, you see virtually every city fire department coming in to fight this fire, and we understand it's a level 1 type fire, and you have a team of national experts coming in and to fight it. Is there an ongoing effort to bring in even more people?
Okay, apparently we're having difficulty with her audio transmission there. We're looking at a live shot of LaVerne, where they are evacuating people. They have been doing so since the early morning hours, and now various neighborhoods are shut down only to allow residents to leave the area. We want to bring in Carl Bell to talk about the weather situation, because that has been the wind and the heat and the humidity have been a big factor in all these fires. Carl?
Yeah, in fact, you take those three elements right there, Kimberly. That's why you have a red flag warning across Southern California, and have the situation get worse before it gets any better. We're looking at winds today, 40, 50 mile an hour gusts, and this is forecast to last through tomorrow. So if we were to say, Carl, when are these winds going to end? I would say they will start decreasing and becoming less of a problem by late Monday into Tuesday. But until such time, They will be localized, they'll be stronger in some areas they'll be weaker. And within the terrain itself, that will dictate how the winds go. Just think if you were like to pour a cup of water into a funnel, you take all that water from one spot and then just funnel it through a narrower pass. It becomes a little gustier, so that's what's going to happen. These winds will become a little bit stronger as they pass through those narrow passages, those canyons in those areas where already there could be fire. And as those fires burn, hot air rises. As hot air rises, the cooler air, and it's relatively cooler, rushes in to fill that void. Then you get that weather system we keep hearing about, that these little fires, or these big fires rather, make their own weather systems. Well, when you take that and then you put a canyon around it, it makes it even worse. So we're not looking at the weather being any help whatsoever for the remainder of today, tomorrow, and it won't be until tomorrow night that we'll see this die down.
You know, it's terrible already to think that these fires were deliberately set, but the timing here seems incredible too. I mean, it's hard to believe that these arsonists may have planned this timing-wise, but it seems like these couldn't have come at a worse time.
The conditions are all there for a disaster.
Oh, absolutely. And being that we were forecasting this stuff 3, 4, 5 days out, and then to hear this happen, and again, I can't get into the minds of these arsonists, but just to think that they were maybe thinking, wow, we're just 3 days, 2 days, 1 day away, and then all of a sudden all this starts up. It's a situation that, in the case of the Santa Ana winds, and I can go back to the early 90s and thinking about some fires, Calabasas out to Malibu, Thousand Oaks over the Santa Monica Mountains out to Malibu, and Altadena. This is a situation that I've never seen before because, you know, we were thinking earlier, oh, it's hopscotch. One's become now merged to, you know, one fire between those two out in San Bernardino, as Jennifer Bjorklund just told us. And now this is just becoming like one big monster. You can't even keep track of separate areas anymore.
All right, Carl Bell, thanks so much for the latest on the weather conditions there. We're coming up on 7 o'clock now. This is the Channel 4 News. Of course, we are covering the wildfires that are burning in several areas. We have one in Simi Valley. That one has actually grown and jumped Highway 26 there and Highway 118. The fire in Rancho Cucamonga, which started in Rancho Cucamonga, has now moved west into Claremont and LaVerne. The fire that continues to burn in San Bernardino that started in the Waterman Canyon area has already destroyed more than 200 homes. And a fourth fire burning in the Crestline Lake Arrowhead areas where major evacuations are underway. And those two latter fires, as we just heard from Jennifer Bjorklund, have merged now where the 15 and the 215 meet. So that would just increase the acreage. 30 to 60,000 evacuees in that area where Kyungla has been reporting mandatory evacuations in North San Bernardino and the Highland area. Evacuations also in the Lake Arrowhead and Crestline area. San Bernardino International Airport is one of the main evacuation centers in that area. The Crestline fire starting at 6:51 last night, and there is concern there that this fire will get even worse, that particular fire, than any of the fires we've seen, because that area is considered the biggest hotspot in the U.S. And as we've mentioned several times in the last hour, there is only one main route out of that area, and that is State Route 138. 2 deaths have been blamed on these fires. 2 elderly residents in the San Bernardino area. One was evacuating his home. Another was watching his home burn when he collapsed. 2 firefighters have suffered second-degree burns. At least 3 others have suffered minor burns or smoke inhalation. More than 4,200 people ordered to leave their homes in the San Bernardino Mountain area. And as Ted just mentioned, and much more than that in the Crestline Lake Arrowhead area. Yeah, we can see the fire and the smoke still going pretty strong in the Devore area where the 15 and the 215 meet. And as we said a little while ago, two of these major fires have now merged in that particular area. The old fire, which started in San Bernardino in that area, which started at 9:17 yesterday morning. It's consumed more than 2,000 acres and destroyed more than 200 homes. And as far as homes going down, as far as homes being destroyed, that has been the biggest fire so far. But to the west, we've seen in LaVerne, we've seen some homes go down in the last hour there. So that's now a concern. But still, this particular fire, the old fire and the Crestline fire, that is also an immediate concern. As you can see, things are going very strong there. 250 commercial businesses are also being threatened, and as well as another 7,000 residents
in the area. I mean, this is not just up in the hills anymore as these fires started. These have come down to residential areas, or right in the middle of neighborhoods.
They've all started in the San Bernardino National Forest area and have worked their way into the suburban areas. Both LA County Fire Department and the U.S. Forest Service saying at this point their priority is not containment. They can't even think about that at this point. Their priority is structure protection, but already hundreds of homes have been lost. We are looking now at the city of San Bernardino, the Del Rosa area that was hard hit. But as you can see on one side of the street, perfectly fine, and then you move down and total destruction. Our Sherry Sylvester is out there in the neighborhood. She's been there all morning. Sherry, residents coming back now to survey what's left, it looks like. Sherry, can you hear us?
Sherry Sylvester?
Okay.
Okay, we'll try to...
We can see her live camera there. There she is. Sherry, I guess we're having difficulty hearing her.
She may be having some microphone problems, and we'll try to work on that. And you can see Sherry is wearing goggles, which are a very valuable item to have in those fire areas, because
do you want to pan over?
The dust. Oh,
can you hear me now?
Yes,
we can hear you, Sherry.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay. Yeah, some of these residents are just starting to come back. You can see these folks across the street. They were here. They came by periodically yesterday to check on their home, and they were here late last night about 11 o'clock, and then they had to flee. And they said, you know, they did see some firefighters in the area sporadically, but obviously a number of homes on this street were hit, and the entire block down one side of the block has been wiped out. We talked to some other residents. They're just starting to trickle in. You can see some of the cars going by. People are coming in and getting a first look at what is left, and a couple of them have been pretty emotional.
Yeah, we can imagine. You talked to one woman earlier who just had time to throw a few things in her car and get out, and no one came around to evacuate them. And we've heard that over and over, just the resources stretched thin, not only fighting the fire, but police agencies, law enforcement pitching in to go through the neighborhoods, to go door to door and with bullhorns trying to get people out in time. There, though, it seems like they were able to get everybody out. And amazingly, when you look at this destruction, that we've just have reports of 2 deaths of residents and a couple of firefighters who've been injured. But when you look at the destruction, that is just incredible.
Sherry,
it really does look like a war zone out here.
Sherry, have we heard anything about Cal State San Bernardino? I remember you talking to one person was talking about the San Manuel casino. So Cal State and that casino both being evacuated. What is the situation there? Are those 2 places threatened at this point?
I'm afraid I don't have that information at this time. I've just been picking up little bits out here in the neighborhood, so I can check on that. But at this point, I'm not sure.
Well, according to the Associated Press, they're saying that Cal State San Bernardino flames damaged 2 temporary classrooms and a temporary fitness center there, which is good news, because yesterday when we were looking at the flames, were right up to the edge of the campus. So it looks like just a couple of temporary buildings were damaged there. At Patton State Hospital, it's a mental state hospital nearby. 1,300 patients had to be evacuated there, but they were able to save the building.
Sherry, what are you seeing there? You know, we saw some of the residents just kind of standing around on the street, and we mentioned, we talked about how random this all seems to be when one home gets torched and other homes are saved. Did you see a lot of people helping other people, and what seems to be the mood on the street there?
Oh, the neighbors have all been coming up and hugging each other and consoling each other, and certainly yesterday we saw so many acts of heroism where neighbors would help each other out, jump on roofs, hose each other's roofs off, and they would also wave down, flag down the firefighters and signal them, you know, which home is burning, which backyard is, you know, burst into flames, and they were really trying hard to help save each other's homes. We saw several well into the night last night, very late, when a home was like this one that they're seeing now across from me, where there were just some embers left, and the neighbors were still out there well after midnight with their hoses trying to put out those little embers that were still burning.
Sherry, your photographer was just showing us, so now we're back on a live picture of LaVerne, but your photographer was showing us there were still some flames, some hot spots in that neighborhood. Is it safe for residents to be back there?
Well, you know, they are allowing the residents back in, but yeah, flames keep popping up. These homes that
look like they're reduced to rubble. The one that our photographer was just showing us a minute ago, there are still little flames, burning embers in there. It's very hot to walk around. But I think that they feel sympathetic toward the residents, and they want to allow them to come in and see what there is left. Most of these people left with very little. The one woman I spoke with, had just the clothes on her back and a few little items. So they just didn't expect the fires to move as quickly as they did. And of course, we're in a pretty gusty area, so as the wind gusts would pick up, I think it just hit so quickly that people didn't have a lot of time.
And to add insult to injury, there are reports that 3 people were arrested in the city of San Bernardino for looting homes that had been evacuated. It's just unbelievable that people would stoop to that in this time.
Take advantage of it. Go ahead.
Yeah, and there's the fire engines racing through right now. It looks like there's going to be some more fire activity on the other side of us up in the hills. There are still huge clouds of smoke out here. And we were talking about the hopscotch effect. It's almost like I've covered tornadoes, and it looks a lot like a tornado's path, the way that some of these homes are still in perfect condition, pristine condition, and they're, in between is a home that's been reduced to rubble across the street. This one entire side of the street, almost every home has been destroyed on this side. The other side wasn't hit nearly as badly.
All right, thank you very much. Sherry Sylvester on the ground there in San Bernardino amid the destruction of some homes in the neighborhood, but not all of the homes.
Right.
Excuse me, in the area. Let's go live now to Jennifer Bjorklund, who is in Devore, where the 15 and the 215 meet. And Jennifer, you were telling us last time that these 2 big fires, the Crestline fire and the San Bernardino fire, or the Waterman Canyon fire, are now one fire. And strategically, has that changed things for firefighters?
Well, that's a tough question. I heard you asking it a few minutes ago. It is just a big, huge fire now. I don't think that does anything except for maybe psychologically it makes it one big fire that everybody has already come together to fight. All of these scattered fires are so difficult to tackle, and just because these 2 are now one, maybe psychologically it's one big fire out here. I don't know. All I can tell you about the residents here is that they're gone, and as you can see down here, the freeway is closed. This is the 215 where both of these fires came together. It is very black and smoky, and it is just a wall of smoke when you come down off the hill, off the mountain from the 18 and hit the 15 and 215 interchange here. That is what you will run into. The roads are closed, but they are escorting people through, and the fire has jumped the freeway several times. Now, if we pan over here, I don't know if you can see this, but there's a contingent of fire trucks coming up the hill here, and we've seen them coming up from fire camp and deploying different directions in this area, which is probably pretty good news for some of the homeowners here this morning who were very frustrated that they hadn't seen any fire trucks at all through this area. We also did see a few animal control trucks go up the 18 up toward Crestline, so maybe they're going to be picking up some of the animals that have been displaced by this fire and that are running around loose. A lot of people are very worried about their pets and their animals. We've seen horse trailers moving out of here. And this morning, again, these 2 fires have turned into one. And maybe if we can pan over there. I don't know if the sun is going to blast this shot out, but if you bear with us, you can see the last 2 or 3 people in this area just watching incredulously as this fire comes down the mountain. This, again, the old fire, which has met up with the fire that's behind us, which is the Grand Prix fire. And again, these 2 fires being one, it's just in a name. They still have as much work to do to knock both of these fires out, even though it's just one big fire now.
Jennifer, you mentioned the 215 being closed. Is the 15 shut down at that junction as well?
Well, I'm not sure if there are cars allowed to come up it. I'm doubting it, but there are cars crossing by as they're evacuating people. And again, I don't know if we can pan around over here. I'll show you. You see, actually, there's an animal control unit going by here with a horse trailer headed up the hill. Right now, it looks like an empty horse trailer, so it looks like they're going to pick up some horses, but you can see fire engines. You can see some traffic down there as they're directing it around, but it's just for evacuating. Nobody's being let back in here once they've gone.
All right, thank you very much, Jennifer Bjorklund. We were saying earlier about the 2 fires meeting. It's actually the Grand Prix fire that has met Jennifer's fire, and that would increase the total acreage on both of those fires to well over 35,000 acres in the Grand Prix fire ongoing at this very moment. And as you can see, that it is just charred that entire hillside there. It was going pretty strong at one point when we saw Jennifer a little earlier in our newscast. She talked to a couple of people that seemed relatively calm, but they were distraught because they didn't see a lot of firefighters in that particular area. But with 4 major fires being fought in the Southland, each of them pretty big, firefighters are stretched very thin at this point.
Yeah, and you can see it's starting to kick up again just in the few moments that we've been watching it there alongside the 215. And as we saw fire engines and resources, and it looked like a big water tanker continuing to go into the area. Right now we want to bring in Henry Rodriguez with the LA County Fire Department to update us on their efforts. Henry, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Tell us what the latest is from your department.
Well, right now one of our concerns obviously is the fire and its dynamics has crossed into LA County, as you're aware. It did go through Claremont, and we had a lot of structures that were lost there, approximately 50 houses. So right now our concerns is concentrating on the direction of the fire, which is heading into the San Dimas and Glendora areas. So what we're looking at is we got a lot of equipment, resources there now, and we actually have more equipment heading over there, and we're setting up for structural protection for that reason of the fire, of how it's moving so quick.
That was something we were talking about all morning, Henry, is how quickly this fire has moved west. I mean, starting in Fontana and now moving all the way to Claremont and LaVerne. And we were talking earlier about the possibility of it moving to San Dimas, and now that is a real possibility at this point, and the winds are blowing it in that direction?
Absolutely, being that it's a northeast wind coming down, it's keeping it out of the mountains and bringing it down into the area where it's obviously very populated. So one of the concerns is going to move there, the pattern it's taking right now. So we are actually wanting people to start getting themselves prepared and starting getting their items, important items, medicines, things that they know they're going to need. And even though we haven't set up voluntary or immediate evacuations, we want you to start thinking about that because it is headed towards that direction.
Yeah, the way the fire has been moving, it seemed like that would be a good idea to start doing that now so it's not a last-minute panic. So you are suggesting for residents of San Dimas and Glendora to start thinking about evacuating?
Absolutely. I would start thinking about it. Nobody ever thought really that the fire would move this fast. Starting from Fontana, like you said earlier, but as you can see, the dynamics of this fire is moving very fast, and being that we were already in a situation where this brush is so dry, and then you add wind to it, that's just adding fire to fire. So it's very dynamic, and it goes back to, I'm looking at 1993 when we had the firestorms in Malibu. So, you know, it's 10 years ago, and it's looking exactly the same as that. So what we're saying is start thinking about, you know, getting your important items and thinking that fire may come through there, and if it doesn't, that's great. But we will have equipment throughout the area, and we will start to provide protection.
Henry, we're hearing about several evacuation centers in the area. We're told that residents east of Wheeler Avenue are being evacuated to the LaVerne Community Center. That's on D Street, right behind City Hall. Since the fire continues to move west and threaten other areas, can you tell us about any other possible evacuation areas or any phone numbers that people should call for information?
Well, until we get that immediate, until the fire gets upon the area, we do have, per se, some trigger points that if it gets to a certain area, that we're going to start setting up some evacuation centers. Obviously, everybody is working very hard. Red Cross is out there doing their job. We did have a lot of evacuation centers set up for the Claremont area, like Alexander Hughes Civic Center, right. Claremont High School, Johnson Senior Center. A lot of areas have been set up, but if it gets up into that area, sites will be designated and they will be opened up.
Henry, what is the wind situation out there right now?
We got some very well, the winds are very strong. You know, they're predicting, you know, 30 to 40 has been going on throughout the last couple of days. It could have up to 60-mile-per-hour gusts. So it's very powerful, unless you've never been inside of a situation where you're in a wind condition like that, a wind event. It's very powerful, and it just makes that fire move very, very fast.
Henry, what we've been seeing in these fires, too, is especially in San Bernardino, where so many homes have been destroyed, is that many homeowners have been staying despite evacuation orders and trying to fight the fire themselves, trying to protect their homes. While understandable, it's not a smart thing to do, is it?
Oh, no, it's not. It's, first of all, you put yourself in harm's way, and you got to look at, am I worth myself losing my life over a house? And it really isn't worth it. We're going to need as much water as we can when we get to that situation where if we have some structures that are being threatened or they're actually burning, we're going to need a lot of water. So if you start using water within your own property, you start depleting the pressure. So we need to maintain that pressure. We need to use as much water as possible. So there's a lot of dynamics involved in here, and we really don't want you to get involved, especially if you get a lot of wind blowing, a lot of embers, and take a chance of yourself getting hurt really bad.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing, the embers creating so much of the problem in the LaVerne, Claremont area. So we're looking at the live video being provided by our news chopper. It really doesn't seem to be concentrated in any one neighborhood. The fires are really scattered from one neighborhood to the next, and obviously it seems like the wind is blowing the embers, and it's just the luck of the draw if it happens to land on your home.
Oh, absolutely. It depends on the wind condition and what direction it's going. It's going to carry embers for, quarter mile, half mile, and wherever it lands, if you have combustible items there and it gets into it, it will start burning. So that's another thing you want to be concerned about. If you do have a lot of lightweight type combustibles around your house, those are things that you need to move away from the house, because that's normally the pattern, is that will catch fire, and then when it's next to your house, and obviously your house will catch fire and it becomes an exposure. So there's a lot of things that you can do to prepare, and this is something that we do all year round for residents to live in the brush areas. We want them to always maintain that clearance and remove combustible items from around the house. In this situation.
What sort of things would those be, Henry?
There could be, I got a lot of people that have like firewood. There could be just items that are stored next to the house, lightweight, just toys. Just a lot of things that could be next to the house that will actually be a product that will burn. And watching the fires, or a lot of the houses that burned the last couple of days, you could see the pattern. A lot of them started, and there was a lot of items next to the house, and that started to burn, and eventually the house was consumed.
I was just going to ask you that, Henry, how I know in general that we've been improving in terms of, homeowners have been doing a better job of providing proper clearance in their homes, but you're telling me that there were still some issues with that in these fires in the areas that you've seen.
Yeah, I've seen some, just myself personally, when I was watching on TV, I did see some areas where there were some items next to houses, and those started to burn first, and then eventually the house was consumed. So this is something that we do talk about throughout the year, and we try to tell everybody this is part of the brush clearance to mitigate these problems and to get rid of these things, and to try to create a defensible space around your house in the event that there is a big fire, that at least you have a chance. And this helps us, because as you know, we are maximized right now our resources. We have resources coming from all over the state and out of state actually also. So we want you to get yourself prepared. We don't want you to have to start worrying about that right when that fire comes to your house.
Right. We're looking right now at one of the Firehawks from your agency doing its job there. We saw another one just scoop down to pick up some more water. Are these the only two aerial assaults that are out there right now, or are there other helicopters and water-dropping tankers that you're using at this point?
Well, right now we have a few of the helicopters are going to be working in that area. Usually once we get started in the morning, because obviously most of the aircraft gets grounded overnight. From this point, we'll look at the situation, and then we'll start ordering all our equipment. And as you know, we have multiple fires going on right now, so resources as far as the air are limited.
Henry, I've asked this question a couple times, and it may be unanswerable, but Jennifer Bjorklund was first reporting to us that these two huge fires have merged, the Old Fire and the Grand Prix fire, which would make it a giant fire at this point. How does that affect what you do, and how does that strategically change things, if at all?
Well, strategically, it just it overwhelms a lot of people, because the fire obviously just gets a lot bigger. So you're going to need more equipment, and depending on how they merge and what direction they're going, that makes a big difference, because it starts going all different directions throughout the mountains, and makes it very difficult. So anytime you have a lot of fires within a certain area, we call it a complex type fire. It really reduces the ability to get a handle on it quicker. So it's just something we got to continue working on. Eventually, we know the fire will go out, but just because it's wind event, the type of brush that we have, the dryness we've had for the last few years, it's just a big recipe that has come together, and now it's hit us, and it's hit us hard.
I'm almost afraid to ask this question, Henry, but a couple of days ago, or yesterday, they were talking about hoping to have the fire out, this is before it took off, by the end of next week, by around Halloween time. I imagine not even thinking about when you might be able to get a handle on this one.
It's real hard to say. You know, we have incident management teams that are trained in managing these fires, and there's a few of them obviously managing these fires right now. So throughout the day, there's a lot of meetings that go on, and a lot of tactics and strategies are being done, and you know, which it's obviously getting a lot of resources and trying to get the areas and trying to get that head of that fire, which you know, you try to stop, but being the dynamic of this fire and this firestorm that's going on right now, it's very difficult. So we do have a lot of heads working right now to try to get control on this fire, but we just can't even really say when it's going to happen.
Henry, let's talk about your firefighters. They're stretched thin. They're working hard. They're working around the clock at this point. I mean, it might be safe to say that every firefighter, virtually every firefighter in the Southland is working on some fire at some point or another. How are they holding up in all of this?
Well, obviously, anytime we have a major incident like this, every firefighter, I don't care where they're from, are going to want to come in and help some way or another. Obviously, we have to maintain protection throughout all the municipalities because, you know, our standard 911 medical responses, we still have to be able to provide for that. So you're going to get a lot of equipment coming from a lot of different areas of the state to help out on these major fires. But as is right now, all our personnel in LA County are on telephone standby, so at any minute you could be called and activated to come into the station, man a rig, and head out to one of the fires.
I don't know if you can see from our perspective, we just had an overview of Mount Wilson, and basically, you know, what's been beautiful skies in the last few weeks before the fires are now just gray skies. I mean, throughout the LA basin, I mean, the air is just terrible, and your firefighters are in the middle of it, and they're, you know, and some of us residents who are in certain areas, you know, we breathe kind of the outlying stuff, but you guys are right in the middle of it. What measures do you take to protect your own lungs and your own skin to make sure you guys come out of this okay?
Well, we try to use as much protective equipment as possible. Obviously, sometimes you get in the middle of it and you're in the thick of the smoke, and we have to deal with it. Unfortunately, that's part of our job, and those are the risks that we take. But most of those risks are calculated. So we do use as much protective equipment as possible to protect our firefighters, because that is very important. And obviously we're concerned about residents. So I know I've heard some newscasts or reports from your personnel, and they talk about measures that people should take. But one of the concerns is obviously is if fire is going to get near you, or if you have concerns about smoke, or if you have health problems, these are things you have to be obviously aware of, and you have to take the proper measures to either get out of the area so it won't affect you, and so that you'll be safe. But yes, it's very difficult for us, and we just get out there and do our job, and obviously our job is try to put the fire out.
All right, Henry Rodriguez from the LA County Fire Department, we appreciate you taking time out to update us. We know you're very busy out there. Right now we want to bring in Sherry Sylvester, who is in the city of San Bernardino in the Del Rosa neighborhood, one of the neighborhoods hardest hit. Okay, well, she's having problems hearing us, so we're going to stick with this shot. This is the view from Devore, where the 215 and the 15 freeways come together. Not only do the freeways come together there, but now two of the large fires have come together. The Grand Prix and the Old Fire have merged into one giant fire now.
That would make it a 45,000 acre plus fire in that particular area. And you remember about an hour ago, we were talking with a firefighter from Ventura County, and he was saying that fire, he believes, is 47,000 acres, but he's not sure if that includes another fire in that mix. But if it doesn't, we're talking one 45,000 acre plus fire in LA and San Bernardino counties, and another 47,000 acre plus fire in Ventura counties, and that is nearly 100,000 acres of fire burning in the Southland right now. Just you really can't overstate the situation.
And the newest information we received from the LA County Fire Department is that the fire that is currently burning in the Claremont, LaVerne area and that has already destroyed 50 homes there is moving in a westerly direction towards San Dimas and Glendora. So they want to get the word out to residents who live in San Dimas and Glendora, specifically the northern parts of the city that are up against the the Angeles National Forest there, to start thinking about evacuating. Don't wait until it's a mandatory evacuation. Start getting together your valuable items now. Start looking for the things that you know that you'll need. And also, it's a good idea to have a contact person, a family member or a friend who lives outside the burn areas, because I know so many people are trying to call into the burn areas to check on loved ones, and it's difficult to get through. A lot of the lines are busy or they're down. So set up a contact person outside the burn area now so that you'll have someone to get in touch with that everyone can relay information to. And as we've been told by firefighters we've spoken with this morning, it may be tempting if your home is being threatened to fight the fire yourself. Several people have done that in the San Bernardino areas, but it is not advisable to do that, especially if the fire is really close to you. Firefighters say you really have to get out of there, and you may be hurting firefighter efforts by using a lot of the water in that area. Let's bring in Steve Truitt right now. A lot of road closures in that particular area of the where the two fires, the Grand Prix fire and the Old Fire, have met. Steve, the 210 and the I-15 affected.
Yeah, Ted, one of the most amazing things about this fire and how CHP and the fire crews coordinate themselves is as the fire moves, so do they. And they close things when things need to be closed. They help people through areas when they need to be helped through with escorts and so forth. Here's what we have in terms of an update and how CHP is coordinating with local sheriffs to help people through these areas. First of all, you mentioned the 215 and the 15. The 215 is now closed from the 15 split to Highway 30 in San Bernardino. That's a new closure. Some cars were still in that area. CHP and also Montclair PD helped people through that area with escorts. That is now clear as the fire moves again. They move. The 15 is closed now from Main Street in Hesperia to the 210. Essentially, the entire Cajon Pass is closed down due to this fire. Some other closures to tell you about: I-10 closed to the north 15, that connector shut down. Highway 330 closed in both directions between 40th and Crestline cutoff. 18 west is closed at Big Bear Dam, and 138 is closed in both directions at Highway 18. Let's talk about right now the Ventura County fire as well. You mentioned a very large fire. The good news is that in its movement, Highway 126 has not been threatened, and that means the homes in that area also not being threatened. Highway 26 remains, rather 126 remains open. The fire is moving west near the Grimes Canyon, Balcom Canyon, and Tierra Rajada Valley. That means Tierra Rajada Road will be closed down if the fire gets to there. Highway 23 remains closed. And yes, there's the map. Highway 23 remains closed between the 101 and the 118, and the 118 itself remains closed between Erringer and Highway 23, and we'll keep you updated as the fire moves. Back to you, too.
All right, thanks a lot, Steve, for that update as we continue to look at the live picture of Devore and the shutdown freeway there. And on a Sunday, that's for people who don't even live in the burn areas. That's going to be a big hassle, major route through coming back and forth from Las Vegas, which is a popular thing to do on a Sunday afternoon.
And you see some power lines in the foreground there. We talked to Steve Conroy from Southern California Edison earlier this morning, and he was telling us about a lot of problems that people throughout the area have been having with power. All
right, right now we want to bring in Sherry Sylvester, who's in the city of San Bernardino in the Del Rosa area. Sherry.
Yeah, we are in the Del Rosa area off of Chameleon. You can tell the wind gusts are picking up again, and we've been getting some pretty heavy gusts here. I want to show you pretty quickly the devastation on this block has just been, it's just terrible. This is what was a mobile home. You can see the front bumper here. These people lost everything. This is a home that also operated as a daycare center. This woman we spoke with earlier told us about how she took care of the children of several families. And this morning, a lot of the residents are starting to make their way back into the neighborhood. Many of them say that they were not given an evacuation order. They were here. They were surprised by the flames that suddenly came close to their homes. They left, some of them with just the clothes on their backs. The firefighters have been in and out of here sporadically this morning, but they say they just weren't able to handle all of the fires that popped up very suddenly in this neighborhood last night. As you can see, we've been talking about the hopscotch effect. We have some homes that are in perfect condition that were untouched by the fires, right next to some homes that are still burning, actually, but that have been reduced to rubble. Just the chimney still standing in a lot of cases. Kind of ironic this morning, you know, it's that time of day where everyone's sprinkler timers go off, and so we're getting a lot of garden sprinklers suddenly going off in these lawns that are now just blackened by the flames.
One of the most fascinating things that I saw yesterday, Sherry, when I was out there covering the fires, was striking Vaughn's workers and locked out Albertsons workers wearing masks like the one you're having there, and you're wearing goggles as well, just protect themselves from this terrible air.
Yeah, the air has just been awful, and the wind gusts, and of course in the area that we're in, it's particularly bad because there are a lot of embers and chunks of wood that are still on fire. And in fact, we lost one of our photographers a little bit earlier. He has an eye injury and is unable to see, so he's trying to get medical attention. So there's a lot of debris in the air. When we were driving in this morning, a huge tumbleweed is just blowing down the highway too, but certainly some of the debris that we're encountering is still very hot and still on fire. You can see some of the residents coming up to hug each other as we speak. They're just, like I said, coming in and getting the news, getting a look at their neighborhood, and many of them are shocked by the area. They just had no idea that so many homes were destroyed on this block, and many of them are saying that they too believe that it just looks like a war zone. It looks like someone dropped a bomb in the middle of this neighborhood.
Just a heartbreaking scene there to see the neighbors coming together this morning, probably the first time they've seen each other since the fire swept through their neighborhood, coming to see what's left.
Yeah. A lot of tears here.
Some good news, though, because Governor Gray Davis has declared a state of emergency for San Bernardino and Ventura counties, that will free up some funds for them. There's also some federal funds that will be coming in because he's also called on President Bush to issue a disaster declaration there to help them rebuild.
All right, and we're hearing about more evacuation centers in Ventura County. We'll tell you about that in just a moment, but we want to go live to Jennifer Bjorklund, who is in Devore near the 15 and the 215, and got a huge plume behind you, Jennifer.
That's right. This is that fire, the old fire that's been just kind of marching down this hill all morning. And as you heard Kim say, this is a really bad day if you're traveling to or from Vegas. Both of the main routes, the 15, the 215, both closed down, and you can see this is why. This is the old fire, and as you can see, the smoke coming in a southwesterly direction, blowing down the side of the mountain. And if we pan all the way over, you can see where the 215 is, way out here in the middle, and you can just see this huge wall of smoke and some flames, and there's some black smoke as it eats up whatever is in its path. And then on the other side is where the Grand Prix fire met up with it. Again, very, very little traffic on the 215, just people getting out. You can see some headlights and some flashing lights coming out of the smoke, and those are CHP and police escorts bringing people through. Again, that stretch of roadway is cleared from about the 15 to the 30. It is shut down, and shut down for very good reason. The visibility is zero in the middle of that big, huge wall of smoke. Yeah, so again, if we can pan a little bit more to the right, Tommy, you can see what we've been looking at before, a lot of this smoke from the Grand Prix fire that's met up with this fire. And the wind is really bad right here through this canyon, through the Cajon Pass, and also because these two fires have met up. And as you know, the fires kind of create their own weather system, so this is a really odd place to be. It's deserted, except for a few police officers. And the good news we can tell you, for the homeowners who left here who were very upset they hadn't seen a lot of fire trucks. The fire trucks came through here a few minutes ago, and they've deployed around here and have been checking things out just to make sure these structures in the Devore area are okay. So that's good news for them.
All right, thank you very much, Jennifer Bjorklund. And it's interesting, we keep talking about these two huge fires meeting, the San Bernardino fire and the Grand Prix fire. It makes you remember that the Grand Prix fire started in Fontana,
right,
that far east, and has now moved all the way west and is in LaVerne right now, and is now threatening Claremont and San Dimas in that area, and that's where our Beverly White is right now. Beverly, what's going on in your area?
The hills behind us, looking toward the east, are still burning. We understand this fire still stands at 27,000 acres only because they haven't brought in the survey teams yet to add to that number. But that's been the number they've been holding, frankly, since about 10 o'clock last night. 27,000 acres burned in the two counties, San Bernardino and LA County, because as you know, this fire, known as the excuse me, known as the fire that, again, originated near Fontana, near the Grand Prix Raceway, the Grand Prix fire, as it is, started last Tuesday, and then it jumped the county line only last evening. So now we're in LaVerne because this is a community where they've lost some homes, also in Claremont as well. A total of some 50 structures have been lost, and of course they need to canvass the area to confirm even the number of buildings that have burned. That will take some time. They can only do that now that the sun has come up and their choppers are on the way. Others have been water dropping ever since daybreak occurred just a short time ago. They've made some progress, but we are reminded by the fire experts just because we see white smoke doesn't mean that this fire is controlled. Far from it. That could just be a variation in the vegetation that continues to burn. Now, they've evacuated hundreds of people from the LaVerne and Claremont communities to 3 evacuation centers nearby. We're told around 1:30 this morning, when the evacuees were first pulled out of their homes in order to leave and leave now, they were like deer in headlights, just heading east on Baseline to the high school nearby, carrying pillows, clutching their children and pictures and valuables, marching in the darkness for safety. And people are still being encouraged to relocate as best they can because the hills above LaVerne are still burning. Now, we're talking Marshall Canyon, Webb Canyon. These are the communities in question. In fact, LA County detention facility known as Afflerbaugh has reportedly been lost to flames. That's a juvenile detention campsite. 120 young people are in dormitories there, but again, the buildings, the facilities gone as a result.
Another one coming in. If you're lucky, you get 2 at once.
Wildfire, excuse me. And again, the fire is still indeed out of control. Hundreds, 500 at last count, firefighters on scene just on the LA side of this incident alone. But it is a multi-agency event because, as we mentioned before, it started on Tuesday in the Fontana community, moved through Rancho Cucamonga, San Antonio Heights, Claremont, and now LaVerne. And that's where we stand at this time, waiting for updates from the county agencies who are still investigating. But they've got their hands full just supervising the aerial attack. The super scoopers and firehawks have been drafting water from nearby Live Oak Reservoir, trying desperately to put down these flames. But we keep seeing flare-ups. It's a very stubborn fire, lots of vegetation that hasn't burned in decades. And so they will be busy for some time, as will we, trying to share with you what we know here on the ground in LaVerne. Reporting live, I'm Beverly White, Channel 4 News.
Beverly, we were just looking at one of those Nighthawk helicopters going down for some more water, and there it's going back up in the air. I'm sure that's a welcome sound and sight for residents in your area, knowing that at least the aerial assault is underway.
Yes, we've actually seen people cheering and smiling as that chopper does its thing over LaVerne because the water source is nearby. So they've been moving back and forth as expeditiously as possible, trying to dump the water on the scene of the fire. But it's a tremendous fire, and they certainly haven't put it out yet. In fact, in the time I've been standing here, I've watched it flare up in the distance time and time again, to the point where you think it's gone, and then it comes back with a vengeance. There's just so much fuel out there, and just so much the experts with all the apparatus are capable of doing, and they're giving it their best effort indeed. But resources are strained. You know, there's lots of fires working even now. And although this one started on Tuesday, it just keeps growing and morphing in different directions, and they're trying to get ahead of it. But it has been a challenge. There are a few things we can share with you on the good news front. They spared the Padua Theater. Lots of vegetation nearby. I'm told it was a fierce fight, but they prevailed. Padua Theater is still standing despite lots of scorched earth around it, as is the fire station number 62 on Mills Road. Firefighters were able to protect their own property, although I'm told it was a tough fight. In fact, they engaged the number 2 firefighter for LA County, the second highest ranking firefighter, that is, that being Chief Gary Lockhart. He was involved running hose, as we're told. Once again, you're looking at the flames live here in LaVerne, near where we're standing in the Live Oak community, overlooking the Webb Canyon area. There have been some homes lost down there, and in Marshall Canyon anyway, a juvenile detention campsite once maintained by LA County Sheriff's Department. Again, reporting live, I'm Beverly White. Kim, Ted, back to you.
All right, thanks so much for that update, Beverly. We're going to stay with this picture as we bring in Richard Monfils, who is with the Red Cross, but he is based right now at the Ontario Emergency Operations Center. Richard, what is the situation where you are?
Well, things are kind of hectic here right now. As you can tell, we're coordinating our 4 shelters. We have one in Rancho Cucamonga in partnership with the city of Rancho Cucamonga. We have 2 in the city of Fontana, one at the Jesse Turner Center at 6396 Citrus Avenue, and also one at A.B. Miller High School. We've also opened up a shelter in the city of Upland. The Red Cross is responding. We're opening shelters as needed. We will be there for the American public servicing our community.
Richard, we see in many of these fire situations, most of the people, or a lot of the people, tend to go to family, to relatives, homes of the relatives. Are we seeing a lot of people using your centers since the volume, the size of this fire is so big?
Yes, the American Red Cross encourages everyone to have a disaster plan and be prepared for just this type of emergency. And most people are, in fact, going to other family members. But for those that don't have a place to go, we are ready to feed them and to house them in our shelters.
You talked about an emergency evacuation plan. Can you give some tips for us right now? Because this fire does continue to grow, more communities continue to be in danger and may end up having to evacuate rather quickly, especially San Dimas and Glendora. What tips do you have for residents?
Well, at this point, residents, if they have any special medications or any special needs, they should pack a bag with those items so that if they do arrive at our shelter, they don't become one of our medical problems, especially blood pressure, heart medicine, and those type of things. They should also carry spare glasses and such. They should identify places where they can go if they're in an area that looks like it may be impacted by fire and they're asked to leave by their local public agencies. They should do so at best possible speed, and then make an arrangement to go visit a relative or a friend that they can stay with, if possible. But again, the American Red Cross, especially here in the Inland Valley, we are prepared to shelter whoever needs to come to our shelter.
The evacuation centers that you set up are always really nice environments. There's a lot of camaraderie in the area. And you talked about what items people should bring with them. What kind of resources do you provide at the centers themselves? I know you feed people. What other kind of things do you do?
Well, we also have disaster health services there. We have nurses there. We have mental health professionals that are circulating about the room to see the people's disaster mental health needs. We provide for the children. Sometimes we have some bears and those kind of things. But we do need disaster nurses, and especially at this time, there is a shortage for us. So if there are any nurses out there who want to volunteer in our shelters, we would love to have them contact us here.
What about donations? Can people donate to the shelters if they would like?
Yes, they can, but right now we do have enough things as far as material resources. We have cots, we have blankets, we have food in process. The best thing that the public could do right now is to send us monetary gifts. They could either send them to their local Red Cross chapter, that are available in the phone book, or check out the website and go to redcross.org.
All right, Richard Monfils with American Red Cross, always there to step in and help out when a disaster calls, so anything people can do to help them out would be great. The evacuation centers that he mentioned, they're set up throughout the burn areas, and more will be opened up as needed. Right now we're going to take a look at a map of just where these fires are burning and continue to burn and spread. We can bring up the map. There we go. The San Bernardino, the old fire they're calling it, which is now up to 35,000 acres, has burned more than 200 homes. The fire in Crestline, where massive evacuations are underway, 30 to 60,000 residents being ordered to leave. The fire burning in Rancho Cucamonga, which started in Fontana on Tuesday and has now spread into Claremont, LaVerne, and is threatening San Dimas and Glendora.
That map a little misleading at this point because it did originate and was taking place mostly in Rancho Cucamonga yesterday, but as you just said, has spread westward and is now threatening the areas of San Dimas and Glendora. And as Jennifer Bjorklund mentioned, that particular fire, the Grand Prix fire, has now merged with the San Bernardino fire. So we're talking about more than 45,000 acres. If you can draw a line there from San Bernardino to Rancho Cucamonga and draw that line west, that whole area now is on fire, and that doesn't include the fire in Crestline, where Kyung La has been reporting, and which firefighters are also very worried about because there are a lot of homes in that area as well.
All right, and we just, because we're talking about the Red Cross, just want to update Beverly White telling us that there are about 650 people in 3 shelters out in the area where she is in the Claremont, LaVerne area. So they are getting a lot of use and therefore probably have a lot of need. Right now we want to go back to Sherry Sylvester in the city of San Bernardino in the Del Rosa area where they lost several hundred homes, and the winds are starting to kick up again, it seems, Sherry.
Yeah, the winds are starting to pick up again. They're so unpredictable. Sometimes we're just feeling these wind gusts that feel like they're about 35 miles per hour, then they'll die down for a little bit, and then they just kick up again. The air is still a lot of burning embers going by us. A lot of these homes are still smoking. They're still smoldering. The residents, as you can see, are coming in steadily now. A lot of them are seeing the devastation for the first time. Many of them told us that they did not get the evacuation order last night. They left with just the clothes on their backs, and now they are being allowed back in. Many of them are just trying to kind of shift their way through the rubble and see what's left. And we can pan back over here to your left. We can see this gentleman, this family here, their home was a daycare center, and they were responsible for taking care of about 16 youngsters, and they said they just barely got out of here. They grabbed their 3 children and ran, and they are over here today looking through these embers. They're still smoking a little bit, trying to see if there's anything that they can salvage.
Sherry, you mentioned a daycare center. How are the children in that area holding up from what you've been able to see?
From what we've been able to see, people are trying to be, as upbeat as possible. I mean, certainly there have been a lot of tears on the street this morning, a lot of hugs, but neighbors certainly have come together. They're trying to help each other out the best way they can. A lot of people have been loaning each other things, that are needed, passing out water, passing out goggles and masks, whatever they can do to help each other out.
It's just heartbreaking to see that image there, the resident that we just saw there, just standing there almost in disbelief, staring at what used to be his home.
Yeah, and this block was just hit so hard. This entire side of the street, and we keep saying it, but it really does look like a war zone. It's just been reduced to rubble. This whole side, it goes all the way down around the cul-de-sac. One of the houses is still smoking down at the end of the cul-de-sac. There are quite a few flames still popping up out of there earlier, and the firefighters have been back here several times. They come through, they check and make sure there aren't any major hot spots. They'll come through and use their hoses a little bit, and actually there's still a hose on the ground in front of me here, but at this point these homes are a total loss.
There's always maybe a bit of a silver lining in some of these destroyed homes, and just in having covered fires over the years. Have you encountered anything where a resident has been sifting through his or her destroyed home and actually found something that's salvageable? It's hard to believe that there might be anything, but are there any positive stories in that?
Not so far, not as far as we've seen. One woman did find a ring, and so that of course was a sentimental possession, and she's very glad to have that ring, but that is a very small item to find when you think about the size of the home here behind me.
Yeah, we were hearing from residents earlier saying that they had felt so bad for residents in Rancho Cucamonga, seeing them evacuate their homes, and then suddenly it hit their neighborhood, and that's an older neighborhood, the Santa Rosa area, so some of those people may have been in their homes for quite some time, spent their lives there, and now come back to find nothing left.
We want to show you over here too. This was also someone's mobile home. These people are getting a look at this. You can see the rear bumper and what was left of the tire, but this was a huge mobile home. So we also were at a home last night where the man had a vintage automobile collection. He had 9 vintage cars behind his home, and every single car was completely destroyed.
I just want to let the viewers know this is actually San Bernardino that we're looking at right here, LaVerne. Although LaVerne has lost many homes, this is the city of San Bernardino, the Del Rosa neighborhood we're looking at. Now this is LaVerne live. Is this live? Live from News Chopper 4 over LaVerne, which has just really taken off. They've lost some 50 homes in the Claremont LaVerne area already, and our Chip Page is overhead. Chip, what's the latest there?
Kim, you can see these flames just starting to take off. The wind's picking up, the heat coming up as the sun rises here, but LA County not taking a break on this, trying to hold their ground and fight this fire. Now, they were able to hold it at Live Oak, basically, on the southwest flank. But unfortunately, excuse me, I had a second aircraft talking to me. Unfortunately, on the northwest corner of Live Oak, they actually have lost it. It's jumped the line. That's where you're seeing these homes destroyed. Kim, I've got to hand it back to you. I've got to talk to ATC here for just a moment, but we'll leave our picture up.
Sure, you do what you need to do to make it safe there. As we'll continue to look at your live shot that you're bringing us over LaVerne. You can see a staging area there at that field where some fire engines have gathered. Evacuations are underway in that area of LaVerne.
We also want to talk about some evacuation centers in Ventura County in that fire, the Valverde fire, which has ventured all the way into Simi Valley. I don't know if we have a graphic at this point, but we want to tell you about the evacuation centers. There's one at the Fillmore Boys and Girls Club on 1st Street in Fillmore for the folks in Ventura County. Also one at the Santa Susana Community Center on Los Angeles Avenue in Simi Valley as well.
There's also one at the Thousand Oaks Community Center at 2525 Moore Park Road, and also the Pleasant Valley Parks and Recreation Center is open in Camarillo at 1605 Burnley if you need if you're in that area. Also, there is an animal shelter that has been established by the Ventura County Animal Regulation. They can accommodate large animals and livestock. So if you need that service, the shelter is open. Go to the Ventura County Fairgrounds in Ventura.
All right. Do we, Chip, are you on the line? Do we have you back yet? No, we don't have Chip Page yet. All right. Once again, we're talking about, this is the Grand Prix fire, which started in Fontana, as we mentioned 5 days ago, and is now stretched all the way to LaVerne, is now threatening both San Dimas and Glendora. Chip Page.
Ted, do you guys have me now?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
There we go. I'm sorry about that. I was talking to ATC earlier. Quite a bit of traffic here. What's happening is the Quebecs are here, the super scoopers are here, and it's much more difficult for helicopters and airplanes to work together. So they've asked us to move off to the side. There's been quite a bit of communication, making it very difficult for me to talk to you and the folks at home. But right now, we're looking at the southwest flank of the Grand Prix fire here in LaVerne. They're trying to establish a line. They put their foot down right at Live Oak Avenue, and they were able to hold it on the south corner here. You don't see too many flames, but as Stu pans back up to the north side of this, we have a lot of flames. You can see the fire, a very long fire line jumping up forward. Now, these super scoopers are amazing tools. They've taken the LA County helicopters out and redeployed those, and they're letting the super scoopers work this area. Those super scoopers dropping 1,600 gallons of water. They're able to pick it up without stopping. They're actually dipping in Pudding Stone Reservoir, which is great news because it's very close for them. Their cycle time, their turn time is about 5 or 6 minutes. Get right back on this fire, get that water deployed.
All right.
Ted?
Thank you so much, Chip, for that update. Great news that the super scoopers are now in action. We want to check in with Jennifer Bjorklund, who is live in Devore, where the 215 and the 15 meet, and where two big fires have met. Jennifer.
That's right. Now all the fire trucks are coming together to help fight this fire. You can see it's been marching down this hill, and there are people that are living, particularly in that white house right there, that are refusing to leave. They just built that house. They haven't even moved in yet, and they're very concerned. Their relatives are down here very concerned that they are refusing to evacuate. We've heard many similar stories, and also stories from people who have evacuated more than once, stayed with friends, got evacuated again. That is the scene out here in Devore, where the fire is moving and the wind is still blowing. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Jennifer. Let's go live now to Beverly White, who is in LaVerne, watching this Grand Prix fire, which is now threatening San Dimas and Glendora. Beth.
Well, Ted, the flame up continues behind us. It's intermittent, of course, because the super scoopers are on the case, as are the fire hawks. They've been here since daybreak. Again, there have been some 50 homes lost in LaVerne and Claremont, and they're desperately working to keep that number to a minimum. They haven't actually been able to canvass the community to confirm that number, but 50 is the low end of what we're hearing from LA County Fire. This fire jumped the county lines last night around 10 p.m. and has been burning furiously in the mountains and canyons ever since. They lost some properties in Marshall and Webb Canyons, but they're working now to save the rest. Reporting live in LaVerne, I'm Beverly White. Channel 4 News, back to you.
All right, thanks, Bev. We're taking a live look over the East San Gabriel Valley there, where the fire has now jumped from San Bernardino County into LA County and is affecting the areas of LaVerne, San Dimas, and Glendora and Claremont. Firefighters saying right now they have no idea when they'll be able to get any sort of containment on any of these fires that are burning. Right now, their priority is just structure protection. Mass evacuations underway, not only in LaVerne and Claremont, but also up in Crestline and Lake Arrowhead areas where they're evacuating some 30 to 60,000 residents.
A testament to the severity of the situation that we're no longer talking about containment. Yesterday, when we were just talking about the Grand Prix fire, they were talking about 20% containment and no talk about containment figures today. But we were talking about how these two big fires have merged. You can basically draw a line now from almost San Dimas to the LaVerne area, all the way out east to Fontana, where this Grand Prix fire started, and then further down south to the Waterman Canyon fire in San Bernardino. Those fires have now connected. So if you draw a line eastward all the way down south to San Bernardino, you have one very huge fire now covering over 45,000 acres, and thousands of residents have been displaced.
And in Ventura County as well, some 47,000 acres have burned, and mandatory evacuations are underway in Simi Valley. That fire moving toward Somas and Moore Park area, so you want to check in with authorities if you're in that area as well. Of course, we will continue to keep you updated on all of these fires. We will break in as the news warrants, and we'll have the latest starting at 4:30.
Have a safe day. Be safe. Check with your local authorities.
The spirits say...
State of despair. Firestorms menace Southern California communities, destroying home after home and lifetimes of memories.
I fell to the ground when I first saw it because I grew up here. That's my house.
Ryan, where's
all my stuff's in there.
Good morning, everyone. It is Sunday, October 26th. I'm Rick Romero.
And I'm Denise Devore. We have a lot of destruction to tell you about. The worst of the fires is in San Bernardino County with the Grand Prix and the destructive Old Waterman fires coming together after burning a total of 50,000 acres. The map tells the tale. The Valverde fire is in Simi Valley. It is 2 days old. We have heard from firefighters that it has split into two. They were able to separate the two fires. The Valverde fire to the north and the fires burning in the Moore Park Simi Valley area is now called the Simi incident. The oldest fire is the Grand Prix fire. That's 5 days old, and it is the biggest. It is 35,000 acres. Moving eastward, the Old Waterman fire is less than 24 hours old, but it is, again, the most destructive. That's where we find Eyewitness News reporter Wendy Birch, who begins our live team coverage. Wendy.
Yes, Denise, it's actually ironic when you break all that fire coverage down that the old fire is actually the one that has been burning the least amount of time but has done the most amount of damage, at least when we talk about structural damage. Some 200 homes have been destroyed, including this home that I'm standing in front of right here. This house belongs to Arnie Johnson and Della Boyce. They lived here about 5 years, just remodeled the place. We caught up them when they first came back this morning, and they saw the devastation at their home. Arnie and Della were just completely taken aback by what they saw. It was a difficult moment for them. They were able to share with us some of their thoughts.
I feel very, very grateful, but we feel also very guilty. We feel bad that, I don't know, our neighbor it's a wonderful neighborhood. These guys, and I can't imagine it without all these people.
Well, yeah, we can't imagine living here with all our neighbors gone. I mean,
it's emotional. I know. It's kind of, you're so happy and excited that you're okay, but at the same moment...
Thank God that we're okay. We've got ourselves, we've got our cars, we've got our dog, and we're happy.
Now, that was the wrong family. That's the younger... Okay, folks, I believe the folks that you just saw there were the Hodges family. The Hodges family, let me point out, they live across the street right here, and they were discussing how, exactly as you heard, how lucky they feel that it was not their home that was destroyed. And that just speaks to the randomness of these sort of wildfires, where this side of the street, a complete war zone. It's not an underestimation to say that it has been ravaged, and yet right across the street, those houses still standing and intact. Let's give you an update on what the firefighters are doing right now. We were just told that there are some 1,500 firefighters on the line. All we can see are just large amounts of billowing smoke. We're told that the air tankers, the fixed-wing aircraft and the helicopters have not been able to get up this morning for the fact that the winds continue to gust, sometimes up to 60 miles an hour, and the smoke is so thick and so heavy. In fact, as we've been out here all morning, it is getting very hard to breathe. It's very ashy. My eyes are irritated, as well as Martin's, who's behind the camera right now showing you all of this videotape. We will remain here, and of course, let's just emphasize the worst news of the morning, the worst factors combined in the fact that 2 fires have actually merged. And of course, we have those Santa Ana winds going all day long here. It's going to be a very hot, a very windy, and a very rough day. Now, we're going to head up to the fire line within the next hour or so and bring you some continuing coverage throughout the day. Right now, that's the status here in San Bernardino. We also want to let you know that 2 people have died in this, not from the actual fire, but in the stress caused. Both of these people were elderly. A 70-year-old man was watching a home burn. Another person was being evacuated. Both of them suffered from heart failure. We do know that about 40,000 people have been evacuated. Many of them went to the San Bernardino International Airport and spent the night. Others went with friends and with family. We are told some 700 structures are still being threatened, as well as 250 businesses. 40,000 again have been told to evacuate. Some of them are trickling back in, as you can see, through the neighborhood. Those are the people that we have spoken to earlier. They have come back to see if their home was saved. You have people that lost their homes, people whose homes were saved, speaking together about what this neighborhood will be like as they rebuild. This is not, however, the first time that this neighborhood has seen this sort of destruction. Back in 1980, the Panorama Fire ripped through this area. It destroyed some 300 homes back in 1980. It happened the week of Thanksgiving. It was being called then the worst natural disaster in San Bernardino County history. This fire very well could exceed it. Again, a lot of devastation out here. We will be out here throughout the day. Wendy Burt's reporting live here in San Bernardino County. We send it back to you at the station.
Well, Wendy, as you said, there are 40,000 people who are evacuated, but some people are trickling back in. Is it safe for people to trickle back into the neighborhood you're at?
My situation, yes, in our area right here. Let's show you right here. Those are the people we've actually spoke to. You can see Arnie and Della. They're speaking to their neighbors there, Paul and Wendy Hodges, who live in the house with the Suburban back there in on the lawn. This street, yes. Now, I can't testify for the streets 2 doors down, and we have been seeing some flying embers. One of the problems here, we have seen police go up and down these roads because they're trying to make sure that no one that's coming back in are actually looters. We do know that there were 3 arrests in this neighborhood overnight for looters, if you can believe it, coming back here through this area. So what we are finding and what we are seeing is that this area is fine. But again, we're talking about Santa Ana winds. At any moment, we could see this fire come back over this ridge, or just a spark is all it takes to see another one of these houses go up. I think one of the big problems, at least one of the officers told me that they're having, is they're so busy trying to set up perimeters and so busy trying to fight the fire, it's hard to actually go individually to each one of these homeowners and tell them that they have to leave. And of course, you can understand the anticipation that these homeowners have to get back into this neighborhood to see if they have been spared.
All right, thanks a lot, Wendy, for that update, and try to stay out of harm's way as you make your way to the fire lines.
We will.
All right, thank you. Wendy Birch in San Bernardino now. Due to this breaking news coverage of the Southern California wildfires, this week with George Stephanopoulos will not be seen at its normal time. You will be able to see it on Monday morning at 3:30 a.m. right here on ABC7. And the Grand Prix fire, which is spreading through a community in LA County, we're going to take a closer look now at that situation in Claremont. We go live to the community. Eyewitness News reporter Brian Jenkins joins us live with more on this breaking story. Brian?
Well, Rick, just another tragic image for homeowners in this area. This house, one of the few that still had a wood shake roof on it, and you can see the result here. The fire kind of hopscotched through this area. Those burning embers flying through the air through much of the morning touched on several homes, and this was one of those that as we speak, is burning to the ground. Now, many of the residents were up here as late as 11 o'clock last night when they got a knock on the door by law enforcement, and there you see many of them forced to sit back and watch from a distance down by the 210 freeway. And again, the firefighters had to escort most of them out along with the police department. There you see those flying embers I talked about, and those things were what torched many of the homes. Firefighters kept up against those homes trying to keep the fire from spreading. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do that in every case, and several homes, some 30 to 50 in this area, are now gone. Firefighters are still, as we speak, working this area, and as they do so, many residents are down at the bottom of the hill, have been all night, just wondering whether their homes survived.
I went to bed around 9 o'clock. I look, everything calm and no problem. It's still far away. We only see some smoke, but then 11 o'clock, I got the knock the door by, officer and tell me get out and move immediately. I went to my sister's house and left my kids there and came back over here and, try to see what happened and see if my house save my house, but I don't think so. It's probably 99% gone.
And again, just a tragic sight for many of the residents. Many of them went to shelters last night. Some of them just stayed out on the street and watched as things progressed. And as we said earlier, this is one of those homes that unfortunately firefighters were not able to save. One of the hardest things they've had to do is watch some of these structures go up and simply protect the homes around them. So that is the case here in Claremont. And again, this has affected Lytle Creek, Claremont, Upland, San Antonio Heights, several areas in the foothills of the northwest San Bernardino County area into the eastern portion of LA County. And while the winds have died, this fire is still cooking, so we'll have to wait and see what happens. Reporting live here from Claremont, Brian Jenkins, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Brian, would you ask the photographer there to give us a wider shot on that home that is burning there? And while he's doing that, can you tell us, are there other homes right next door that are in harm's way?
As a matter of fact, there are, Rick. There are I counted about 5 on this street that have already been decimated. There are homes on either side of these where firefighters are manning hoses, wetting down things to keep this fire from spreading. There is a lot of foliage, a lot of trees, and I don't know if you can see that in a wide shot. Kevin, if you can pan just a little to your left, take a look behind the house, and this is what it keeps firefighters concerned here, is that any of these embers with a little breeze could spread into those trees. Then you've got homes above, on that ridge above, just behind here. Those could be at risk if the wind picks up. So that's the battle that firefighters face here. And of course, this thing continues. We'll just have to wait and see if the wind picks up as the day progresses.
Brian, earlier you talked to a Santa Cruz firefighter who mentioned that he thought that almost all of the homes, or at least most of the homes that have burned so far, had shake shingle roofs. The one behind you does. The one next door, it appears that it has an asphalt shingle roof. Is that the case? And there's certainly a lesson to be learned here.
Actually, it looks like it too is a wood shake roof. I know that the firefighters had sprayed that down considerably over the last hour or so. But you're right. The firefighters did tell me earlier that most of the homes that went up had wood shake roofs. Most of those that survived had the shale and cement stucco construction. So that is certainly a lesson to be learned for a lot of the homeowners up in this area. And we might add that most of those homes with wood shake roofs are older construction, have been here for a while. Firefighters have been pushing this issue about changing roofing for several years in the wake of fires we've had before. So a lot of the homeowners had newer roofs, but again, some of these older homes have not done so, and this is the result.
Well, Brian, it's an incredulous sight just to see that house burning, firefighters not doing anything to take care of it. You said they're protecting the other homes. So what are they doing to protect the other homes around this?
Well, what they've done is take their hoses and really wet down the homes on either side of this home you see burning. And you can't really get a sense of it here. But they are down on the street, and they are behind some of the homes in the yards, wetting down, just keeping some of these embers from spreading. And as you see this home here begin to crumble, those embers become an issue. You see how the smoke flies up off of here, and the embers just kind of blow out into the wind. Well, that's what they're looking for. That's what they try to wet down as these things land on the houses on both sides. So that's how they keep it from spreading, and hopefully they'll be able to keep this one intact and keep this one from spreading.
And Brian, the wind conditions there, they don't appear to be too strong right at the moment. That seems to be good news.
That's been a real blessing for most of the homeowners in this area and for the firefighters. And we talked about this overnight. This wind was whipping through here at 35, 40 miles per hour. And in truth, it was difficult just to stand in one position. Well, now it's at a virtual standstill, and that's a huge relief for the firefighters and indeed most of the homeowners around here.
All right, thanks a lot, Brian. Reporting live from Claremont. He's going to stay on top of that situation. We're going to switch now to Simi Valley. We've just had reports that the air quality situation there is deteriorating. Fire officials are asking residents in the Simi Valley area to leave their homes. A wildfire there is tearing through thousands of acres. Eyewitness News reporter Sid Garcia joins us live from Simi Valley. And as we can see, you're protecting yourself.
It's really difficult to see and breathe out here right now. Things are just getting worse now in the past 10 to 15 minutes as the wind started to pick up and the smoke is blowing towards us from east to west, as well as ash as well. Let me get out of the shot here, and it's just smoky. Behind all that smoke, or through that smoke, you go up about a mile up Tapo Canyon Road where we are, and it's the hills. And that is where structure protection was being done by firefighters from a number of different agencies helping out Ventura County and Ventura City. They've gone over to the east of here in the Indian Hills community, which is about a few stoplights away, and that's where one hot spot is. But the fire goes all the way from Indian Hills clear over to Moore Park. Let's go ahead and show you some pictures that we shot earlier this morning. These are pictures just about a mile from where we are. The flames were getting dangerously close to a number of homes there. There was a couple of drops as well in there, and there was a report of at least 5 mobile homes that were burned, and one house earlier this morning that suffered tremendous damage because the fire just came roaring down the hill.
Came over the top of the hill, and then it just, wind caught it, and it was here within minutes. Just came swept right down the canyon here. So
right now we're gonna make sure this fire is extinguished in this home, and we're gonna regroup. We're gonna move on down in front of the fire and continue to provide structural protection.
It's starting to get windier and smoky around here right now. It's just difficult to see and breathe right now. If folks are being asked to evacuate. More than 40,000 acres at last check have been scorched in this fire. There are 2 separate developers as well as the Simi incident. And right now, firefighters are just in structure protection mode right now to keep the fires from coming down the hill and going after the homes that are below it right now. Again, the winds are really whipping up right now. It's ashy, it's smoky, it's really difficult to breathe and see around here right now. But you're seeing a lot of traffic from folks who live up there coming down, and you're hearing a lot of sirens as the wind starts picking up a little more, going towards the east of us, towards Indian Hills, and set up structure protection right there. Basically, fire engines just circling the wagons and making sure that the fire doesn't jump them onto the structures below. Again, it's from Indian Wells to the east all the way to Moore Park to the west right now. At several miles is just a fire line that firefighters are trying to battle and protect all the structures along these foothills. It's going to be a tough fight now that it's getting windy, it's getting warmer, and the humidity is low. We'll keep you posted. Reporting live in Simi Valley, I'm Sid Garcia, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Denise and Rick, back to you.
Sid, it certainly can tell by those pictures. Well, we'll go back to Sid in just a moment. But, Pablo, we could certainly tell by the pictures I was about to mention, the tree in the background there blowing. And yet, Brian Jenkins, in a previous live shot, very little wind.
What's very interesting about those 2 pictures is where Sid is in Simi Valley, there are wind advisories, and where Brian is out in more towards the Inland Empire, there are high wind warnings. So it shows you just how unpredictable things are and how quickly the winds are changing. And we can take you to live pictures of both areas right now. From our Antelope Valley camera here on the backside, you can see the smoke coming up from the fires there, and high wind warnings are in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. Winds are ranging, coming out of the northeast right now, between 20 and 40 miles per hour with gusts up to 60 miles an hour. Now we take you to the Burbank camera, and winds there, this is a wind advisory, so the level's not quite as strong, 25 to 35 miles per hour with gusts up near 40 miles per hour. Winds in Ventura County expected to die down later on this afternoon. Out towards the Inland Empire, though, those winds will stay with us most of the day in through midday tomorrow. The problem everybody is having right now are the very low humidity levels on top of the wind as well. And we can check the winds for you here. We not only can look at rain on our Doppler, but we can look at winds here. And as you look out towards Ontario Riverside, you see the green. And down towards Anaheim, Long Beach, you see the red. So you can see the winds coming down through the canyon passes. And this is what happens in a Santa Ana condition as we get a very strong ridge of high pressure off to the east in Nevada, and we get those winds whipping around. We don't get anything in the way of sea breeze or moisture. So therefore, we get those very low humidity levels. Again, you can see the areas in green there, some high wind warnings in effect for the Inland Empire till about 9 o'clock tonight, and wind advisories pretty much for everyone else at this hour.
All right, I just wanted to update our public here just a little bit on the fact that Governor Davis has ordered the State Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, the Office of Emergency Services, as well as the National Guard to provide all available equipment and personnel to fight these fires. So We aren't getting the air support because of the winds that you've just talked about, but we are getting some more ground support.
Well, that's a little bit of hopeful news, and we got a lot of fires burning. The big fire right now, the big picture is 50,000 acres have been burning in the Grand Prix fire, which is combined with the old fire that's burning in the San Bernardino foothills, and that's where our Wendy Birch is, and she's going to talk about the devastation, the human picture here, the people who are feeling the worst devastation. Wendy?
Yeah, Denise, 200 homes so far have been destroyed out here in the San Bernardino foothills. And one thing that we see is the randomness of these wildfires. It's just hard to... Bees are flying. Thank you, sir. He's saving me out here. We've got a lot of elements that we're dealing with. The bees are just one of the minor irritants. But let's get back to the fact that this is a devastated area. The wildfires are incredibly random. Right here, right now, we spoke earlier, we met these folks earlier. This is Della Bowler and Arnie Johnson. You guys have lived here about 5 years. You came back this morning to this, your feelings, and I know it's hard to ask you this simple question, but how does it feel when you look behind you and see this?
Very, very empty, but we're alive, we're alive.
Della, there's a lot of emotion that goes into this home. You said you just finished remodeling it not too long ago.
Yes, and here we thought we had gone to the top of, well, this is how we want it, and it all went up in smoke.
Now, this is a very close-knit neighborhood. Here, Arnie and Della have this, but right across the street, this is Wendy and Paul. Wendy and Paul Hodges, your house is just right over the shoulder here. Your house is fine, but you say you're filled with mixed emotions today.
We are, because we feel so lucky that our house is okay and grateful. We thank God, but then again, we look at our neighborhood and we feel guilty that all these people that we love so much, I mean, we don't know what we're going to do. We don't want to live here without them. We don't know what to do.
Yeah, Paul, you spoke of that earlier. You can't imagine the neighborhood without folks like Arnie and Della.
No, not at all. I mean, it's totally going to change the neighborhood, and I'm just hoping that everyone decides to rebuild. We don't want you guys going anywhere.
Now, I know it was a restless night for you guys. You had no idea until you came this morning that your house had been saved.
I've been up all night trying to watch for the news, and I actually saw them interviewing a gal who lives right behind us, and her house is down to the ground. And he pointed out to me that there's our house, it's standing, and so we threw clothes on and here we are. We just got up here as quick as we could.
You know, the words that you guys shared as we bring in Arnie and Della, the words that you guys told these guys today, what feelings did you share with these folks right across the way that lost their home?
There's so much going on, I can't explain it. We don't want you guys going anywhere.
Well, we'll be back, we'll be back.
We have a lot of... We'll build again.
We'll build.
So these folks aren't going anywhere, and great support from all the neighbors here in the area. Again, just two families here that really illustrate the sort of loss that's going on here in the foothills of San Bernardino and the randomness of this fire. And unfortunately, as I step out, so we can show a little bit more, thanks folks, we appreciate your time. As I step out and show you that there is such a randomness of this, and it's not over yet. As we have told you throughout the day, these two fires are now merging. You've got some 50,000 acres burning as the old fire and the Grand Prix fire are now one large fire. The Santa Ana winds continue to blow down. That means if that fire crosses that ridge again and those embers start coming off, any of the houses that we are now talking about of being saved could easily go up in flames. Again, 200 homes in the San Bernardino foothills have been destroyed. Those numbers could in fact go up. They are trying to assess just how many went down last night. We're going to be live on this scene all day. In fact, we're going to head up to the line within the hour and find out what we can bring you back. We know those hotshot crews are working diligently because the air crews cannot be up right now because of the sudden gust of winds. So that's the story here. We send it back to you. We're reporting live in San Bernardino. Wendy Birch, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
And Wendy, just an observation from you talking to those folks out there, that neighborhoods are not just built about homes, they're about people and communities and the bonding that they have together. You said
absolutely. I think as a reporter, go ahead, Denise. I was just going to say, I think as a reporter, we get so busy talking about the facts and the figures and the acreage numbers and the number of homes, we forget that those homes belong to people like Arnie and Della and Wendy and Paul, and they've put, their life savings and their hearts into these homes. And so, it really is quite emotional to be out here with these folks and find out how much they've actually lost.
Yeah, we're going to really hope that they can rebuild there. And another note about earlier, the bees that were bothering you. We were talking, Rick and I, here in the studio, that when fires burn, hornets, those yellow jackets, are really attracted to the smoke.
Oh, absolutely, and apparently they're attracted to news reporters. Wait, we're going to pan right over here. As you can see, this is a very active neighborhood. We've got fire trucks, and that's pretty much been the scene all day as they're trying to go. That could very well represent that we've got another hot spot coming up where perhaps embers are flying over. It is so thick and so smoky out here. I think you can hear it in my voice because I've been speaking to you all morning. It's really getting quite tough to breathe out here. We're doing the best that we can. But yeah, back to this, these yellow jackets. They are now everywhere, kind of just infesting this area. A lot of people have come back to the neighborhood. In fact, Martin, can we show the folks down the street here? You see a lot of cars pulling back in as people are trying to assess whether or not they've got a house standing. So you've also got a lot of people back here. The police, I think, have their hands full. We haven't seen them patrol this area in the next hour, but we see active traffic. In fact, Martin, if I can ask you now to pan back over to this other side where we can see actually a very congested intersection as people are obviously coming back to see what they've got, and it's safe to say that a lot of these people are just checking out the sites, which is absolutely what we don't want to encourage. You should not be in this neighborhood if, in fact, you have no business being here. In fact, that's the word by the public officials. They're trying to keep folks out. You guys, we're going to send it back to you, and I'm going to make a couple phone calls and see what the sirens are about and see if, in fact, we've got another couple of hot spots out here. So we'll send it back to you again. Wendy Burst reporting live here in San Bernardino.
All right, Wendy, and try to breathe some cleaner air if you can. Get some water. Don't dehydrate yourself out there. It's real easy for that to happen, especially with the heat and the low humidity. We saw a lot of people that are coming back into that neighborhood. They're probably coming from evacuation centers, and in some cases they have been mandatory. Some areas that people go to these evacuation centers, some voluntary, and we're going to list some of them right now in Rancho Cucamonga. One of them is Rancho High School. That is at 11801 Lark Drive. Also, Jesse Turner Communications Center, 6396 Citrus Avenue. And we've got in San Bernardino Airport, the former Norton Air Force Base, National Orange Show. That's on the corner of E is in Edward, and Mill Street. Some of the other evacuation centers in Claremont, LA County, Alexander Hugh Community Center, that's at 1700 Danbury Road. Taylor Hall at the Webb School, Webb Canyon Road. Salvation Army is one of the evacuation centers, 490 East LaVerne Avenue in Pomona. As I list these are for people whose homes are being devastated and they're asked to be evacuated, and they should go to these areas. If you have friends or relatives, you may want to check in at these centers as well to locate those friends and relatives.
And another place where a lot of evacuations are happening are over in the Simi Valley Moore Park area. That's where we're going to find our John Boy. He's a public information officer with Ventura County Fire. And last we spoke to you, John, you told us that the two fires have separated and now we have two different fires.
That's correct. We have separated the Simi fire from the Verdale fire that started in Val Verde.
Is that a good thing, separating those fires?
Well, from a management standpoint, sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't. What we've done is we've called in a California interagency management team, and they are taking over control of this fire. And the other fire is kind of in a wind-down stage, I believe, the rest of what was left of it in Piru. And so we're ramping up this fire to carry on the fight.
We were talking to a reporter who's out on the scene, Sid Garcia. He was wearing goggles. He said it's becoming very difficult to breathe. What is the situation on the air quality?
Well, the air quality is pretty bad. I'm over here in Simi Valley, and we're actually somewhat upwind of the main body of the fire, and we have smoke and ash falling on us. So I would recommend that any residents that have respiratory problems, they stay inside and stay out of it as much as they can.
We have some pictures of some helicopters dropping water in your area as well. One of the fixed-wing aircraft with Foscheck. Have you got air support now working the Simi Valley area?
Well, our air support is going to be kind of iffy today because of the smoke levels and the visibilities and the winds. We're not sure whether we're going to get the helicopters in the air. We haven't got them in the air yet. Fixed wing is a limited resource, and I believe that probably all of that's going to go to Rancho Cucamonga.
All right.
Let's get some updated numbers now on the acreage there. The last we heard, it was 47 acres that were burned, 5 mobile homes destroyed, a report of 1 house. In fact, we talked to a homeowner, the Zoyner family. Their home was destroyed, and we understand there are 2,000 homes threatened. Have these numbers changed?
No, not really. Some of them are a little bit different. What we have is at least 2,000 homes threatened right at the moment, and we have engine crews and structure protection personnel in place to take care of those. We've had 6 residences destroyed by this fire and 8 more damaged. So a total of 14 residences have been either damaged or destroyed by this fire, and that's the latest numbers that we've got as of 6 o'clock this morning.
John, I would imagine the firefighting efforts are have a great deal to do with those numbers being so low, but also Simi Valley, more roofs there are tile roofs than I think some of the other areas where we're seeing fires. What's your assessment?
Well, that is correct. One of the things that Ventura County has done over the years is basically made fire retardant roofs mandatory on all new construction. And so with that and our vegetation or weed abatement programs, it allows these homes to be defensible. And it still takes the efforts of the firefighters, though, to get in there and improve the weed abatement and work on protecting the homes. But it does make it more defensible.
John, you said you don't have your air support up and running. What seems to be the problem this morning?
Mostly visibility. The smoke is also blowing towards Camarillo, which is where our helicopters are, and I think it's mostly visibility at this point.
I can hear you clearing your throat there often, John. I imagine it's because of the smoke that you're inhaling. Any suggestions to the people who are there in that area, the public, as to what they might be able to do to kind of protect themselves against this poor air quality?
Yeah, I would say the best thing for them to do is to stay indoors as much as possible and stay out of the smoke. If they have respiratory problems, they might even consider leaving the valley for the day or whatever they can do to get out of it. But for the most part, I think staying indoors would be the best thing.
And John, before we let you go here, can you give us an update on freeway closures and areas that are being evacuated?
Okay, the latest thing on freeway closures is the 118 has been closed at 1st Street. And, of course, the 118 hooks around and becomes Highway 23 when it goes into 1,000 Oaks. And the 23 is closed at Tierra Hada. So that portion of the freeway is closed. The 23 also that goes over Grimes Canyon Road to Fillmore, from Moore Park to Fillmore, that is closed. And I'm not sure about where the evacuations are taking place. There are no mandatory evacuations in place. They're all voluntary. So, and it's pretty much if they can see the fire coming towards their home, they're asked to leave, to be prepared to leave. If they're in the fire's path, we're asking people to be prepared to leave at any moment, but no mandatory evacuations are in place.
And the power, is it out in some areas as well?
There has been reported power outages. I can't tell you exactly what they are, but there have been some.
At least from the picture we're seeing here, we're seeing traffic lights working and traffic moving smoothly. Those might be people who are voluntarily evacuating. All right, John, thank you so much for that update. We'll be checking with you a little bit later.
It's John Foy, of course, with Ventura Fire.
We're going to head now to Air 7 and our Desiree Horton. She's above the skies of LaVerne, the hot spot in all this, okay, where we don't have Desiree at this moment.
All right, we can update you a little bit on some of what is going on here. Governor Davis has declared a state of emergency for both Ventura and San Bernardino counties. As well, he's asked the National Guard to come in and help fight some of these fires from the ground. And air support has been sporadic because of the smoke visibility as well as the winds that have taken place. And we can see that smoke visibility right there.
It's certainly a problem. And here we are looking at the smoky skies above LaVerne. You can't even see the flames through there. Our Desiree Horton is live above the skies there. Desiree, what's the latest?
Well, Denise, fortunately, the only good news here right now is that the winds have not picked up significantly, which, on the other hand, though, is making visibility very hard to see. The smoke is really thick out here. We can't even really give you a good picture. The good news about that, though, is that the flames are less. There is really not a lot of fire out here. The county fire helicopters have been out here with the Canadian Super Scoopers, and those helicopters really made quite an impact this morning. They got in there, and their main concern was the line of fire that was heading west towards Webb Canyon, just east of Live Oak Reservoir, where they were pulling water from. Those flames earlier, several hours ago, were much bigger and greater. Homes were being threatened, but they seem to have gotten that under control, and we are not able to see too much fire now, just mostly smoke in the area, and the winds are remaining fairly calm, so that is not blowing the smoke out of here. But the good news is that fire seems to be under control, and we're hoping that that doesn't spread any further west. We have not seen it move any further west. There is some fire up the canyon that we cannot get to. We're trying to stay out of the way of the helicopters and the Super Scoopers, so we will not be able to show you pictures up there, but there's a little bit of flames further up the mountain. They are concerned. There are homes up there, so they are getting a handle on that, and they are talking about water drops up there as well. So we'll keep you posted on that. Reporting live from Air 7, I'm Desiree Horton, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Desiree, despite the thick smoke that we have in your live picture, that certainly is good news not to see any flames in that picture as well. But flames are occurring right now as we speak in Claremont. That is where we go back to Brian Jenkins. He is live in front of a home that earlier we saw the roof was burning, and now, Brian, it looks like much more. It's just about gone to the ground.
Well, you said it, Rick. This was a two-story house about a half an hour ago, and now this is what's left of it. This was one of those homes that we found, one of some 30 to 50 homes that are believed at this point to have been totally destroyed. And there's a lesson in this for homeowners, because this, again, according to firefighters, was one of those homes that had a wood shake roof. Now, we're going to show you the difference here. I'm going to take my cameraman around and show you some of the homes next door. Now, this has a different kind of construction. It's cement and stucco. It's very well protected as far as the roof goes, but we're going to take a look across the street here where you see the for sale sign, and that house, again, a wood shake roof, and you can see what's left of it. This is what has happened to several homes up in this area, and again, just a tragedy for a lot of the homeowners who have not been able to get back up into the area, many of them just guessing as to whether or not their homes are among those that survived. We have some videotape we took last night as those folks were evacuated around 11 p.m. Law enforcement officers went door to door knocking, waking people up, telling them to get out. They did, and just moments later, that fire ripped through here. About 35-mile-per-hour winds, very tough for firefighters to keep the flames away. It just inundated the firefighters and their equipment. Several of the homes, again, that had wood shake roofs, and some 30 to 50 destroyed at this point. We've not been able to get an accurate number on all of them because firefighters have been stretched to the limit. Many of them coming from out of town, other locations, some as far away as Idaho, to help in this blaze. So again, a lot that we don't know, but this is some of what we can show you that residents will return to when they're allowed back in. Reporting live in Claremont, Brian Jenkins, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
And a pretty sad observation, that house that you were pointing to across the street, it was for sale, and now there isn't very much to sell there, just a lot.
No question about it. Just a sad state of affairs for homeowners up here.
Back in 1993, Brian, you were here as well when Laguna Beach had its fires, and many of those homes burned because of those shingle roofs when they were rebuilt. Most of them were built with fire retardant roofs, but it took many, many years before they got around to it.
Well, you would think, Rick, with the price of some of these homes up here, folks would just take heed from what firefighters have been saying over the years to put better roofs on. Take those wood shingles off and replace them with tiles, with shale. But some of them haven't done that now. In fairness to them, some of these homes have been here quite a while, older construction. That, of course, putting a new roof is a significant financial endeavor. But again, these are homes that are probably in excess of $600,000 or $700,000 up in this area. So a big, big loss for some of these homeowners.
All right, well, chances are when they rebuild, things will be different as they go into the construction of those homes. Brian Jenkins, thank you very much for that live report from Claremont. What a sight to see all those homes burning right there where he is standing.
The report that we had is that there are 50 homes damaged, and for more of an update of what's going on right now, we're going to talk to Mike Maxfield with the city of Claremont. And Mike, we saw a lot of devastation. We saw some homes, just firefighters watching them burn down. What is the situation there right now?
At this point, as you saw on the report, there are still active firefighting efforts taking place in a number of neighborhoods, the Claremont neighborhood and some other sections in the northern part of town. I can confirm we've had about 50 homes damaged at this point, as well as a section of the historic Padua Hills Theater, which is in the Via Padova neighborhood in the northern part of the city.
Mike, we heard from John Foy with Ventura Fire, and he was telling us that in that area, all new construction requires fire retardant roofs. What's the status there in Claremont?
Yes, new construction is required to have a number of fire-safe building codes in place. The tile roofs, there are some clearance requirements that the LA County Fire Department enforces very strictly. But as your reporter was saying, a number of these homes in this area are older, so not every home in the northern part of town has the tile roofs.
Not many of us have had our home burned down, but you know, thank goodness. And these people are really dealing with a lot of devastation. What is going to happen with their homes in terms of, can they go in there, can they start claiming insurance, or do they have to wait for this entire fire to be finished?
I think at this point it's too early to say what that exact process will be, but certainly I'm sure the city and some of the county agencies will establish contact information for folks that need to file claims for assistance as we declare local emergencies, and hopefully we get the governor declare a state emergency. That creates opportunities for a number of assistance programs. So as we get through this immediate concern, I'm sure a lot of that information will become available for homeowners.
Mike, as you probably know, in anytime there is tragedy, suddenly scam artists, con artists come out of the woodwork, and they pose themselves as insurance adjusters, and there are also unscrupulous construction crews that will probably be coming out there. What advice are you giving to homeowners?
I would say at this point that if you're not sure, if you haven't contacted someone specifically and you're being solicited and you have any concerns, I would have people call City Hall or a county agency that they're familiar with and get some accurate information as to whom they should contact.
You're one of the hardest hit areas. Firefighting crews, I know, are coming from all areas. Governor Davis has included the National Guard in this firefighting effort. Have you seen any of that activity?
I'm not aware of that at this point.
Okay. What kind of agencies or what areas are these agencies coming from that are helping you out?
All over the state. As you had noted earlier, one of your reporters was talking to a fire captain from Santa Cruz, so they are literally folks from up and down the state at this point.
Last report we heard there were 4,000 firefighters who were on the ground out there, and the fire is 23% contained. Has that number gotten any better?
I'm not aware of that. I don't have the latest figures on that.
What about the evacuation? Can you give us the areas that are being evacuated?
At this point, the neighborhoods in Claremont that are being evacuated and remain under evacuation orders are the Palmer Canyon area, the Via Padova area, Claremont and High Point neighborhoods, and the Webb School.
Now, if more areas were to be evacuated, what exactly are the orders? Do you give them time to pack, or do you tell them just to grab their loved ones and go?
Well, I know last night we were fortunate and able to notify a number of neighborhoods ahead of time to be prepared to move out, and we are encouraging people that are to the west of this in the San Dimas areas that they should probably be taking similar precautions. But it could literally come at a moment's notice the way this fire has been burning overnight. Sometimes there's not a whole lot of time.
Mike, a lot of people are not familiar with the city of Claremont, and I just wonder if maybe you can kind of give us a feel for what the community is like and what that terrain and the home construction is like in that area.
The area where the fire is burning is very much up against the foothills. It's very similar to what we've seen in Rancho Cucamonga and San Dimas. As you move north into the city, there is a very large interface between the homes and the hillsides. You may recall last year's Williams fire burned in a lot of these same areas, so these homes are in very close proximity to some wildland areas.
And the people that live there, give us a little feel for what that community is like.
People that live in Claremont, typically they are here and they're very community-oriented. They have lived here a number of years. It's a very strong-knit, very tight community. We've had reports of neighbors helping neighbors and folks calling in to try to verify what the condition of their neighbors' homes is. So it's a very tight-knit community.
Definitely a sense of community there. Can you update us on the freeway situation? Have the fires affected any closures on the 66, the 10, or the 210?
At this point, I don't have any information on any closures. But as far as I know, the 10 remains open. The 210, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Right. That is Mike Maxfield. He is the public information officer with the city of Claremont. Mike, it's been good to talk to you and to get a feel for your community, and I know that the hearts of Southern California go out to those homeowners who are losing their homes. You said 50 homes so far.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
All right, Mike, we'll check back with you as things progress. Thank you very much. It's Mike Maxfield with the city of Claremont. And this firestorm has just been tough everywhere. Given this potential for even more wildfires, LA County is preparing for the worst. All firefighters are now on call. Officials may need help from the public, too. Today in Sherman Oaks, hundreds of volunteers were trained to be citizen emergency response teams, or CERTs. With fire crews on hand now, these volunteers are learning how to respond to all kinds of emergency situations.
Can be very valuable. And again, in their own neighborhoods, on their own blocks, being that person who, when everybody else is panicking, who is calm, who knows what to do, who can tell people we can get through this together if we work together.
And that, of course, as Mayor Hahn, he was speaking yesterday, we were seeing some of the training that's going on. If firefighters are spread too thin battling these brush fires, these search crews will be called in to pick up the slack in some of the other areas.
Well, the smoke from the fires can be seen from all over Southern California. Now you're looking at a live picture from our Blue Ridge camera showing the fire burning in Crestline. That, of course, is the area where the fire has jumped over the I-15 and is close to...
You know what? I'm sorry to break in here, Denise, but I believe that's Antelope Valley, so that is not over at Crestline area. That it would be more like Simi Valley, that sort of area.
So we're looking at the Valverde and the Simi incident. Actually, you know, we just have a correction. We are pointing our camera toward the Crestline fire.
From Antelope Valley, all right.
From Antelope Valley. This is the Simi Valley area. We're looking at this from our Burbank camera. And this is the place where we had one fire that has split up into two fires, the Valverde fire, which is north of Santa Clarita, and the Simi incident, which is burning closer to Moore Park and Simi Valley. Again, it's above the city. We have reports of 5 mobile homes destroyed in that area, 47,000 acres burned. The freeway has been shut down. Parts of 118 from 1st to LA Avenue and parts of Highway 126 and Highway 123 have been closed in this fire.
All right, now we're going to give you a look at the latest situation with the Southern California firestorm. Governor Davis has declared a state of emergency in San Bernardino and Ventura counties, where powerful Santa Ana winds continue to fuel, well, what are 3 and maybe possibly 4 fires. At least 2 people have died, mostly from, they have died from stress relation to the fires. And more than 200 homes have been destroyed. Almost 47,000 acres have burned in LA and San Bernardino counties, and 60,000 acres are burning in Ventura County. So far, there is no estimate on when crews will gain control of these fires.
We are certainly right in the thick of it. No estimation of when they're going to get any control of all these fires. And Pablo, the winds are not helping.
Well, that's very true. There is a red flag warning in effect till Monday afternoon, and that red flag warning remains in effect for all of the Inland Empire, Orange County, and much of Los Angeles and Ventura County. High wind warnings in effect for San Bernardino and Riverside County. And I believe we have some live pictures outside we can go to and give you an idea of just where the smoke is traveling. It's kind of making its own mind up and taking in directions just about anywhere it wants to go. Again, high wind warnings in effect until 9 o'clock tonight for Riverside and San Bernardino counties. Everybody else are under a wind advisory, including Los Angeles, Ventura County. You're looking at Simi Valley right now. Very, very low humidity levels. We expect to see those humidity levels sticking around for another 24 to 48 hours. Right now, some humidity levels down below 10%. We expect to see the winds start to die down just a little bit about 1 o'clock this afternoon out in Simi Valley. But again, they are under a wind advisory there out in the Inland Empire, where we are looking at high wind warnings. Those winds will stick around most of this evening through tomorrow morning into Monday afternoon. So when you combine the very low humidity levels and the very strong Santa Ana winds, you get these red flag warnings. And incidentally, Southern California not the only area under red flag warnings. Much of Northern California, Sacramento through Lake Tahoe, has looked at some record heat over the past 48 hours, and they are seeing some very dry conditions as well. A lot of people asking, you know, we had above normal rainfall this year. What's going on? Well, the years before we had some very dry, you know, below average rainfall. So you get that new growth mixed in with the old growth. And one of the other problems, of course, is the bark beetle up in the local mountains. And that has made all the timber up there very dry. If we can go back to the live Doppler 7000 for a minute, we just want to try to show you a little bit about what's going on out there. Now, we are not only able to measure precipitation live, but we can take a live look at the winds as well. And what you're looking at there is the area in green up to the north through Ontario and places like that. And as it heads down into Orange County, you see it in the red. So you can see very clearly that the winds are coming out from the north, northeast, moving down to the south, southwest. In fact, in the last hour, Ontario reporting winds, sustained winds at 31 miles per hour with gusts up to 45 miles per hour. So very strong winds, lots of humidity out there. Relief starts to come late tomorrow afternoon into Tuesday as we get a little bit of a sea breeze moving in and the humidity levels start to get up there a little bit.
Hopefully blow a lot of the smoke out of here. It's
that would
awful.
be nice,
and
too.
the ash.
Certainly, yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, Pablo. Speaking of all that smoke and ash, we're going to go now live to Desiree Horton. She's live above the skies in Claremont. Desiree.
Well, Denise, you're looking at yet another home that just recently ignited here due to the embers that are flying around. Although the winds remain fairly calm, or not calm, but they are not picking up as much as we had expected. Embers are still flying around, making their way to homes. This is just above the 210 freeway up here in Claremont, north of Sycamore Canyon Park. This is east of Webb Canyon, the area where the line of fire was moving westbound that the county fire helicopters seem to have gotten a handle on. That is now out in that area. The fire is moving further up the mountain, which in some ways is good. It is moving away from homes, but there are still homes that are being threatened in those areas. But once again, we have seen several new structures actually ignite due to this fire. When we first arrived on scene several hours ago this morning, we could count maybe 6 to 8 different homes that were well involved, and since then we've seen about 2 to 3 others ignite due to the embers that are flying around. So we will keep you posted on this and bring you more information. Reporting live from Air 7, I'm Desiree Horton, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Desiree, we have reports, unofficial reports now, of 30 to 50 homes that may be up in flames. From your estimation, we know you can't count homes, but can you show us a lot of the flames and more of what's going on there?
Well, it's really hard to show you a lot of flames right now in this area. This area is dying down. Once in a while, an ember will catch a home on fire, but so far, we haven't seen any new structures ignite recently in the past moments, but we do not have a lot of flames to show you. That is good news. It appears as if the fire is dying down in this area, so we really can't show you too much. The fire is further up the mountain where the smoke is. It is really hard to see that further up.
Desiree, can you give us an exact location of where you are right now?
We are just north of the 210 freeway. This is on the hillside just above Sycamore Canyon Park, which is north of Claremont, up in the hills here.
All right. Now, you mentioned not seeing flames. Have you seen an aircraft that were in that area helping to fight the fire that was there a little bit earlier?
Well, right now we only have a total of 4 aircraft that are fighting the fire. 2 are the LA County Firehawks, which have made quite an impact this morning, and the other 2 are the Canadian Super Scoopers, which are out here aiding in this battle as well. We've heard that U.S. Forest Service will not be flying out here today due to the winds and the low visibility, as well as we spoke to one of the Southern California Edison pilots, and they are unable to come out here and do their power line patrol to check the area due to the winds there remaining grounded. So for now, it is just 2 LA County fire helicopters and the 2 super scoopers aiding in this battle.
Firehawks, those are the helicopters, and quite interesting. Those particular helicopters can carry as much water, if not more, than the super scoopers in their firefight.
And they are very highly maneuverable, so they are really able to get down in that canyon, and they are able to pick up water fairly quick. There's actually, the good thing is there's a reservoir nearby just west of Webb Canyon, which was that furthest west point, the line of fire that was moving. Live Oak Reservoir, the helicopters were able to go in there and just quick turn around, and it was just one water drop after the next. It was a great procession to watch them be able to do that so quickly and be able to refill and get water on that fire. It really made a difference this morning.
All right, thank you. That's Desiree Horton reporting live from Air 7, doing her best to give us a bird's eye look of through the smoke and everything that's going on from the sky. But we're going to go to the ground now to Brian Jenkins, who is live right in one of the neighborhoods in Claremont. Brian?
Well, unfortunately, we've seen what happened to this house. It started out as a 2-story house. Now there's virtually nothing left. Firefighters have had this kind of scene. Some 30 to 50 homes estimated in the Claremont area that have literally been reduced to ashes. Firefighters, however, have been trying to do their most to salvage things inside of the homes. And Kevin, if you could take a little pan here, we'll show you what they were able to get. The folks who are living in this house, it was probably about a 4 or 5 bedroom. This is the extent of the stuff they were able to get out. A few paintings, some chairs and tables. One of the firefighters told me it was so hot, and at one point, one of the walls collapsed, and they said it's time to go. They left. Now, the bigger picture, we're talking about some 35,000 acres in this area. Many of the residents are still at the bottom of the hill. They don't know whether their homes have survived or whether their homes are among those that have been destroyed. Firefighters are keeping them down by the 210 freeway because, again, there is still a lot of floating ember in the air. Although the wind has died, they are getting a break, and we'll have to wait and see if the wind picks up and whether or not firefighters are able to get a full handle on this blaze. Reporting live here in Claremont, Brian Jenkins, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. And the Old Waterman fire has been one of the most destructive and devastating of the fires, much like Claremont. And right now we have Wendy Birch. She is live there, and tell us about what's going on, Wendy.
Well, Rick, I mean, the pictures really speak 1,000 words here. Some 200 homes have been destroyed. I'm standing in front of just one of them. A whole block of houses here have gone down in flames. And really, one of the problems we're having in this neighborhood right now are the sightseers. We've guys basically got a war zone with a whole lot of people that want to come and see for themselves what's going on. And the problem is we now have traffic congestion all throughout this area, which is making it very difficult for these fire trucks to get where they need to go. As you can tell, they can't be moving more than, 3 or 4 miles an hour down this street. And the guys definitely have an important job to do. However, there is an enormous amount of congestion throughout this area. Now, we spoke earlier and we spoke throughout the morning about the randomness of this fire. Where I'm standing right now, I'm in a row of 7 houses that have been completely destroyed. But right across the street, as you can see right now, that house not even touched. Again, some 200 homes have been destroyed. We are told now that as this fire has merged with the other fire, the Grand Prix fire, some 50,000 acres have burned. We're going to stay on this all morning long. We're going to go up on the fire lines within the next hour and bring you updated information. That's it from San Bernardino. Wendy Birch, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Wendy. Devastating news, and it's not over yet. We're going to go from San Bernardino all the way out the Simi Valley. That's where our Sid Garcia is standing by live. Sid?
We are in the middle of what you could best describe as a smoke storm, and it's clear where we are, but to the right of me and to the left of me, it is smoky. To the right of your television screen, the smoke coming up there, the white smoke, and that's a good thing, the white smoke, that's the Indian Hills community. The fire here in Simi Valley, the Simi incident, goes from Indian Hills, 15 miles to the west, over to Moore Park. More than 14 structures have been either destroyed or damaged by the fire. We got pictures of one of the homes earlier today that got significant damage from the fires that started roaring down the hill this morning. It's really difficult to see and to breathe around here as it's really smoky and ashy as well. A number of units helping out Ventura City Fire and Ventura County Fire right now are in structure protection mode. It's a defensive mode that they're doing right now. Basically, you've got trucks with hoses and just keeping the flames away from about 2,000 homes that are threatened right now. It's basically all north of the 118 freeway. The 118 freeway is closed. Part of the 23 freeway between the 118 and the 101 is closed as well. But right now, all the way up and down Alamo Street. You've got fire engines darting up and down with structure protection on their mind, keeping the flames away from the homes that are up on the foothills. Live in Simi Valley, I'm Sid Garcia, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Denise, Rick, let's send it back to you.
All right, Sid, thank you very much for that live report. We're going to go now to a live picture from Air 7 over the Claremont area as our live team coverage of the Southern California wildfires continue.
When you see news happening, call the Eyewitness News tip line toll-free at 877-777-NEWS.
November on Oprah. Big shows. Exclusive. The Friends Say Goodbye. Release your inner sex pot.
I'm shopping at Costco.
Yeah. Big stars.
Julia Roberts.
Russell Crowe.
Hugh Grant.
Shania Twain.
You're going to have your lifelong drink here?
And the biggest of them all.
My favorite thing.
November on Oprah.
This is the Smith home. The Smith home's connected to the Chang home. The Smith home's connected to the Sports Dome. They're also connected to the Maitre d', Furniture Warehouse, and Great Uncle Lee. The Smith home's connected to the museum with high-speed DSL to help their son with show and tell. Their daughter's connected to mom's cell phone, which of course is connected back to the Smith home. And that's the beauty of SBC Connections. Local, long distance, singular wireless, and DSL. SBC, going beyond the call.
There's a state where there's fun around every corner, where all cars are turbocharged, and there's a direct link between the right foot and a smile. Maybe that's why people who test drive a Saab usually buy one. This is the state of independence. Welcome.
Get attractive year-end pricing on a 2003 Saab 9.3 linear sports sedan, now available for as low as $299 a month.
ABC 7 reminds you to fall back 1 hour. Now, live breaking news from ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
I was dodging pieces of wood on fire, and the wash caught on fire because they had wood chips over there, and the heat was so intense, and they told me if I wouldn't get down, they'd come get me down.
People desperate to save their homes, their belongings, their lives. The Southern California firestorm terrorizes neighborhoods all over.
Good morning, everyone. It is Sunday, October 26th. I'm Rick Romero.
And I'm Denise Devore. Thanks for joining us on this smoky Sunday morning.
Well, the Grand Prix fire, which is spreading from San Bernardino County to L.A. County, that's where we find Eyewitness News reporter Brian Jenkins, who joins us live from Claremont with more on this breaking story. Brian? We don't have Brian Jenkins. I'm sorry for that technical difficulty. We will now go to Wendy Birch. She is live in San Bernardino, and she is right next to homes that have burned to the ground. Wendy, talk to us.
Yeah, Rick, you know what? It's not an understatement to tell you guys that this scene actually looks like a war zone. Just take a look. A long row of houses along this street, completely devastated, leveled right to the ground. Nothing to be salvaged at any of these homes, and that's what residents are finding as they come back throughout the morning to see if, in fact, their home has been spared. The randomness of this wildfire is amazing. On this side of the street, total destruction. On the other side of the street, those houses absolutely fine. Now, throughout the day, we have been here on this fire scene talking to residents who were returning home to find out whether or not they had a home, in fact, to return to. So far, some 200 dwellings have been destroyed. We are told some 700 homes are still at risk, and as well as 250 commercial buildings as well. Now, one of the situations that we have right here in San Bernardino where we are is that all of the attention from this wildfire, which very well could go on record as being one of the largest wildfires that this area has ever seen. It is bringing out people in the hundreds that are coming back here. It's safe to say that hundreds of these people are not homeowners. They're merely here looking firsthand at the devastation. If we can come back on camera, we'll not only show you what this devastation is, we'll show you how much traffic is coming through this area. It really is congesting this area and making it very difficult for firefighters to get to where they need to go. We are told there are a number of hot spots still burning throughout here. We, of course, are going to remain on the scene here in San Bernardino, bringing you the very latest throughout the day. Again, 50,000 acres here are on fire now that the Waterman fire has combined with the Grand Prix fire. We're live in San Bernardino. Wendy Birch, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Wendy.
I just wanted to say that she's making a good point about all the traffic that's there. Looky-loos going into the area are not needed. You're not necessary. Don't do it. Just watch it on television. Stay at home. There'll be plenty of time to look at the devastation much later on.
All right, we're going to go now to Carol Beckley with the U.S. Forest Service. She's on the phone. There's a lot of activity, Carol, in the Crestline area. That's where the fire had jumped from the Waterman fire, the old fire, over to join the Grand Prix fire. Can you tell us what's going on in that area?
Well, right now there is activity in the Crestline area. We have had confirmation that 2 homes have burned in that area and several others have been damaged. So the activity is picking up in the Crestline area.
Is it picking up, Carol, because of the wind conditions?
The wind conditions are relatively slow right now, but they are predicted to increase to possibly 50 miles per hour later in the day. That may again hamper our air support to that area.
Carol, tell us more about the Crestline area. It's a mountain resort type of community. Are there a lot of structures in this area?
There are a lot of residents in that area, more residents than commercial buildings. It is basically a small community with lots of people that have both recreation residents as well as permanent homes.
And Carol, Crestline is not too far from Lake Arrowhead, which I think a lot of the LA area knows about. Is a fire approaching Lake Arrowhead at all?
Lake Arrowhead is under mandatory evacuation at this point in time. It appears that it's not a direct threat, but within the next 24 hours, that may be a determination.
How are you fighting this fire there right now, Carol? Are you using air support at all?
No, we are not. Basically, it's engines, water tenders, hand crews, and bulldozers.
What is the strategy, Carol, at this point? We know that the 2 fires have joined right at this area in the Crestline area. Is the strategy to try to separate the fires again?
I haven't heard that. I know that we're just trying to do the best we can with the resources that we have available.
How are your firefighters doing with the smoke inhalation and that sort of thing?
I'm assuming they're doing as best they can. The conditions are very smoky. The air is very heavy, full of ash. We're all trying to do the best we can.
You say there are mandatory evacuations up at Lake Arrowhead, and I understand that part of the I-15 is closed at Devore. How are people getting out?
I don't have that information. I'm sorry. It appears that they're coming back the backside of Lake Arrowhead down 38.
Why don't you update us a little bit about the road closures in that area?
The road closures that we currently show are, let me see, I'm trying, excuse me.
No problem. We know this is a fluid situation and things are changing dramatically, so please take your time. We want to make sure that everybody knows what's going on, especially those people who live in that area who might need some assistance.
Okay. As I'm listening, I'm seeing that Highway 18 is closed to the mountain communities. Highway 330 is closed, as well as Highway 138.
A lot of closures going on.
Yeah, it makes it very difficult to get in.
Lytle Creek Road continues to be closed as well.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much. That's Carol Beckley with the
welcome.
U.S. Forest Service updating us on the situation. A lot of road closures near the Lake Arrowhead area.
That's right. Well, right now, I think we're going to go to Sid Garcia. And Sid Garcia is, he's in the Simi Valley area. And Sid, I know that the wind was whipping up quite a bit right there.
It's calm now, Rick, but you feel the temperature going up as well. Let me bring in Fred Ponce with the Ventura County Fire Department. We're hearing a lot of sirens, but I guess the mode right now is structure protection for the Simi incident out here?
Yes, that's what we're trying to do right now. We're sending all our units up into the east end of Simi Valley. We're having structure protection. We're trying to keep the fire from jumping the county line and going back into LA County. we're afraid that if the winds pick up, it's going to hook around, cross 118, and burn the hillsides on the south side of Simi Valley.
So the folks living south of the 118 should be concerned as well.
I would be concerned. Just be prepared if this does happen. They should all have a plan of action and possibly maybe get their belongings together. But like I said, as long as we work together with the departments throughout the county, we're trying to keep this on the north side of Simi Valley.
This is a pretty extensive fire line from Indian Hills to about 15 miles away to the west in Moore Park. You've got to be just strung out thinly right now.
We're strung out thinly. We're getting resources now coming from Northern California, and they're moving their way down. As soon as they report into our base, we're deploying them out to the field to assist the other firefighters that have been on the fire lines for possibly totally 48 hours.
Let's talk evacuations. Mandatory, or are they still voluntary?
All evacuations right now are voluntary. We had some evacuations in the Moore Park area, but they were all voluntary, and they were along the little communities, ranches, and single homes along the hillsides.
Number of structures destroyed or damaged right now, Fred?
Okay, we had 6 structures that were destroyed, and we had 6 also that were damaged.
And as far as just containment is concerned, is that even a remote possibility right now, or is it just basically protect the structures up and down the ridge?
Basically, we have no containment. We're just concerned and protecting all the structures in the path of the fire.
All right, Fred Ponce with the Ventura County Fire Department, thank you very much. Firefighters are going to try to keep it on the north side of the 118. If it jumps the freeway, then you folks who live on the south side of the freeway, they've got some major problems to contend with right now. The winds are calm right now, but as the Pablo has been telling you all morning long, they're going to be picking up. There was a time here a little while ago where it was just brutal. You couldn't really hear, you couldn't really see or breathe or do much of anything because the smoke was really thick. We'll keep you posted. Reporting live from Simi Valley, I'm Sid Garcia, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Let's send it back to you, Denise and Rick.
All right, thanks a lot, Sid. It's good to see you're able to get those goggles off there. Maybe the situation is improving. We're going to head now over to San Bernardino County, and Desiree Horton, who is above, she was going, well, we understand that the picture is very smoky right now, and we're going to talk about homeowners. As you can see, that is the Crestline area. That is the site of where a lot of the action is taking place. There's a lot of road closures in the area. Many homes are up in flames. And we're going to talk about what's going to happen to all these people who have lost their homes.
Right now, Desiree has come back to us, and she is going to update us a little bit more on the Crestline fire, which has also caused mandatory evacuations in Lake Arrowhead. Desiree, go ahead.
Well, Rick, the picture we're showing you right now, that is at the base of the mountain. The smoke is coming from Crestline. This is, we're following basically the 15 freeway up from the 210 freeway, the closed freeway here. We actually are going to be turning around momentarily. The winds are very strong out here. The Forest Service has grounded their aircraft due to this. It is very smoky in this area. Visibility south of there and to the east, once you get up closer to the mountain, is virtually impossible to fly through. This is about the clearest picture we are able to show you, but basically you could just see all the smoke. It is just filling the entire San Bernardino County area, and the winds are definitely a lot stronger out here than they are in the Claremont or LaVerne area, so that is not good news for this area. The winds have picked up, and it is very turbulent out here. We'll keep you updated. Reporting live from Air 7, I'm Desiree Horton, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
All right, thanks a lot, Desiree. That she's showing us the Crestline area. That is the area where the Grand Prix and the old fire have merged. That is the hot spot where it's burning right now.
Mountain resort community, a lot of homes, a lot of people living up in that area. And we're giving you now a live picture of LaVerne, and you know, there are just so many fires in so many locations. But I have noticed that the winds haven't been as strong in most of the areas, which seem to give them some assistance. So, but we're going to take a short break. It is 9/11. We'll be right back after this.
The new Lincoln LS, the driver's luxury car. Get an LS for $27,495 after incentives or 0% financing for 60 months. See your California Lincoln Mercury dealer today.
Your home, your ideas,
and the freedom to express them. At Lowe's, we make it easy. Lowe's decorative hardware selection has everything from Art Deco to modern to traditional. And Lowe's Hardware Help Desk has experts to help you cut, size, and customize. And at Lowe's, we have low prices every day, guaranteed. That's our promise. Lowe's, improving home improvement.
Buy a Kidda Combo Smoke and Carbon Monoxide Voice Alarm. Get a $5 gift card free.
In California, there are over 10,000 detectable seismic incidents every year. We apologize. Presenting Truck Month at your California Dodge dealer, where we'll rock your world with 0% financing for 48 months, plus $1,500 cash allowance on 2003 trucks, including the Dodge Ram. Or get a groundbreaking $4,500 cash allowance on any 2003 truck. You'll also get our 770 powertrain limited warranty. Truck Month, shaking things up at your California Dodge dealer.
The finest in high-end home decor is most artfully displayed in the upscale boutiques. It's also at the Marshall's Home Event, just a lot more of it, at incredible savings. The Marshall's Home Event, going on right now.
This ABC7 Eyewitness Newscast is brought to you in part by Saab.
There's a state where there's fun around every corner, where all cars are turbocharged, and there's a direct link between the right foot and a smile. Maybe that's why people who test drive a Saab usually buy one. This is the state of independence. Welcome.
Get attractive year-end pricing on a 2003 Saab 9.3 linear sports sedan. Now available for as low as $299 a month.
The best Halloween candy for kids. A Parent's Guide, Monday morning.
As we've been showing you, fire is displacing too many Southern California residents from their home. They're being forced to go to nearby shelters in their neighborhoods. Let's join Eyewitness News reporter Leo Stallworth at just such a facility in LaVerne. Good morning, Leo.
Good morning. We thought we ought to show you this first. This is definitely within earshot of homes. We are in the LaVerne Oaks community of unincorporated LA County, which is near the city of LaVerne. We're on the mass cam now. You can see how intense the flames are burning, and you can see the huge plumes of smoke billowing in the air. We are with Fire Captain Jeff Peterson, and you have been in this area battling this blaze all morning long, trying to keep this fire from getting to these homes. And in this community, there is a voluntary evacuation. Some 1,300 residents in the city of LaVerne asked to evacuate their homes. 400 or 500 of those mandatory, the others voluntary. How serious is what we're looking at? How serious is this?
Well, it's serious anytime you get near a home, but this is part of a firing operation. They're trying to clean up some areas. County Fire, hand crews, and camp crews are in here doing that, along with superintendents.
Now, the actual fire, it's what, about 200 yards away right now or so?
Yes, it is. Uh-huh.
And how much of a threat is it to these homes? Are these folks still in a serious situation here?
It's very serious. The wind's been cooperating this morning, but we've had sudden wind changes all through the night, and that could happen at any time, so we're hoping that doesn't take place.
We know that in neighboring Claremont, about 50 homes burned or so, could be even more. In the city of LaVerne, so far, no homes have been burned, and that fire is getting closer and closer. I can even actually feel the heat from that, sir. No homes so far burned in the city of LaVerne. How likely is that to last? I mean,
well, we're going to do everything we can. We have our personnel. We've been out all night since about 11:30. We've stationed all along this border here with the county, and we're kind of expecting this. We're going to do everything we can to protect it. We're trying to fire out some areas right now to clean and give some protection around the homes.
And what, you got at least a couple of dozen firefighters on hand here in this area battling this fire?
That's correct. Uh-huh.
And you're going to be fighting this thing, I guess, throughout the night until you get it under control?
We're going to be here until this thing is overhauled, mopped up, and finished. It would probably be 3 or 4 days from now.
Boy, how much contained is this fire thus far?
I wouldn't say it's contained at all at this point. We're making some progress on it, but I wouldn't say anything about containment. That would be something to have to come from the Incident Command Post out in Rancho.
Now, voluntary evacuation in this particular area right now, but how soon could that turn into a mandatory evacuation? Because it looks like this fire is still pretty serious, and these folks need to be extremely concerned.
Well, we are going to be concerned for them. We're doing things to make sure that they're going to be out here on time. Right now, it's part of a planned operation. It does look rather close, but it's part of a planned operation at this point.
And I guess a lot of the folks who have evacuated are staying over at the LaVerne High School and a couple of other spots in this area.
That's correct, Leo.
What advice would you give residents who have obviously stuck around? Would you tell them to leave? What would you tell them, some of the residents in this area?
Well, we always advise that. We always advise when we make an evacuation call or notice, we want you to get out. There's nothing more important in your life, and your property can be replaced. We want you to lock your place up and
Thank you so much, sir. Back to you guys in the studio. You can see how intensely this fire is burning here.
Incredible pictures there, Leo. Thank you very much for that live report from LaVerne. And of course, the gentleman who was talking about replacement of some of the structure, some of the personal belongings, that may come as a result of your insurance. That is, if you have homeowners insurance. Right now, we are joined by John Garamendi. He is the insurance commissioner for the state of California. John is live in our newsroom. Can you hear me, John?
Yes, I can.
All right, John, we're going to stay on a live picture here for a moment here, and your picture will join it. The first thing is, what do people do about getting their replacement coverage in effect, and how quickly can they get support from some of the government services?
Well, the very first thing is what the fire captain said just a moment ago, and that's personal safety. Everything can be replaced except your life or your family's life, and even your pet animals. So that's the first and foremost thing. But in areas where it is a fire danger area, people should prepare. They should get ready. They should prepare their documents, collect the most important documents in your house, including your homeowner's insurance and any other very important things that you have to take. If you have the time, take photos of the interior of the house, the exterior, so you can document what might be there. And even if you have more time, you can certainly make up a list of your personal belongings that you cannot take with you. If you have had fire damage or your home is destroyed, 2 calls you should make. First, to your insurance company. Tell them what's going on. They'll be there immediately. And secondly, if there's any further questions, they should phone our hotline, which will be open at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And that's 1-800-927-HELP. So it's a matter of getting prepared. If you've had damage, then you have to take certain steps. For most of these people, they do have homeowners insurance. That will cover their contents to some extent, as well as to the replacement of their home. And also, they will be able to have some amount of money for when they have to live in a hotel or in some other residence, an apartment, while their home is being replaced.
Right, John, that's good advice for the folks who have time to prepare, but what about the folks who had to leave their homes and everything's burned down?
Well, for those people, they're probably at a relative's or a friend's home, or perhaps in one of the shelters. Tomorrow morning and Tuesday, we have a team that will be visiting each one of the shelters, the evacuation centers, providing specific information for them. 2 calls they should make. First, to their insurance company. If they have that telephone number, they may have some memory of what the company was, Allstate, State Farm, whatever. They should phone. Most of these companies will have a hotline up and available Monday morning. The second number they can phone, or if they care to, the first number would be my own hotline. We will be there Monday morning at 8 o'clock, and that's 1-800-927-HELP. And we'll work with them to find their insurance company, to get the coverage that is available under their policy, and to work with them. We've been through this many times before, and unfortunately, so has California.
John, quickly, I just wanted to mention that there are a lot of con artists that come out and talk to people, and they say that they're with insurance companies. Just give me a quick heads up on that.
There may be. First of all, talk directly to your insurance company. There are public adjusters. If somebody says that they are there to help and they're going to help with the claim, get their license. If they don't have a license, if they claim to be an adjuster and they don't have a license, don't talk to them. If they do have a license, you can check it out. You can always phone that hotline, and we can provide more information. If you have any questions about your policy or about coverage or about somebody soliciting to help you out and you're not sure what it's all about, give us a call, 1-800-927-HELP. And again, we will be at the evacuation centers tomorrow, Tuesday, and then on through the week.
All right, thanks a lot, Insurance Commissioner John Garamendi. Thank you for joining us this morning. Right now, we're taking a look at live pictures of the fire burning at Devore. We'll be right back.
We've told you how Chevy moves California. Now, we're going to show you. During the Chevy Model Year-End event, get 0% APR for 72 months on 2003 Chevy Tahoe and Suburban. Check out our great deals on the remaining selection of 2003 Chevy trucks and SUVs, like 0% APR for 72 months on 2003 Tahoe and Suburban.
Chevy moves California.
See your Chevrolet dealers of Southern California.
It's going on now at Wick's Furniture, the ultimate sofa sale, featuring an incredible selection of sofas, on sale through Tuesday only. Save big on sleeper sofas, motion sofas, sectionals, beautiful leather sofas, and fabric sofas. All your favorite styles, reduced to shocking low prices at every Wick's Furniture showroom. So seize the moment. Opportunity is knocking. It's sofa time during the ultimate sofa sale now through Tuesday at Wick's Furniture.
This is the Smith home. The Smith home's connected to the Chang home. The Smith home's connected to the Sports Dome. They're also connected to the Maitre D, Furniture Warehouse, and Great Uncle Lee. The Smith home's connected to the Museum with high-speed DSL to help their son with show and tell. Their daughter's connected to Mom's cell phone, which of course is connected back to the Smith home. And that's the beauty of SBC connections. Local, long distance, singular wireless, and DSL. SBC, going beyond the call.
Buick closeout time. Southern California drives a great deal. Get up to nearly $4,000 total cash back on remaining 2003 Buicks. $3,750 on the Dynamite Powerful Regal. After cash back and option package savings, a special edition Century is available for around $18,000. The old threes are going fast. For best selection, get into your Southern California Buick dealer.
Cool Kids featuring Henry Alfaro, brought to you in part by Greenlight Financial Services. ABC7 reminds you to fall back 1 hour.
Right now, we're giving you a live picture down in San Diego County. Another fire, this one is near the Scripps Ranch homes. We heard earlier reports that Poway, a city near San Diego, there had been evacuations taking place. Now we can see some of the smoke and flames in San Diego County, yet another fire.
And that makes 4 Southern California counties being affected by these wildfires.
And no wind showing up in San Diego County right now, but there is a red flag warning for all of Southern California until 2 p.m. tomorrow for the low humidity and high winds out there. Our live Doppler 7000 checking out the winds as well as the rain. No rain, but we are seeing wind gusts right now in Ontario near 40 miles per hour. Chino Hills 39 miles per hour. And out in Simi Valley right now gusting up to 36 miles per hour. All moving out of the northeast down towards the southwest. Humidity levels down near 15 to 20%. Quick check of your 5-day forecast shows very warm conditions today. Hot, dry, and strong gusty winds starting to die out a little bit later on this afternoon. Another morning with the Santa Anas tomorrow, and it'll be about Tuesday afternoon into Wednesday when we finally get a sea breeze and things start to get a little bit better for the firefighters out there.
All right, thanks a lot, Pablo. We're going to have more on these fires burning here in Southern California and a special report at 3 p.m. today on Eyewitness News.
One other thing, everybody is getting very serious about these fires. The hillside communities of Los Angeles, where there is no fire reported, they are towing vehicles who are illegally parked, so be very careful about where you're going.
All right, we're going to take a quick now at today's top stories. We're going to go around. Here is Claremont. Oh, actually, this is the old fire. We have Wendy Birch, who is live on the scene here. And this is the fire?
Yes, we're...
Go ahead,
yes, Wendy. We're... Okay, great. This is Wendy Birch here at the old fire that's also known as the Waterman Fire because it's been ripping down through Waterman Canyon. Now, the dangerous part about this fire is that it is combined with another fire known as the Grand Prix Fire. Those two fires total together 50,000 acres. So far, 200 homes have been destroyed, including the house that you see behind me here. We're headed up to the fire line within the next hour, bringing you continuing coverage. Wendy Birch live in San Bernardino, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
We're in the LaVerne Oaks community which is actually in unincorporated LA County, which is near the city of LaVerne. And you can see fire is continuing to burn within earshot of homes in this area. About 80 yards from the homes, there is fire burning, and we've got the water-dropping helicopters that are continuing to drop water on the fire. They're continuing to battle this blaze. In this area, there is a voluntary evacuation, so it is still serious here. Back to you.
Okay, and we're here in Claremont, and this is what's left of one home up here. There are several up there. We're going to take a pan over to the ridge, and you can see where firefighters are working as we speak to put...
Across the canyon, under that thick cloud of white smoke, are some of the small streets that are off Crest Forest Drive.
Different buildings, a house, and some outbuildings as well. Okay, back here. What's it been like for you?
Actually not too bad, because the fire department's been great, and they were very reassuring this morning. They said let the hills burn and our houses would be fine, so we're trying to just take their word for it and be prepared if that's wrong.
You know, this might be a really good opportunity. Guys, the firefighters, you all have told me that the firefighters have been incredible out here. Yes, they've been great. Time and time again, that's what I've heard out here. The firefighters have worked very hard in dealing with the flames they've been dealing with. And if you look up in the hills, we'll wrap up at this point here. This is what they're looking at right now in Simi Valley. This is part of the fire dripping into Simi Hills. This is what's threatening homes at this hour. Back to you guys.
Hal, we're actually following you with our Thomas guide here on the set. What street are you on out there? Do you know?
Oh goodness, we're in Indian Hills. This street up here it's Nightfall. It's Nightfall up in Indian Hills.
All right, so you're right. You're very, very close, obviously, right at the edge of that community.
And that's all natural fire. That's not a backfire that we're looking at, huh?
That is not a backfire.
All right.
That is not a backfire.
Right.
That's the real deal.
It also looks like that brush is the vegetation out there is quite low. So do they think that they have no problem actually keeping that away from those homes then, right?
I wouldn't make that assessment at this point. I think what they're thinking is that the backfires that they've been trying to put out there may create a buffer between the homes and the vegetation, but this is what they're doing battle with right now. They've got active flame. That's a wildfire coming down the hill.
Okay. We're looking live now from Skyfox. And one other thing about the Indian Hills area, it is a newer development, and as you saw, those houses have the tile roofs.
Right, fire retardant roofs, and they don't have to worry, which is really the problem that was up by the Grand Prix fire, and in the Waterman area there were a lot of older homes there. These pictures being provided by Kevin Takumi up in Skyfox. And Kevin, why don't you tell us what you've been able to, what you've been looking at over the past hour or two? If we have Kevin.
Having a little
trouble. All right, while we're waiting for Kevin, we'll just take a look at these pictures. Not far at all from where Hal Eisner was, and if you take a look at the smoke, it's not exactly lying down. It's actually coming up fairly, it's coming up fairly vertically, which means that the winds aren't too bad out there right now.
Which is good news, considering Simi, the name Simi comes actually from an Indian word for Valley of the Winds. And typically it is very windy in that Indian Hills area.
I'll tell you, between Hal Eisner and Susan Hirasuna, we're learning everything we need to know about Simi Valley. Two people who live there or have come from there. Now I think we do have Kevin Takumi, is that right? Up in the chopper, Kevin?
Yeah, Jeff. We've been over the eastern edge of the fire, and it's right on the borderline moving towards LA City area. It's staying north of the 118, due north of Yosemite Avenue, and CHP has the 118 shut down in both directions. Nobody's getting, they're not letting anybody into the Simi Valley area coming from Los Angeles. And it came close to a few homes earlier, but they were able to stop it with some water drops. And right now they're just trying to keep it, the winds aren't too bad, so it's kind of lying down a little bit. But it is reaching the peak of the hills above Simi Valley right now.
Kevin, for those of us who've been trying to keep score on the various fires around the Southland, we've called them a number of different things. Valverde was the name of this fire at one point. Can you see from the burned area, what the progress was? Where did it sort of originate and come down to?
Yeah, let me show you. This is the northernmost edge of the Simi Valley fire right now. For the distance here, there's a big plume that you can see farther out the distance. That was, well, that's now a combination of what was the Piru Lake fire earlier this week, and it combined with the Valverde fire The Alberti fire came down through the mountains to the north of Simi Valley here, and
it was sort of west of Santa Clarita. Is it that area?
Yeah, it's west of Santa Clarita and north of the 126, and it looked like the fire path came down through the mountains towards the south and west, and it's actually kind of burned down and moved. The eastern edge where we're at right now is over Simi Valley. We're hearing that the western edge of the fire is alongside the 23 and as far south, moving into the North Thousand Oaks, north of Agoura Hills area.
Okay.
All right. While we're looking at your pictures, Kevin, we want to bring in Michelle. Is it Alcorn or
Alcorn?
Alcorn?
From the Ventura County Fire Department?
Correct.
Hi, Michelle. Thank you very much for joining us. I know that we've been speaking to one public information officer on the ground, our photographer up in the air. Give us as broad an assessment as you have there in your, I guess you're at the command center.
Currently we have 80,000 acres have been burned. The fire has destroyed 6 structures and 8 have been damaged. It's still at 0% containment. Currently the Ronald Reagan Library is being threatened. We have very strong winds. And it's moving west towards Santa Paula. We just had a report that some orchards were burned in Santa Paula.
When you say structures, Michelle, I know that's how the fire department refers to them. Are we talking about houses, homes?
You know, we don't have what exactly, if it was a home or an office. We just know it was 6 structures.
And one of the rumors is that the little house on the prairie set was burned.
Oh, I haven't gotten that information.
Okay, that is, again, unconfirmed.
Right.
What's the tact right now, Michelle? I mean, where do you have fire crews and how are you trying to protect, for example, the Reagan Library and the structures you think are being threatened?
Our main concern right now is we're committed to structure protection. So we're sending all our strike teams to protect the structures themselves.
Michelle, is this one long fire line that we're talking about? Because when you say Santa Paula and the Ronald Reagan Library, it's quite a bit west from the Indian Hills area, the Simi Golf Course area where we saw Hal Eisner.
Right. Our reports are that it has just made its way through that whole area, Simi Valley, Moore Park, Somas, Satakoy, Santa Paula.
So the progress was going west then?
That's our report.
Okay, south and then west.
Yeah.
Okay, that would follow the prevailing winds that are the Santa Ana winds that are coming out.
Right.
Now you would be working at this point, I would imagine, as this is encroaching upon Los Angeles with LA City Fire?
We actually have it, we're working on keeping it contained in our county. Let's see, where is that? Near Rocky Peak.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sure.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to keep it in our county if we,
I'm sure LA County appreciates that. I'm merely wondering how the 2 counties are working together at this point, or whether LA City is coming in, especially.
I don't have any reports on who's actually out there right now.
And look, I don't know, I don't think you can see what we have,
no, I can't.
Michelle, but we're looking at quite a flare-up along one ridge.
Right.
Just a whole bunch of fresh vegetation being burned at this point.
This is the second year in a row, of course, that the Los Angeles County Fire Department had warned that it was going to be a very severe fire season. We lucked out last year.
Right.
But this year, with all the vegetation, the chaparral, etc., it's got a lot of vegetation to burn, certainly.
Michelle, the choppers that we were looking at, are those your sky cranes that are coming in and out?
I haven't seen them.
No,
I can't.
I know you haven't seen them, but I'm wondering if you can tell me.
Do you have any?
We have
choppers
3
up there?
copters out there. Whether they were the ones on the TV, I don't know.
Okay, so you do have 3 helicopters in the air.
Correct.
Are you getting any? Do you have any fixed-wing aircraft fighting this fire?
We have no tankers.
So nothing coming in from the Forest Service?
No.
Yesterday there was some concern that the fire would threaten the Sespe Condor Sanctuary, and we haven't heard anything since then. Do you know whether that area was burned through?
I'm familiar with the area. I haven't had any information regarding that.
All right.
That area, the Sespe Condor Sanctuary, is just north of like Fillmore, and we do know that it encroached on Fillmore, certainly.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. I know it's very
All right,
difficult to
thank
keep
you.
track of. Michelle Alcorn, thank you very much for joining us.
And things are changing by the minute, so it's hard to keep track of all this.
And one of the reasons they're changing so rapidly is because of the winds that we're having. These winds are moving. You know, I said that there's a prevailing Santa Ana, but I think as they move through those canyons, they're very, very difficult to predict, and that's why we have Rick Dickert here. He's been studying the winds as well as the temperatures and everything else.
Let's get an update from Rick on the weather conditions. Rick?
That's right. The winds very erratic in and around those passes. They're generally out of the northeast, but once they explode out of those passes, they do take different directions and at times blow out of the west, southwest, depending upon how the ridges lines go through Southern California. I'm going to give you an overview of where these fires are burning. The Simi Valley, kind of an extension of the Val Verde fire up in Santa Clarita, those offshore winds, the Cajon Pass. There's the LaVerne fire, as well as the fire burning above San Bernardino, what we call the Old Fire. And this Crestline fire is very dangerous as well. A red flag warning is in effect across a good portion of Southern California because of the high winds, the low humidities, and the high temperatures. And those conditions are going to continue through Monday. The winds are starting to subside a little bit, but we still have advisories in effect. These advisories are set to expire, however, in the next few hours. A high wind warning remains in effect until 9 o'clock tonight for the Inland Empire communities. That includes the area where the Grand Prix fire and the Old Fire are burning. Santa Ana Mountains and foothills down in Orange County as well. Northeast winds in these areas 35 to 45 miles per hour sustained, but stronger gusts. A wind advisory is in effect across portions of Southern California. The Orange and Ventura County coastal areas, all mountains and valleys of Southern California. That includes the Simi Valley area. Northeast winds there 25 to 35 miles per hour with stronger gusts there. A typical Santa Ana condition, we see it this time of year across Southern California, strong high pressure over the Great Basin. Usually we have a flow of air from the coast inland, but when high pressure builds inland, the flow reverses and we see the air flowing from the Great Basin into the coastal areas of Southern California. Higher pressure out over Nevada, lower pressure off the coast. That's what's producing the gusty winds. They're funneled through those passes and canyons and become even stronger. The Cajon Pass, very vulnerable to those strong gusty Santa Ana winds. And again, that's where the Grand Prix fire and the Old Fires are burning. And I'm going to finish off with a traffic cam. This is of the 118 at Topanga. Take a look. And we mentioned earlier that the 118 is completely shut down between the 23 and DeSoto. This is due to the Simi incident, which again is an extension of that Val Verde fire. You can see that line of fire trucks, though. That's on the westbound 118 that are heading towards the fire. So that's probably some good news for viewers. We'll keep you up to speed on the wind and the humidity. It doesn't look like we're going to get much of a relief from this weather pattern until probably Wednesday. The winds are going to diminish, but I think we're going to still remain quite hot and quite dry. But by Wednesday, I think we're going to see more of an onshore component, higher humidities, and cooler temperatures. Jeff, Susan?
All right, Rick, thank you very much, and you'll keep us up to date on that. We're going to go back to Hal Eisner in Simi Valley. He's in the Indian Hills area. Hal, what can you tell us now?
I've been having a conversation with Public Information Officer Fred Ponce from the Ventura County Fire Department. We were looking at something, frankly, up there we didn't like, which was some heavy flame coming up over that hill. You can't see it right now, really, because of all the smoke, but the wind is starting to pick up. Bad combination, right?
Yes, bad combination, because once the wind picks up, it drives the fire back down towards the houses.
All right, very quickly, let me go over this way, because the people who live right behind this fire are right here with me right now. Your names are?
Link.
And?
Brandy.
Okay, what do you think? It's right there.
Very nervous.
Yeah.
Very.
Yeah.
Scary stuff, to say the least.
Yeah. So what do you do? I mean,
little sleep last night. I woke up about 5 this morning. It was still dark. Got a little bit almost overreacting. Called up some friends and family. They came. We packed the important stuff and just kind of waited. And luckily, it passed. And the fire department, thank goodness they did what they did, and we're safe.
but you're packed and you're ready to go if you have to go.
Yes. And the kids are sent away already to the grandparents' house.
All right. Now, one thing that you may or may not be able to see behind them are firefighters. They had a pretty scary situation just a moment ago. Maybe we can see them right over your shoulder there, back there. Big flames almost overran them. Just a few minutes ago. We were all watching, kind of keeping our fingers crossed and hoping that everything would be fine. Everything is fine. And at the moment, it looks like they're okay. We see a big Sikorsky helicopter coming in to bring around here. Those things hold about, what is it, 8,000 gallons, something like that? About 8,000 gallons of water, and hopefully that'll dump some of the water on the areas that they're concerned about right now. Up above Simi Valley in the hills just above us. And frankly, at this hour, a lot of folks here where I am, they had their collective fingers crossed. Back to you.
Al Eisner, thank you very much. We're keeping track of what's going on, not only in the Ventura County area, but also the old fire, the Grand Prix fire near Claremont. We're going to come back to that in just a moment.
And in addition to how the fires are affecting air travel in and out of LAX.
More on that when we come back.
Oh, excuse me.
The ML350, with optional seating for 7, has arrived.
$6 burger.
I've got to have this for Saturday night.
What's Saturday?
This is awesome!
You might want to check out these speakers too. They're
shorter.
Shorter's good, man.
Yeah.
Thousands of possibilities. Get yours. Best Buy.
Get ready for the Mustang Stampede. Your Ford dealers have thousands of 2003 Ford Mustangs. And now, just in time for the holidays, they come with 0% for 5 years or $3,000 cash back. Cooper convertible, even the Mach 1. It's easier than ever to get the car you've always dreamed about. Get to your Ford dealer this weekend and get 0% or $3,000 cash. The Mustang Stampede. Don't get left in the dust.
The wildfires are grounding flights here in LA and San Diego and disrupting air traffic across the country. Right now, we're going to show you a live picture out of LAX, if all things go as planned. Here's the information that we need to tell you about. A wildfire on the Marine Corps Miramar Air Station in San Diego forced the evacuation of a nearby FAA control center. Operations have been transferred to a facility in Palmdale, but until further notice, planes are being held on the ground at LAX, Ontario, and other regional airports in Southern California. An FAA spokesman says the delays will affect flights originating in the U.S. and Canada.
Yeah, when flights into Los Angeles and Ontario.
This fast-moving fire, this monster fire crawling up the hill, even though for much of the morning and day the wind has been blowing the fire away from the community of Crestline, it has continued to crawl up the hill. It jumped Highway 18 at about 10 o'clock this morning, and we know in the area that you're looking now that it did destroy one home. I watched it burn there. There are other homes which have been damaged or destroyed in this fire. We have been told an unofficial number by the U.S. Forest Service of 25 homes, but I can tell you that the number is probably much greater. Last night, the count was that 40,000 people had left their homes here in Crestline. That left about 30,000 people either staying or not accounted for. Let's take the ground camera here, and I want you to see this guy here. His name is Bud Grover. I talked with him earlier. He describes himself as an ex-Marine, and he says he was here through the Panorama fire. The flames are slowly inching toward his home. He says he is not leaving until it is absolutely necessary. A lot of people up here in the Crestline area share that mentality, as hard as it might be to believe. So he has been all morning, all afternoon, pacing back and forth and keeping a close eye on this fire. The official tally right now, about 15,000 acres. And the homes destroyed, at least in the Crestline area, the unofficial tally is 100. And of course, this is an area of enormous concern because of the bark beetle infestation. Crestline is not far from Lake Arrowhead. I'm Craig Figner reporting live, KCAL 9 News.
All right, Craig, thank you. Now let's go to Larry Well. He is flying above in Sky 9 over San Dimas. Larry, what can you tell us?
continues to grow right now, many fronts. As we look off toward where Gary Lineberry and Craig Vigner are, we can tell you that the two fires appear to be burning toward each other on that front, and then they continue to move out to the wind. They continue to move out to the west, and as this fire continues to grow, firefighters are at the mercy of the winds right now. Now, all of this smoke that you're seeing is blowing into the LA Basin and also into the South Bay over the ocean, and combined with the smoke from the other fires out there towards, we flew over Simi Valley earlier, it's making it very difficult to see. The visibilities are very low. But again, right now, several structures we've heard overnight in the San Dimas Hills above San Dimas have been lost as well. But look at these flames right now. No end in sight because the wind blowing very hard from the north, and no aircraft able to get down into these canyons as this fire continues to eat up this hillside toward San Dimas. That's the latest overhead. I'm Larry Welkin, News Chopper 2. Back to you.
Okay, Larry, thank you. Live pictures coming out of San Dimas, even though it looks sometimes like it's almost in the middle of the night out there. Not quite as hot on this Sunday afternoon as it has been, but the Santa Anas are blowing, and of course remains very dry. Josh Rubenstein joining us now with a look at what the weather looks like for the next few hours or so. Josh?
Well, Carolina, it looks like more of the same. We are now here looking at the fire that is in the Thousand Oaks and Simi Valley area. We are seeing winds right now sustained around 9 to 12 miles an hour out of the northeast. So you can see these lines. I've drawn them the way the winds are coming over these hills and pushing the flames. These are these populated areas, foothill locations over here up the 126. Here's the 23 that has been shut down. All these freeways shut down because flames really dotting the area right now. The other major fire, of course, the old fire, which has merged with that Grand Prix fire up near Waterman Canyon. And these are winds that are out of the north. Still classic Santa Ana conditions right now, although not fierce Santa Ana winds. You know, it's sad to say that this could be a whole lot worse if we had really significant Santa Ana winds upwards of 60 to 100 miles an hour. We've seen Santa Ana conditions like that. Right now, we are seeing gusts upwards of around 30 to 40, but you can see some significant sustained winds north 11 miles an hour and north 12 miles an hour up near the Big Bear area right now. So we're watching very closely as these Santa Ana conditions continue through the afternoon. Air quality also very poor out there throughout the entire LA Basin. All of this smoke and ash is being pushed down to the south and to the west. There's your weather situation. We'll watch it all afternoon for you.
All right, thanks, Josh. Looking live now at Crestline, where more than 40,000 people have packed up and left. The fires continue to burn across Southern California, and we're keeping an eye on it.
And that is going to do it for our special report at the moment. We're watching the story throughout the afternoon. A special report coming up today at 4. We'll see you then.
Is born.
Again, for Southern California Edison customers, even if you're not affected by an outage, the word of advice is to try to keep energy consumption down.
Right, and as we go into tomorrow and the demands increase with the business day, we're going to be looking for customers' cooperations even more.
All right. Paul Klein, we thank you very much. On the subject of dealing with the fire, and we were talking about trying to work with LA City as well as Ventura County, we now have Brian Humphreys on the line. He's with the Los Angeles City Fire Department. Brian, you and I spoke just a short while ago. What's the latest you have for us in trying to keep this out of LA City?
Well, Jeff and Susan, Los Angeles firefighters have been very busy today. We didn't come to work this morning. We came to war. And as you can imagine, more than 45 Los Angeles fire companies have joined their colleagues from Camp Pendleton all the way into Ventura County in battling these blazes, which have taken hundreds of thousands of acres. As you mentioned earlier about the Erickson air crane, that aircraft is performing admirably here. The two of the aircraft under lease can drop nearly 2,300 gallons of water with pinpoint precision. They're being joined by a cadre of 3 Los Angeles Fire Department helicopters, our Bell 412s, which are bringing 350 gallons. But I've got to tell you, Jeff and Susan, we're facing some significant odds here.
I can certainly imagine those. How many of those cranes do you have up?
We have 2 of them under lease. They travel the world, and we're very fortunate to have them in Southern California right now when we need them. The 2 aircraft come here seasonally, and we have both of them in the air at this time.
When was the last time we've seen a firestorm like this?
Well, looking back just 10 years ago, in October of 1993, in fact, 10 years ago to this week, Los Angeles firefighters joined colleagues from throughout the state in what was then the largest mobilization of firefighters in our state's history, with more than 800 fire departments congregating from Laguna Beach up into Malibu. These fires typically are predictable. We understand they're going to happen. The challenges is that they can change in a heartbeat.
And we certainly have witnessed that just in the last few days.
So as we recap there with you, Brian, your men and women, your fire companies, as it goes into the Ventura County area, the LA Ventura line, you're primarily concerned with keeping it from where? The Reagan Library area?
Well, the fire has, you mentioned the Indian Hills area to the Reagan Library, which is the crow flies, is roughly about 8 miles in distance. The fire, of course, concerned to us that it will hook back around and head east towards the city of Los Angeles. Our focus, of course, is not just on the city, but any residents that may lie in the path, and including the wild animals and other natural resources there. Should it move more than 10 miles eastward, it could indeed enter the city of Los Angeles, a large populated area. But we're very confident with our command staff on scene, the resources on scene, and the tremendous help from firefighters throughout our state that we will prevent that from happening.
And when we talk about it coming in, you're talking 10 miles. It doesn't actually have to crawl into the LA City area. It can jump. It can move in the air, embers catching treetop by treetop on fire.
Well, indeed they can. The brush is tinder dry. And as you mentioned, the fire can hopscotch a mile at a time should that be the case. So we certainly hope it won't happen quickly. We have, however, reminded local residents of the importance of preparing for evacuation. I want to emphasize on the air that there is no formal evacuation order for the city of Los Angeles, but we would encourage your viewers to play what if right now. What if they had to evacuate? What would they gather together? How would they get it in the car? Where would they go? And if they play this game early on, when the actual might happen, they'll be much more well prepared.
Right. Earlier we had heard that there was some concern it might progress into the Porter Ranch area. Is that still your concern?
I'm pleased to report that the Porter Ranch area is probably another 5 to 7 miles distant from the fire, so this would place it more than 15 miles from the fire front that we're aware of. There has been no formal evacuation or informal evacuation order for Porter Ranch, and those communities are not immediately threatened. Los Angeles firefighters are preparing to dig in along that front, though, should there become a fire concern overnight.
Sure.
Hey, Brian, we're looking at a chopper right now that's actually carrying a bucket. That's not the Bell 412 you were talking about, I don't believe.
No, this is actually one of the contract helicopters in what seems to be a very antiquated method, but certainly works well. Many of these contract helicopters, which are not able or trained to carry the belly tank, can utilize what's often called a Bambi bucket. They can dip it into a pool or reservoir, and they can drop the water via a remote control cable and release. It's not quite as precise as the belly-mounted tanks. It's certainly not as phenomenal as the Erickson air crane, but it does the job. And again, all these contractors, firefighters, all coming together to battle what is indeed a remarkable blaze.
How much water can be held in one of those buckets?
Typically, the bucket holds about 500 gallons. We have to remember that water weighs about 8 pounds per gallon. See, when we think about that, these helicopters are dropping the equivalent of a compact car on the fire. So they have to be very cognizant of where they're dropping it and how they're deploying it. It's very inaccurate to have it typically on the end of a long cord like that in the Bambi bucket, which is why the LA Fire Department joins many other agencies in having the belly-mounted tanks.
And of course, when we have fire conditions like this, it usually means there are winds blowing, and then the fire itself creates its own sort of energy.
Indeed it does. It is a microclimate brought forward to us by both weather, topography, and fuel. When we get that triad combined, that is tremendously dangerous.
All right.
Brian Humphreys, thank you very much. We will check back in with you. Hopefully we won't have to check back in with you because we hope this stays away from the city of Los Angeles. But we thank you for your expertise.
There's, of course, a people element to all of these wildfires. And Christina Gonzalez is live in Ontario where there is one evacuation center set up. Christina?
Actually, where we are is at the airport in Ontario. And this is something you guys had talked about a little bit earlier. Take a look behind me. This is a ghost town. What's happening is they had bad visibility and they weren't able to get some flights out. Now with that San Diego problem, in which they have had to evacuate the Terminal Radar Approach Center there, flights coming in are being really delayed. Here's what passengers are telling us.
We're supposed to come into Ontario and got diverted into Palm Springs and sat on the ground in Palm Springs for about 2 hours.
What happened to your flights?
Early in the morning, all flights been canceled because of the wind and fire.
Boarded my plane in Atlanta, and over Kansas, they told us we had a 1 hour delay because they had to evacuate a control center somewhere in LA that controlled the Southern California area. We held out there and doing circles for a while.
Ever seen anything like this?
No. So I see the fires, but not like this.
It was quite inspiring from the air. It was very like Armageddon, you know. It's like, whoa, what's going on down there?
That's a good way to describe it. Now, to tell you what's going on, the domino effect is affecting LAX, John Wayne, Ontario. There are some flights leaving, but they're few and far between. The main problem is the flights coming in. They're being delayed, quite a few cancellations. Please call your airline before you head to the airport so you can get a better sense of what is going on. They say that they are waiting to see if those controllers can get back into San Diego. Right now, Palmdale is handling this area in Southern California, but with the poor visibility out here, they're just having a very difficult time of it. Live in Ontario, I'm Christina Gonzalez, Fox 11 News.
And Christina, before you go, I would imagine that under normal circumstances, the airport behind you would look a lot busier than it does now.
Oh yeah. No, it's pretty, and the people who are there are actually hoping to get into some kind of flight. Their flights to Mexico canceled, okay? It's pretty amazing when you see it in front of you. Now, like again, I don't want to say all flights have been canceled because they have not, but we've seen maybe one flight leave here in the last hour and a half. So you get the sense that this is going to be a long afternoon for them.
To say the least.
Christina, we'll check back in with you in just a short while. Right now we want to go back to Claremont. You'll remember Claremont is the area that was ignited by a fire up in the San Bernardino area. 60 homes have been lost. Phil Schuman, you're standing by there. What kind of an update do you have for us?
Well, this is one of those good news, bad news situations. The bad news you can see behind me, this one of approximately 66 homes now that have been lost in the Claremont and Upland areas. The good news is that there is virtually no wind here. And as you know, if you've been watching fire coverage in Southern California, not just this week, but the years before, that is the key. The winds die down, the firefighters can use the massive amounts of personnel here to get a handle on these flames. But as I mentioned, some 66 homes, according to LA Fire, gone. A lot of people lived through a very scary night. Let's listen to what some of them had to say.
We had fire on the north, the east, and the south. So we had a lot of stuff going on real fast.
We actually left here about 3:30 in the morning and just went to the office. Thought there was no point in staying. We had come through this way at the bottom of the hill and just looked right out of control. And we just thought, well, it's gone.
They wanted us to leave, and I told my wife, I said, hey, everything we got's right here. We're not leaving.
Your advice for homeowners in these areas is what?
Stay out of the way. We have a lot of equipment up here right now. I got a good handle on it.
Back live now, you see the aftermath of what's left of one house on Mountain Ave. We are in the Claremont area on the San Bernardino LA County line. If you're familiar with this area, this is north of the 210 freeway up above the Town Avenue exit. And again, the latest figures from LA County Fire, 54 homes were lost in a very remote canyon even farther north of here into the mountains called Palmer Canyon. It's someplace that really only the locals are familiar with, very small houses in a very narrow area. When the fire came through there, it no doubt moved very quickly, and there was practically nothing that firefighters could do to save those homes. And then here in the Clairvoyant neighborhood, about 12 gone, many more damaged. This area, Jeff and Susan, is still very much off limits to residents, and they're all gathered below us. You heard some of them there on that videotape, reading lists of houses that were damaged or destroyed off of a printout that the fire department posts on the telephone poles. It was still a very uncertain time here for homeowners, although the immediate danger seems to have passed.
All right. Phil,
Incredible
thanks.
devastation.
And Phil, actually, maybe something you can check on for us. I was just handed a press release from the American Red Cross. Apparently, they're now opening up evacuation centers for people in all of these fire areas.
Right.
So
there's one here at Claremont High. There are several evacuation centers. That has not been a problem. There is a place for people to go should they need it. I mean, typically what happens in these areas, though, is that people leave and they go with friends or family rather than to the high school gymnasium.
Okay, Phil, thank you very much for that update. We're going to go now to Ruth Wenstrom. She's on the phone for us from the U.S. Department of Forest Service. And Ruth, we understand that you can give us an overview of the two major fires in that area. What was called the Old Fire and the Grand Prix Fire merged together now?
Yes, they have merged together in the Cajon Pass area. The fire is very active in that particular area. All total, that fire exceeds probably 50,000 acres between the two fires. The fire is very active. Primarily, the winds are still pushing it towards the foothills, but the winds are changing. They're erratic, and so we do have fire moving in all directions. We've got at least 300 homes confirmed lost on the Old Fire portion of this fire, and we've got 50 confirmed in Claremont, another 15 in other portions of the Grand Prix fire. Right now, the actively burning areas are east of San Bernardino in the East Highlands Ranch area. We're having fire on the northern portion there. And of course, we also have the fire, it's actually pushing towards the north across Highway 18 in the San Bernardino Mountains. The bad part about that is once it gets over the edge into some of that really bug-killed timber that we have, we expect things will be even more difficult in that area.
Yeah, that was a piece of information that we got yesterday from Southern California Edison, that the beetle that attacked the bark, there were like 1 million trees that are sort of in the way of this fire, and they're all dead. Ruth, can you give us an update on Crestline? What's going on with that community?
Well, I do know that the fire has burned in portions of Crestline. At this time, I'm not sure exactly how far, but the Crestline is kind of on the edge of where we have the beetle-killed trees. So, for example, last night we had roughly a 10-acre patch of bark beetle-killed trees that actually had a separate fire start there. It's now part of the old fire, but it took off just explosively when the fire hit that area. So if that's the foreboding of things to come, that's not good news for the mountain communities. We do have extensive evacuations of the mountain communities, not because the fire is right there in those communities, but because we need to make sure we have plenty of time for people to get out. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of residents there.
Well, yeah, and if you're talking...
And we've got the most major highways that they usually use for access are closed. So we have mandatory evacuations from Lake Arrowhead to the west. And at 1:30, we issued a voluntary evacuation for the Running Springs area to start moving those people out.
Well, now, are you moving those people out on the 18, or do you open the 18 for them to get out?
Well, the 18 and the 3:30 are both closed, and we have fire in those areas, so we don't want to move people through there unsafely. We're encouraging them to go down the backside to the desert or across the 18 to Big Bear and out Highway 38.
Right. All right. That makes sense. So just so we understand, Ruth, the main area that you're concerned about protecting now is which area?
Oh, it's everywhere, I have to say. We're quite concerned about the homes along the front. Like I say, what happened in San Bernardino yesterday, that happening in Highland and East Highlands Ranch. What's essentially happened is that this fire blew in with the Santa Ana winds down towards the front communities. It spread out east and west. Both fires have till they merged. And now once the winds lift, the danger is we don't have the fire lines in on the more remote portions of the forest, and the fires could then burn up back uphill under normal wind conditions. And of course, for the San Bernardino Mountains, that spells a lot of concern for a lot of communities.
Are we renaming this fire?
Not that I've heard of yet. So we are, even though they've merged, we're still calling it the Grand Prix and the Old, primarily because we're organized to fight the fire in two separate groups, and so that's how I'm getting my information, and it helps me sort out what is going on where. But I haven't heard of any renaming yet.
Okay, and the fire line, we're estimating what, 35 to 40 miles long?
Just the front. If you look at the forest boundary and all the urban interface, I'm thinking it's at least 40 miles long between the two fires.
Say that one more time.
If you go along the urban interface that is the forest boundary as it touches the communities all the way across from LaVerne to San Bernardino and East Highlands Ranch, it is at least 40 miles long. Oh, wow. The front of the fire. Now, not all of it's actively burning right now. Some of the portions that burned earlier in the week around Fontana, even portions of Rancho Cucamonga and Altaloma are cooling off a little bit. But all of that, remember, while we've been fighting it in the front, we've been leaving the area across the northern boundary open.
Right.
And so none of that fire line is in, and we have a tremendous job to do.
I can imagine.
Is there an organized tack to this, or is it really sort of, you got to go where you're needed the most?
Well, the organization is we always look for, and we make, we develop strategies for where we think we will have success. Obviously, with this situation with the communities, the structure protection is the highest priority, and that is where we have put our focus. As we have additional crews and availability, you know, we've not been totally ignoring the rest, but we've been focusing. And for safety reasons, we need to get what's called anchor points and points we can work from safely, so that we don't have any major firefighter injuries either.
Okay. Right. All right, Ruth Winstrom, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Earlier we mentioned when we were talking to Phil Schuman that there are some evacuation centers that you should know about, not because you necessarily have to go there, but very possibly you have friends or family who may have had to evacuate areas.
If you're looking for people, here's a couple of places they may be. Jesse Turner Center in Fontana.
That's on Citrus, and the next one is the Rancho Cucamonga High School. That's, I believe, one of the ones that Phil Schuman was talking about. That is at 11801 Lark Avenue. And one thing about these evacuation centers, if you don't need to be there,
please don't
go just searching.
Here's another address for you at the Magnolia Recreation Center in Upland. That's at 15th and San Antonio Avenue.
A.B. Miller High School, that's in Fontana as well, on Oleander.
And the San Bernardino Airport, the old Norton Air Force Base. This is the one that I sort of referred to earlier when I thought Christina was there. That's the passenger terminal.
Sultana High School in Hesperia, you can head on over there as well. The Red Cross, obviously, manning most of these centers. They very often have snacks, things for you to drink.
A little cot set up.
Cots
perhaps.
if you have to spend the night there as well.
You mentioned the American Red Cross and their participation.
We don't want you to go away. We have much more ahead on this fire coverage on this Sunday afternoon, and Governor Gray Davis.
He's declared a state of emergency for the Southern California area, and he will have a major announcement coming up at 2:30.
We'll be right back.
It's now or never, come hold me tight. This is the right time, be mine tonight. Tomorrow will be too late. It's now or never, my love won't wait.
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly Southwest Airlines from the LA area to Las Vegas, Oakland, or Phoenix for just $29 each way.
You are now free to move about the country.
All right, we need a name for our new chicken breast strips. Something that says these new chicken breast strips are real, like our old ones, but much bigger because they're sliced right from the breast. Bigger breasts. Real breasts. Big, plump breasts. Huge breasts. Don't go there, Phil.
The all-new Nissan Quest is here. Get ready for Girls' Night Out.
Well, things aren't much better in the Inland Empire, where gusty winds continue to fuel the old fire.
Sam Tulin joins us now from Rancho Cucamonga, has the latest in that part of the country. Sam.
Yes, we have just stood outside where a home has been destroyed last night, and where crews from Montebello and Vernon have just arrived, because this fire that burned last night is still smoldering. It was pretty tough for the firefighters because the flames themselves, if you can almost reach in the background, soared almost to the height of the power lines back there. 50 homes destroyed, and what our firefighters are warning us is that there's still burning embers that may be trapped in attics. They could set off fires 1, 2, or even 3 days away. The firefighters themselves had a tough time getting here because traffic and the fire debris around made it tough for them to get into this area. At the same time, we're told that at least 2 people died of stress-related incidents. There are at least 3 evacuation centers that have been set up in this area to handle the people, but so far most of the people are telling us they're very thankful for the fast actions of the firefighters. There's still not enough. Reporting live from the Grand Prix Fire Zone, I'm Sam Chulin. Back to you.
All right, Sam, thanks very much. We were talking about Crestline not long ago. That's an area right up off the 18, the 138 area.
We're going to go now to Chris Blatchford, who's on the phone for us. And Chris, what can you tell us about Crestline?
Well, I'm like right up on the 18. There's a restaurant here, an abandoned restaurant called the Cliffhanger, just on the eastern edge of Crestline. And this has been a landmark here for many, many years. It's abandoned now and closed down. I don't know how long it's been that way. But there's a conga line of firefighters now just on the western edge of that building. And the flames have come right up to the edge of it. Early on, say an hour ago, firefighters were saying that they were almost going to write the structure off because it's right on the edge of the.
All right.
We're having some
As we say, Chris,
problem.
you're dropping out there. We're going to see if we can get you back. Are you there? That Crestline area is just north of the 18, the Rim of the World Highway. It's a beautiful, beautiful outlook when you're up there and you're up at the Rim of the World High School and you're looking down over the valley. But when you talk fire, it's a terrible place to be because you're pretty much trapped between that Rim of the World Highway and the fire that's coming from the north.
And as we got information from the U.S. Forest Service, we know that parts of these areas are closed, the roads are closed, so it makes it difficult for evacuations. Let's go upstairs to Skyfox, where we've got Kevin Takumi. He's still over the Simi Valley area, Kevin?
Yeah, we had to actually come out from the central over Thousand Oaks. The smoke was just too thick for us to even get in there. Right now we're back over the North Simi Valley area. There are a few hot spots in the hills north of Simi Valley. Most of the fire is now on this eastern flank is more concentrated around the western edge, still going north from our original location north of Rocky Peak. But the winds aren't as strong as they were before, so as you can see, the smoke is pretty much going almost directly straight up.
Well, good news, if we can have any good news this afternoon.
And we like to see the white smoke. We always like to point out that the white smoke means that fire's being put out. Kevin?
Just to give you sort of a perspective of what's actually happening, the fire to the north, which was originally the Piru fire I was showing you earlier, there's a lot more smoke coming out from that area. We don't think there are very many homes out there that are in the way. It's mostly all open brushland, but you can see the wind farther to the west of us is blowing the smoke. So it's kind of a difference of about 10 or 20 miles that where we're at over Simi Valley, it's sort of calm, but farther to the west, the winds are blowing the smoke straight out to the south.
Yeah, it's hard to take some solace in the white smoke if you see that big black cloud of smoke just in back of it. So, well, Kevin, thank you very much. We're going to go to another phone interview. This one is with a woman by the name of Susan Lowry.
That's right. She's an evacuee. She's actually gone to the San Bernardino airport. Is that correct, Susan?
Yes.
All right. And you, how long ago did you get there? And tell us how your home is, if you still have a home standing. You can't hear us?
She's having trouble hearing us.
Well, I got here probably about about 1 o'clock today, but we left about 10:30 from our home last night, and the way we had to go was a back way, and we didn't actually get down from the mountain until about 5:30.
So tell us exactly where you're from. Where do you live?
I live back probably about 6 miles on the other side of Crestline. It's like between Crestline and Arrowhead.
So you had to take the route that we were sort of talking about earlier with the U.S. Forest Department, and that is that you couldn't go down the primary way. You had to go all the way. So give us an idea of how long that was. How long did it take you to get where you are now?
Oh, gosh, it was a horrible process. Well, like I said, I left the house about 10:30 last night, and we had to do the twists and turns and going over this way and down that way. We finally arrived in San Bernardino about 5:30 this morning, so we're talking about a 7-hour trek there, and it was just horrible. We watched the fire on the way down on the backside, knowing that my house was on fire. I mean, I lost everything. Everything.
You're sure?
Car, everything.
Oh, Susan, what were you able to get out of your home? Do you know? I mean, what could you take with you?
What do you say?
What did you take with you?
Oh, I wasn't able to take anything with me. The police department was wonderful. They came by and told us to get out, but unfortunately we just had one little notice and it's like go. So wasn't able to get my cats. I lost them to the fire, unfortunately, but I was able to get my dogs. But nothing personal, no children's things, no mementos, nothing. I mean, I lost it all. What you see is what you got.
Susan, how long have you lived up there? How long have you been in that home?
I've been up there since '94.
Have you ever seen anything like this in the time you were there? No, right? Have you been threatened with fire before?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
That's right. We were just saying we don't imagine you've seen a fire like this before up there.
Well, I don't really know. The whole thing is just terrible. Between the bark beetles and the dryness and carelessness and downright arson, my heart's broken. It's absolutely broken today. And people before they throw out matches or whatever and have campfires, they should really be careful what they do, because if they were a little bit more careful, maybe this wouldn't happen one of these days, you know?
Susan, do you have family that you can go spend time with? Do you have family in the area?
No, I don't. I was adopted. I came from Alabama originally, and I only have a couple of relatives out here on the West Coast. Other than that, I'm by myself.
Do you know what you're going to do?
I'm not sure. I found out I'm disabled, so I'm waiting on my Social Security to kick in. I'm sort of messed up.
Yeah,
so a bit in shock, I would imagine.
Yeah, Susan, we thank you so much for talking to us. We wish you the best. Obviously,
well, thank you so much.
Well, you want to stay there and let the Red Cross take care of you, and
I do want to say thank you for all the people that have donated their time and effort and things, and it's just little things mean so much right now, you know.
Susan, thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us.
Susan Lowry.
Quite a trying time, to say the very least. We're going to go back to Simi Valley.
To Hal Eisner. Hal's been in a neighborhood that's right up against the fire, but yet at the same time, the fire, I guess, Hal, seems to be not moving straight toward that neighborhood?
It fluctuates. When the winds kick up and they're erratic, the flames kick up behind us, and when they settle down for a couple of minutes, the flames settle down. But this has been going on all afternoon. These are not backfires. These are wildfires. This all started as the Val Verde fire and developed into the Simi Valley fire. I'll give you some information on that in just a moment, but first of all, some breaking news, if you will. We have just learned from Ventura County Fire that they have now closed the 118 freeway from Rocky Peak over to Moore Park. That would be about the 23 freeway. Very important information. They have now closed out that entire stretch of the 118, also known as the Ronald Reagan Freeway. Can't get in, can't get out. Important information to know. Also, information for you to know about this fire. We have gotten an update on it. The last information we got was this was a 50,000 acre fire. That's 50000. 50,000 acres out here, involving about 500 firefighters. Very limited air support as of a couple hours ago, although we've been seeing a little pickup in that. Part of the problem, visibility. Part of the problem, high winds. Again, we talked about the winds being erratic. That makes it difficult when you're flying in situations like this as well. Other information, 12 structures have been affected. They won't break it down into houses and outbuildings yet, but we know that some houses, Dennis Zoyner's house just down the street from here on Presidio, seriously damaged, virtually destroyed really from the fire. Then also out at the Big Sky Movie Ranch, where they make all kinds of movies, some homes out there, as well as some outbuildings and some cars. Looks very much like a war zone out there. And on top of that, they may have lost a real relic. They believe they've lost the Little House on the Prairie house that they've had out there for so long, where that show was made. We're going to have to wait and find out the end result on that, but they think they lost it. Well, one thing you see in the neighborhoods here in Simi Valley and probably all across Southern California right now are a lot of people. They tend to gather around the neighborhoods. They talk to each other, right? They're doing a lot of that, aren't they?
Yes.
Yes, they are. And it's almost like people kind of want to get together. They want a chance to be with each other and maybe talk about the situation and have somebody to share it all with. Is that right? Is that sort of what you feel over here?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's really something else here today, I'll tell you.
Well, it is something else. And what's this been like for you?
It's been, kind of scary. Woke up at 5:30, look at it.
and we didn't think it was going to get that close at 5:30. Packed up, and around 9 it got over the ridge, came close to all the houses.
Yeah, you never seen anything like this, huh?
Never.
And I got to ask you a question, because you got a camera right here, and we've seen an awful lot of that. Is it important to document this in some way?
Oh yeah, we were going to send it back to family in Chicago.
Let them know what you've been through. I'm sure you've been on the phone a lot. What about you guys? Burning up the cell phones, are you? Letting people know you're okay?
Definitely. I was in Chatsworth this morning at 5 when I got a call from my mom, who was right up there, saying, "Get down here, we're packing up, come get the dogs, and we're leaving."
Yeah.
It's amazing that it didn't hit us.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's not over, as they say, until it's over. Still an awful lot of flame out there. Jeff, if you'll turn around and take a look at it, and Jeff and Susan will throw it back to you.
Hal, thank you very much for that. We've got Chris Blatchford back on the phone now. Cellular service, of course, kind of hit and miss.
Especially up there in the Crestline area. Chris, can you hear us? Chris Blatchford. And we're now on the miss side of that hit and miss. We hit just a short while ago, and then we missed him. All right. We have problems as well in San Diego. You've heard about those problems, the San Diego County area.
That's affecting air travel, as we mentioned before, an FAA center there. But now we're going to go to Rory Marcus, who is live down in the San Diego area. Rory, give us a sense for where you are, please.
Well, I'm in the Kearny Mesa area of San Diego, and a small plane has just crashed on the freeway here on Highway 163. That is the freeway the plane crashed there, right at Balboa Avenue. It's directly across from Montgomery Field. Apparently, this person was trying to take off. They tell me, judging by the direction he was going, he was more likely taking off than landing, and he's crashed his single-engine plane on the freeway. Now, they have told me that he did get out of there okay, but the plane is a complete wreck, and they've just now, it looks like, put the flames out. There are an awful lot of people looking and wondering what happened, and of course the freeways are closed. The air traffic here, Southwest and America West, are not flying in or out of the San Diego area. It's awfully smoky. There's a lot of ash. It's hard to see. The winds are fierce and changing all the time, and it apparently was too much for this small plane to take.
Okay, Rory, we were just wondering, you say that there's not a whole lot of flights coming in and out of that area? Is that?
No, there really aren't, or shouldn't be any. I mean, we had heard that Montgomery Field, which is an airport that a lot of private planes and private pilots use, had been closed. Now, I don't know how this guy happened to be trying to take off at that time, whether he was just sightseeing or had to get out for whatever reason, but it didn't pay off, and he was not able to take off. His plane was forced down on the freeway and actually crashed on the freeway. But we've also heard that at Lindbergh, Southwest and America West have suspended all flights.
Well, a lot of private pilots are able to take off. They decide that they're just going to take off under visual flight rules, and they figure that they can fly under something and not have to worry about some of the ceilings out there.
Now, Rory, are you able to give us some information on the fire down in the San Diego area? Obviously, we haven't been paying so much attention on those fires, but what can you tell us?
Well, the worst fire is the Cedar Fire. That's kind of how things started north of Ramona, and they have indicated that it may have been a hunter setting a flare. He was lost in the woods and tried to set a flare so somebody would see him, and started that fire. But that one now is over 100,000 acres. Dozens of structures have been burned. At least 10 people have died. It's not just a fire here. It is several fires, and it almost seems like sometimes it's spontaneous combustion. The situation is so fluid that it changes. Something you hear 10 minutes ago isn't valid now. The Cedar Fire started last night, actually, about 7:45, and it just has jumped around. There have been several homes destroyed. People in the Scripps Ranch area were evacuated at about 10 o'clock this morning, and there's an awful lot of people just kind of asking questions. What have you heard? Where's the fire burning now? What's happening over Mission Bay? SeaWorld hasn't gone as far as I-5. There are more questions than answers, but we do know that there are just over 100,000 acres burned, many, many homes destroyed. A minimum of 10 deaths we've heard have been confirmed. This plane crash here on the freeway has been something for everybody to look at. So it's a very fluid situation. It's changing all the time, but it's very, very bad down here in San Diego. It's really a bad situation.
And those 10 deaths, have you been able to figure out, are they attributed to the fire, specifically to the fire, firefighters on the line, people who stayed in their homes?
We haven't heard of any firefighters dying. We did hear of at least 2 people who died in a car as they were trying to get away from the Cedar Fire. I'm not sure how the other deaths occurred. Again, that's just something that, we've heard 10 deaths, but we don't know how each individual person died.
Now, you mentioned that SeaWorld But also there are some casinos in some of these areas as well that have been affected. The Verona Indian Reservation Casino, for example.
Exactly. There's a lot of little things going on. The casino, the Verona Casino closed down, and then Qualcomm Stadium's been turned into a huge evacuation center. The San Diego Chargers canceled their practice today, and some of their players live in that Scripps Ranch Road, and they have had to be evacuated from their homes. So it's a wide-ranging, just over a very large portion of land here in San Diego.
All right, Rory Marcus, keep track of that for us. We will come back to you in just a short while. We've gone now, this is our third time trying to get a hold of Chris Blatchford up in the Crestline area. That's right above the rim of the World Highway. Chris, can you hear us this time?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank goodness.
All right, we'll stay in that one area. Don't move anywhere now. Tell us what's going on.
I'm a rough guy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Try that one more time. You know, I just think we're going to have to change cell services up there. It's a tough area to get out of.
Well, imagine, of course, there are a lot of cell sites that are being affected as well. We were talking about power lines. Surely there have got to be some cell sites that are affected. Earlier this year, I remember speaking with somebody from Verizon who told me that they have mobile cell sites now. That for the firefighters in particular, because a lot of this has to do, a lot of coordination has to do with communication. So they were talking about actually rolling in these mobile cell sites. 9/11, that was another example of how they set up these mobile cell sites so that we could have the cellular phone service that we've gotten so used to.
Let's take a look at this fire that we're showing you here, and maybe our producer can tell us if we're over the Ventura fire, or is this one up over... this is the Crestline area where we're trying to get a hold of Chris Blatchford. You heard from a woman, it was Susan Lowry, just about 5-10 minutes ago, who's from this very area. And okay, now we're on tape from San Bernardino. Actually, we were. Oh, this is live.
It's a major flare-up here in the San Bernardino area. It's tragic to see that the fire is still so aggressive and so aggressive.
Well, at this point, right now, if we pull out, if the chopper can pull out, you can see that most of this is forest land, and this is where the National Forest Service, they let this burn. They don't waste their efforts trying to knock down flames when it's up in the forest.
Okay, now, is this correct? Because we just said that this was San Bernardino. Are we? Okay,
this is Simi Valley.
This is the correction. This is Simi Valley. This is the North Simi Valley, Simi Hills area. And again, regardless, you know, there is a reason why we call it a wildfire. There's just no predicting the progress.
And we're going to try to get back to Crestline only because we haven't been able to show you a whole lot of that area. Maybe we can get Chris Blatchford to a landline, to a payphone near that deserted restaurant. We want to go now to Rick Dickert because Rick has been keeping track of how the weather is affecting these fires. Most specifically, Rick, I guess not only the wind but the humidity.
That's right. The winds have subsided slightly, but we're still left with a very dry air mass over Southern California and very hot out there as well. Downtown reached 91 degrees today. That was the 6th day this month that we've either reached or exceeded 90 degrees. On average in October, we only have 3 90-degree days. And the last day with measurable rain in Los Angeles, June the 10th. It's been a very long, dry, hot summer. And now with this offshore component, look at the relative humidities. These are current relative humidities. Van Nuys, 17%. LAX at the coast, 20%. No marine influence there with this offshore flow. Simi Valley near the fire, 10%. Again, relative humidity is a measure of atmospheric moisture, how much moisture is in the air. We have the latest from the National Weather Service on the advisories. They have dropped the high wind warning in the Inland Empire communities around the Grand Prix and the Old Fire, but they have extended the wind advisory until 2 p.m. tomorrow. That is for essentially all of Southern California, the Orange and Ventura County coastal areas, all mountains and valleys of Southern California. Northeast winds 25 to 35 miles an hour with stronger gusts. The only areas not under an advisory are the deserts and the LA County coastal areas. Again, a red flag warning continues as well. That is until tomorrow. Visibilities, it's hazy, it's smoky out there. Typically with an offshore component, you scour the basin out. You don't see the haze and the fog and the mist. But with all the smoke, visibilities are down. These are current visibilities. 6 in Oxnard, only 3 at LAX, 3 in downtown, 5 miles in Ontario, and 3 down in Fullerton. Again, with an offshore flow, these are the type of days usually you can see forever. You can see the downtown skyline and the mountains, but with all of the smoke and ash, visibilities are down. And the South Coast Air Quality Management District has issued a smoke advisory because of all the particulate matter in the atmosphere. I'll keep you up to date on the dryness out there and the winds. And something I also want to mention is that the red flag warning that's in effect also extends up into Northern California. We've heard a lot about mutual aid and utilizing firefighters from up north. No reports of any significant fires up there yet, but they are under the same type of weather conditions, so a dangerous situation up there as well. Jeff, Susan?
We saw those people who were wearing, you know, the masks out in the Ventura County area. Before we go to our next reporter, I did want to bring you up to date. We've been waiting for Governor Davis. He has been scheduled to be at the San Bernardino airport, just reading off of our wires. One radio station is reporting that the governor apparently is going to be expanding his declaration of a state of emergency from not just San Bernardino and Ventura counties, but also to include Los Angeles and San Diego counties. That, in doing so, would clear the way for both state aid as well as federal aid to come in to try to help.
All right, at this point, we're going to go to Christina Gonzalez at Ontario International Airport for an update on the situation there. Christina?
Well, I was listening to Rory talking about flights being canceled, and indeed that is the case. Now, some of the flights that were coming in here a little while ago are not coming in anymore. Let me show you why. Take a look at these images. The sun, what's happening is the winds are picking up over here, and all the dust from the fires is coming in. Now, here we are at 3 in the afternoon, and that is the way the sun looks. Visibility definitely diminished. Now, what's happening is people are trying to figure out, people who are already here, what they are going to do, because some of the outbound flights are now being canceled. Most of the inbound flights are delayed or canceled. A lot of people, if you're coming to Ontario to wait for somebody, they're trying to land out in the desert and shuttle people in. We're trying to figure out how they're going to do this as we go along. What is weird about the situation is that traffic control is coming out of Palmdale. Now, Palmdale is what they call handles a high altitude traffic. When it gets to the lower altitude, like here in Ontario Airport, they're having a difficult time flying those flights in, and they don't want to take a chance. So a lot of people are sitting here waiting for loved ones that are just not coming in, or are being diverted, or are literally flying up in the air. Southwest flights coming into LAX have also been delayed significantly. Some of the Delta flights also heavily affected. Northwest, you need to call United. United, at least 4 flights canceled coming in here in the last half hour. The most important thing is you need to call in, because what's happening is as the winds pick up this afternoon, this may get worse before it gets better, and there's definitely a domino effect into some of the other airports. So call in your airline. Another important thing is they are grounding all small planes, private planes. As far as we understand, they're grounding them in the area. They don't want them flying around because of the conditions. We will keep you updated. Live at Ontario Airport, I'm Christina Gonzalez, Fox 11 News.
All right, well, that grounding obviously came a little too late for the pilot that we talked about earlier in the San Diego area.
We mentioned just a short while ago, in fact, we gave you a list of some of the Red Cross evacuation centers, a lot of high schools up around the Upland area, the Rancho Cucamonga area, and I would imagine in the Ventura County area as well.
Let's go now to Derek Andrade from the Red Cross, and what can you tell us about the evacuation situation?
Jeff and Susan, it's ongoing as we speak this afternoon. As of about 12:30 this afternoon here in Southern California, we had at least 20 evacuation centers throughout the Southland that had opened to assist the victims of these major wildfires that are burning from Ventura County south into San Diego. And as we speak this afternoon, those numbers are increasing. As of just a couple of hours ago, we had as many as 3,400 Southland residents that had sought shelter from these raging brush fires and into our evacuation centers. And as we said, more centers could easily open this afternoon and into the evening if the fires worsen.
Now, Derek, what is it you can provide to these people initially? Because you're not, the Red Cross is an emergency aid organization. You really can't provide a whole lot of long-term care.
Well, we provide care while these situations are ongoing. Obviously, these people are very upset. They need some of them mental health counseling, and other times they need a cot to sleep in. So we do provide this assistance. And for your viewers today, if they would like to provide financial gifts to the victims of these fires, we do encourage them to send anything that they can to the American Red Cross Disaster Relief Fund. And this enables the Red Cross to provide shelter, food, and counseling and other assistance to those in need. And I'd be more than happy to give you a number. It is 1-800-HELP-NOW. And they can always send contributions to the American Red Cross at P.O. Box 37243, Washington, D.C., 20013, or they can always send a contribution to their local Red Cross chapter. All they need to do is go onto the web or go to their local phone book.
Oh, that's good information. I know that there are a lot of people who will watch this kind of televised coverage and basically come away feeling like, I'm not affected directly. What can I do to help?
Well, we appreciate that Jeff and Susan, and this is obviously a major emergency, not only for those being affected, but by those who are watching, because these are our Southland residents, our friends, family members, and our co-workers. And in times of need and crisis, we should reach out to them and help as best we can.
Hey, Derek, you said 3,400 residents have come to your shelters. Can you tell us where the greater concentration is?
We, Jeff, we have them spread out from Ventura County down to San Diego. I know that at one Red Cross shelter in San Diego, there were over 1,000 evacuees at that center alone. So again, the numbers are increasing as this day goes on.
Can you describe the atmosphere at these evac centers? In other words, is it chaotic, or is the Red Cross able to provide a little calm?
Well, Susan, as you can understand, when people are losing their homes, their castles in a sense, they are upset. There's no question about that. And some of these blazes have been reportedly caused by arsonists, so that certainly doesn't help matters. But again, we are there to assist them. We have mental health care professionals who are there. We're there to provide drinks, coffee, snacks, things of that nature to try to calm these individuals down.
All right. Thank you very much. That was Derek Andrade on the phone with us from the Red Cross. We got information that there were 20 evacuation centers from Ventura County down to San Diego.
We have reporters in all of these fire areas, including Crestline, where Chris Blatchford is still trying to get back to us. We will have more from the Rancho Cucamonga area, as well as from the Ventura County area. And also, we are still waiting on Governor Davis to declare a greater state of emergency.
So stay with us on this special firestorm coverage. We'll be right back.
Happy Jack wasn't old, but he was a friend. They couldn't stop Jack on the waters by man, and they couldn't prevent Jack from being happy.
Hey, where are you off to? Some conference in Cleveland. Oh yeah, who with? With Cooper. Cooper.
Who's naughty on this plane?
This guy.
How much do you make?
Drink.
Because it's not as much as I make, I'll tell you that much right now.
Sort by shortest flights. Another way Expedia makes it easy to find the trip you're looking for.
Expedia.com.
Jr. Western Bacon $6 burger.
What if it had DVD navigation and laser-guided cruise control? What if it had a rear-view monitor to see what lies behind? And one of the most advanced all-wheel drive systems in the world to propel you ahead? What if has become what is? The FX from Infinity.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of the wildfires in the Southland. This is Jeff Michael along with Susan Hirosuna. You are looking live at the Crestline area, the rim of the World Highway. Fires burning in that area. This is a forest area, but homes have also been burned there.
Indeed. We're going to actually, though, speak to a Becky, I'm sorry, I lost her name. Becky Luther from the California Department of Forestry. We're looking at the Crestline area, Becky, but you can tell us about the fire situation in the San Diego area.
Well, actually, this is in the area of Sage and also Anza. It's called the Mountain Fire. It started at 11:49 this morning. We are now in mandatory evacuation, Black Mountain and De Portola Road, Benton North. Everybody must evacuate. There's over 300 homes threatened. Right now we have 1,000 acres plus in burning. We're asking everybody to go to the Temecula Valley High School at Rancho Vista Road. We have another fire, 75 acres plus, in the Anza area. It started at 1300 hours, and it started at Wellman and Kirby.
And let me just break in there, Becky, and let our viewers know that what you're looking at is indeed video from the Scripps Ranch area. It's not specific to where Becky is speaking of, but it's down in the southern part of the state, certainly closer to where you're speaking of, Becky.
So
these are two separate incidents.
Indeed.
Right. All right, so continue, Becky. You've got the mountain fire that started at 11:49. The Anza area fire started at 1 o'clock.
And we're probably going to join these two fires together. This will probably be a joint effort on these two fires. We'll be joining our forces together on them.
Now, is this, I'm going to ask our director, is this the Scripps area?
No, this is separate.
All right, this
it's
is
by the Lake Skinner area.
No, I appreciate that, Becky. We were just trying to figure out which pictures we were showing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Everything's sort of changing by the second, and what you're looking at now is a live picture, is that right, of the San Bernardino area. So again, this is unfortunately yet another structure.
So Becky, how many acreage, what are you up to in acreage?
Between the two, it'd be about 1,075 plus acres.
And structures taken?
Not at this point. We do have over 300 that are threatened.
All right, and are those homes, or are they mostly outbuildings and commercial buildings?
No, these are homes.
All homes that are threatened.
Correct, and we are asking for mandatory evacuation.
And can you describe that area for us, for those of us who aren't familiar with the Black Mountain area?
It's a semi-rural community with housing tracts in it.
And tell us exactly where it is again?
Mountain Road and De Portola Road.
Right. Is it sort of east of Temecula? South?
East, north, northeast.
Northeast of Temecula.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. So that's the situation in that area, closer down to San Diego. We've Becky, thank you very much for speaking with us.
Thank you.
We actually have, as I said, have been waiting for the governor, who is going to be coming to the San Bernardino airport to basically widen or expand the declaration of the state of emergency.
The San Bernardino airport is one of the original evacuation centers that was set up originally for people who were coming out of the San Bernardino area. And then, of course, as we heard from the Red Cross, it's been expanded out to as many as 20 evac centers.
And are we going to Sam Hall Kaplan? Is that correct? All right. Sam Hall Kaplan, you're out there and you're waiting for the governor. Give us an update.
Oh, yes. Everybody's waiting for the governor. It's waiting here at this evacuation center. But what the people are really waiting for is to find out, indeed, what's happening to their homes. What has happened to their homes of their neighbors, their dogs, their animals. It's high tension here in San Bernardino. These people have been here, some of them almost a day, and it's starting to wear on them, and it's starting to wear on everybody else here. The situation, as we've seen up there, is devastating. And those are the images that stain and singe the minds of the people here. You just look out there. Tired, in shock, fearful, all those emotions.
Sam, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you now.
All right, just very quickly before we let you go, I imagine those people really want Governor Davis's ear. Have any of them told you what they want the governor to know, what they want to say to him?
What they'll say to anyone that will listen to them. What help is forthcoming? When will they be able to go back to their homes? When will be the damage assessment? Where can they go for help?
All right.
Help. That's what's resounding here.
And thank you very much, Sam. And we are indeed waiting to see when the governor shows up. And the expectation is that he's going to expand the state of emergency from as far north as Ventura County all the way down to San Diego.
We were talking about how the 118 up in the Ventura County area is closed. It's closed from Porter Ranch to the 23, but there are, in fact, take a look at it. Look at that right there. That's the westbound on the left side of your screen, the eastbound on the right side. Officer Lee Nuez from the California Highway Patrol is on the phone to give us some more closures in addition to this. Lee.
Yes, sir. This is Officer Lee Nuez, CHP. We have several roads that are closed right now. Right now, to be exact, 15. First of all, State Route 18, which is also known as Water, north of 14th Street in San Bernardino, is closed. State Route 330 at Live Oak, up in the mountain area, is closed. Interstate 15 south, US 395 is closed. State 15 from State Route 30 is closed. Interstate 15 north at Interstate 10 is closed.
Lee, can you hear me?
Yes.
Are you by any chance using a voice-actuated or activated headset?
I am not.
You're not, because you're breaking in and out. So maybe if you can just go a tad slower. We want to make sure people hear these closures. You were saying the 15 is closed from where?
Okay, we're having audio problems. Are you on a cell phone by chance?
I am. I can, you know what? You can get me. Let me give you a hard line.
Okay, all right. We will come back to you once we get the audio straightened out.
And Lee, we'll have someone come on the phone and talk to you, and we can reestablish a communication. We want to go
Thank
back
you for your help.
to the Simi Valley area, to that neighborhood right up against some low-lying brush where Hal Eisner has been standing by with some folks who are waiting and watching. Hal.
Waiting, watching, and have been doing so all day long, actually going way into the early morning hours. It all probably started around 3:30 in this neck of the woods. The Val Verde fire dripping over into the Simi Hills. That became what was known as the Simi incident. That has now burned about 50,000 acres. It's taken about 12 buildings, some of them homes, some of them outbuildings. It's made a lot of people very, very nervous, and among them, Sam. Now, you're 11 years old, right?
Yeah.
And Sam, your last name is?
Romero.
Okay, now tell me about this. Rough night, right?
Yeah, it was a rough night.
What was it? You saw these flames coming down the hill. They're really intense, and they're coming down fast.
Yeah.
And you're thinking?
I'm thinking they're going to come and burn my house down.
Right. And it's not a funny thing. You're serious about it. You're feeling
I'm
this.
Serious.
And there's a lot of worry about your own health, right?
Yeah.
And that something bad could happen?
Yeah, my family, too.
Tell me about that. What's going on?
I was thinking, like, that we couldn't get out in time or something like that, and I don't know, it was just a really bad night last night.
All right, Mommy, Sally, how do you deal with that?
Well, we just tried to reassure her that you know, God was going to take care of us, but also that the firemen knew what they were doing, and that they were going to come and to let us know if we needed to get out of the house.
And that helped, right?
Yeah.
You needed that hug, didn't you? You gave her a big hug, and everything was fine. Okay, very good. So as we look behind us right now, we see a lot of smoke. Winds died down. So far, at this moment, so good. Back to you.
All right, Hal, thank you very much. All right, up over again, Skyfox and Crestline, the Crestline area. If you take a look at the view from Skyfox, and do we have Marco on the line?
Marco Galvez, you're up in Skyfox. Can you hear us?
I do hear you guys.
We were talking, our producer was telling us that you had one home that had recently caught fire. Is that what this is? It doesn't look
yes,
like it.
Things have changed out here in the Devore area. There have been homes that have been lost. What's happening here is the wind is blowing ashes, and you get sporadic fires that are not in areas where there are fire crews.
We were watching a structure burn, and what was so eerie about it is the structure was burning, and all around it was bare. There was no fire. It had somehow, you know, a blowing ember or what have you had caught the structure on fire, and that certainly is a story in many places, thanks to the wind.
You can really get a sense of how stretched the fire crews really are. The sky cranes will come in and only pour water on the most urgent situations where, and many times they unfortunately, the resources do fall short.
Hey, Marco, maybe if you can pull out and at the same time give us a better location. Devore, give us a...
It's another mountain community, obviously.
And where is it exactly?
It's right by the 210, 215, just north of the 210.
All right, there's that interchange right down there to the lower part of your shot.
This is where most people highway everybody takes to Vegas here.
In fact, Marco, go ahead and stay on that freeway area, and maybe you can show us where it's closed down, because we have Officer Lee Nuez back with us. And Lee, maybe you can start with, we're looking at the 215.
I get an echo.
Oh, it's okay, we'll work on your echo.
Thank you.
All right, Lee, are you with us on the phone?
I am.
We're looking at the 210, 215 area, a freeway that looks like a ghost area. Maybe you can start there and tell us what closures you have.
You're talking about the 210, 215 area?
Right, exactly.
Okay. Right now, we've had a closure at the 210, 15 area since early this morning for northbound traffic. The 15 is actually closed all the way to the high desert at US 395.
Okay. Okay. Now, when we had you on the phone earlier, we were talking about some road closures, particularly the 15, the 330, kind of up in the Crestline area. Can you repeat those for us so everyone knows what roads to stay away from?
Sure. We have actually 15 closures right now. First of all, State Route 18, which is also known as Waterman Avenue, north of 40th Street in the San Bernardino area, is closed. State Route 330 at Live Oak up in the mountain area is closed. Interstate 15 southbound at US 395, which I already mentioned, is closed. Interstate 215 from State Route 30, closed. Interstate 15 northbound at Interstate 10, already mentioned, is closed. State Route 173 at State Route 138 in the Hesperia area is closed. State Route 189 at Grass Valley, which is also known as 5 Points up there in the mountains, is closed. State Route 18 at Santa's Village is closed. State Route 18 at Big Bear Dam is closed. State Route 38 at Valley of the Falls is closed. And State Route 18 from the Lucerne Valley area is closed. However, if you are a resident, you show positive ID and proof that you're a resident, you will be allowed to go in up the mountain from that side of the mountain and get your property and leave. State Route 138 westbound at State Route 18 is closed. State Route 330 at State Route 30 in the Highland area is closed. State Route 189 at Cliffhanger Restaurant is closed. And finally, State Route 38 at Bryant is closed. However, if you are a resident, you'll be allowed to enter the mountain area from that location.
All right.
It's interesting that he would mention the Cliffhanger Restaurant.
Because we are going to try once again to go to Chris Blatchford, who the last time we chatted with you, Chris, you were at the Cliffhanger Restaurant, so you would know firsthand that the highway there is closed. Can you hear us now?
I can hear you.
Thank goodness.
All right, Chris, tell us what you know.
Well, I mean, as I tried to tell you before, we're just along the eastern edge of Crestline. Give you a couple other landmarks, maybe like 2 miles southeast of Lake Gregory.
Did we lose you again?
You hear me?
Well, we heard more of you than we've heard in a long time, but that doesn't mean it's a lot.
2 miles south of Lake Gregory, which we see on
Lake Gregory, and we're right on the rim of the World Highway. And we're just about 50 yards from what is a landmark restaurant up here called the Cliffhanger Restaurant. And when I was trying to talk to you about a half hour ago, that thing looked like it was going to be a tinderbox in about 10 minutes, and the firefighters here managed to save the thing. It's been abandoned for about a year, they say, but it's been up here for many, many years, and is a landmark. It's an old building, you know, wood clappered sides, and I mean, the fire came right up within feet of it. Firemen hit it with a lot of foam and hit the ground directly underneath it with a lot of foam, and they managed to save the thing. And the fire sort of moved south of there now, and it seems like it's pretty safe. But just about an hour ago, if you just drive north of the Rim of the World Highway off a tributary street, I think people up here would recognize the name Crest Forest Drive, which runs east and west across Crestline. Now, we were back in there, and we saw at least a half dozen homes just gone, and another 3 homes, when we were there, firefighters were not trying to save anymore. I mean, they were just totally engulfed in flames, but they were trying to knock them down because there's just a steady line of homes all along that street and the little tributary streets there, and they didn't want it to spread anymore. You know, what is always amazing in these fires, though, is there's one home sort of out on a ridge on Crest Forest Drive, completely gone, just, you know, an old stove left and a fire and a chimney. And, you know, homes on either side of it just untouched, which is always amazing how it happens, the pattern of these fires. they think at this point there's probably at least 25 homes destroyed in the Crestline area, many of them here along the eastern edge of Crestline. Now, again, they say like the smoke is so thick in there at places, it's hard to get a good count. There may be homes down in there that people just can't even see. Most of the people here have evacuated, as we understand it. They'd be crazy not to, I think, from what we saw in there. We saw a few people trickling back in to check. They'd left last night and just wanted to see if their home was still there. The two people we talked to, luckily theirs was still standing, and they were going to leave again. Again, the fire in some areas here is sort of fueling itself. I guess they were trying to explain to me how, how the winds, the fires go with the wind, but this fire is creating its own weather. So you're getting these little firestorms in different areas because they're not responding to the natural weather, but the weather that this fire is creating.
Hey, Chris, with the smoke that you have up there, plus the altitude and the terrain, are the choppers able to get up there and dump water?
Anna, we came up at 3:30 to get up here. We got up here around, I suppose, noon or so. Up through that way, I saw at the very bottom as we started up, there were a couple of helicopters dropping water. We saw some fixed-wing aircraft over the Waterman area as we came by there. They were not, however, dumping water. These were like what they call them, reconnaissance planes or whatever, just going over the area, seeing, if it would be safe, if not. But, we've seen no fixed wing up here at all, up as high as we are in the rim of the world. And to our knowledge, there's been nobody dumping any water from fixed-wing aircraft here all day, but there have been a few county helicopters doing so, not up where we are, but down around the Waterman area.
Well, Chris, a lot has been said about the bark beetle infestation. Is that the case where you are? Can you see that the trees are noticeably affected by the bark beetle?
Oh, yeah, and coincidentally, I was up here with my wife just driving around a couple of months ago, and we were just astounded up around Lake Arrowhead and all along the rim of the World Highway, how many of those trees you see. I mean, they're just sort of a gray or red. There are whole small forests or hillsides of these trees that are just dead. I mean, and one of the firefighters was telling us what they've been trying to do here the last few months is along the rim of World Highway and other places that people use to come in and out frequently, they've been trying to take those trees down. And all the way up here, you can see, I mean, trees that are even like 3 or 4 feet in diameter already down and stripped and laying by the side of the roadway in places they've sort of dug out and protected areas where they could dump them. So they've been making that effort, but there's just so many. I mean, where I'm standing now, I can see a whole ridge of them in like 4 different spots. And I mean, it's probably the best fuel they've seen up here in years. And everybody's afraid about that because these things will just go up like crazy. I mean, if the fire just gets near, I think they'll explode.
Chris,
and it has happened in some areas.
Yeah, exactly. We're kind of losing your phone signal there. Where are you going to be moving from where you are now? Where's your next spot?
Well, I think we're going to stay here for a while and try to go back up that Crest Forest Drive.
Okay,
like I said, we were losing you, but
cellular phone problems.
Glad we had you as long as we did. That was Chris Blatchford reporting from the Crestline area right on the rim of the World Highway.
Well, much has been said about the air support for the wildfires. We're going to go now to Hal Eisner in Simi Valley, and he has an update for us. Hal.
A lot has been said about that. Visibility, winds creating problems. I think we have a live picture right now from Sky Fox showing a helicopter water dropping, or at least helicopters in the air. This is such an important tool for firefighters in dealing with this sort of thing. Dick Hart is the president of National Helicopter Service. He lives out here in Simi, has been having to deal with all of this. But I want to ask you, how problematic is it not being able to do a lot of this water dropping?
Well, the water dropping from the helicopter is probably the most effective way to put out the hot spots in these hard to get to areas. So it is a problem if they can't use the helicopters or the water dropping aircraft enough.
Is it the wind or is it really the visibility?
In my opinion, for the helicopters, it's the visibility. Because in the winds, these guys are so good. They train in it all the time. They can handle the winds. But the visibility is a real problem. With the airplanes, it's also the wind.
Now, could they get a better handle on this thing if they were able to do this air support a little bit better?
I think that, well, better is the wrong word.
I don't mean better. I'm not trying to be, but you know what I mean?
Yes, they could probably get the hot spots out quicker if they could get more water from the air on the bad areas that are not accessible by ground.
So this is very problematic then.
Very problematic.
I know that's one of the things I mentioned. Your company, you were very involved in there. Your dad was in the very first water droppings. Is that right?
Back in the 50s, we pretty much developed it with the California Division of Forestry. Our helicopters probably dropped, as I recall, the first water ever on forest fires back in the 50s.
Yeah, how'd you do that?
We had specialized canvas bags and metal tanks that mounted underneath the helicopters that we had to fill with a pumper truck and then go drop. Only 60 gallons at a time, by the way, instead of 1,600 like the super Sky Crane today.
But it was all the creative genius of one thing.
Trying to make a buck, get the helicopters flying.
That was it. Well, helicopters have been flying over these fires, perhaps not as much as they'd like to be, but they're certainly doing the very, very best they can. Back to you.
Yeah, Hal, we were watching the Erickson Sky Cranes while you were talking to that gentleman, and they get their nozzle right down there into a reservoir or whatnot. They can suck up 2,300 gallons of water in almost no time at all, and then move it over and dump it. So what an instrument they are.
It's phenomenal to watch these things, and you and I have been on an awful lot of stories, and I've seen these things take water out of little bitty ponds in the middle of nowhere. So, if there's water somewhere, these things have a way to get it, grab it, and throw it on what needs to be doused. And they're pretty effective and pretty amazing to watch.
Yeah, there they are right there. That's the Erickson Sky Crane there. Then there's the Bell 412. It can hold about 500 gallons. All we haven't seen, really, are the Super Scoopers. We want to go to Rod Burnson, who spends an awful lot of time up in the air in Skyfox.
Rod's on the phone with us. Rod?
Yeah, guys, those two Sky Cranes that you saw there probably are going to save my house. Earlier this afternoon, I've been monitoring the fire frequencies. We live in the Santa Rosa Valley, and we heard just this incredible frustration on the part of the incident commander calling for additional resources. And about noon, he got word that those two Sky Cranes that you see there, one of them from Erickson Firefighting, the other from the California Department of Forestry, that's a silver and black one, the Erickson's a big orange one, they are absolutely saving what they can here in Simi Valley. I live on the western flank of the fire in the Santa Rosa Valley. We're bordered by the 23 freeway, and fortunately, despite winds that have to be gusting upwards of 50 miles an hour, it has not jumped the 23 freeway. That's the last report that I heard from Fred Ponce at the Ventura County Fire Department. They're going to try and make a stand at Rocky Peak Road on the eastern flank of the fire to keep it from going into the city of Los Angeles. But literally, what they have to fight the fire here in Simi Valley is some exhausted firefighters and those two Sky Cranes that you saw there. Just extraordinary effort. If this is Simi Valley, those cypress trees, they will light off in a second. They have a very high sap content, which is very flammable. In fact, you make turpentine from pine and cedar, just like you're seeing there.
And that's tape you're looking at, Rod, from Simi Valley.
Yeah, okay. Well, tape from Simi Valley. Now, last night we watched the fire come over the hill when from the Val Verde fire come over the hill, burning south over towards Tierra Rajada Road. There you see them backfiring. That's been very helpful too. A lot of horses in my neighborhood. A lot of people getting their horses out. Everybody in our neighborhood, including us, we've got our cars packed with everything that we're supposed to do. And we're just waiting the word. If the fire jumps the 23 freeway and gets into the Sunset Hills and moves into the Santa Rosa Valley, then we're going to have problems here. But what I can't emphasize enough was the frustration, the exhaustion, the frustration on the part of that incident commander at the Tierra Rajada group calling for resources, and you could hear the headquarters command saying, "We have no resources." Just extraordinary. A couple of things about the fixed-wing aircraft. There's a huge problem. SoCal Control, which is down in North San Diego County, I understand was evacuated earlier this morning, and that all the air traffic in the Southern California area is being controlled from Seattle Center, and that's why some of the airports are either shutting down or severely restricting the flights that leave and come into Los Angeles. And this has a ripple effect, Jeff and Susan, as you know, throughout other airports. They can't take off from Chicago or New York or wherever if they can't get a spot on the ground here in Los Angeles. So we'll have a ripple effect as well. And it's extremely tense out here. The air is just almost unbreathable. There's the big Erickson Sky Crane again. And those two aircraft literally have been the backbone of the firefighting effort here in the Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks Moore-Park area. It's been extraordinary.
Hey, Rod. You know, I've got to believe as a resident out there, you would be frustrated that the state of California or somebody from Northern California wouldn't be sending more aircraft down our way.
Well, you know, Jeff, the problem with the fixed-wing aircraft is because of the smoke and the winds, 50-knot winds, it's very difficult to fly those. As I understand it, all the contract aircraft that can be from as far away as Washington State, Oregon, Idaho, all of those have been tapped, and they're moving into the Southern California area. But when you have tens of thousands of acres on fire, you can well imagine the difficulty it is. The fixed-wing aircraft that we normally see dropping that frost-check fire retardant, which is actually a fertilizer, it's very difficult to operate in the urban interface like this when you have the smoke and you have these high winds. Right there in the center of your screen, you're seeing those flames whip up. That's a tornadic-type wind. You have superheated gases that are going up in a counterclockwise fashion. You can imagine how difficult it is to control a rotor aircraft like a big, powerful helicopter compared to a fixed wing. It's almost impossible.
Well, Rod, let me just interrupt you. We were speaking earlier about the Super Scooper. We haven't seen that particular aircraft. Is there an explanation for that?
That's LA County.
The Super Scoopers are on lease to the LA County Fire Department, and generally the Super Scoopers have been very effective on the cold flank of the fire. That is the flank of the fire that is burning against the wind, which is moving very, very slowly. Now, whether they're even able to fly is a question. Plus, they have to be relatively close to a water source that's fairly long and able to scoop up their 1,600 gallons of water.
Hey, Rod.
The effort is by the heavy lifting helicopters.
You know, you certainly have a lot of knowledge in this area, but I'm kind of interested in what you just said earlier, that you have your car packed. I imagine it was a pretty tough decision to figure out what to put in your car.
No, actually it wasn't, Jeff, because we've been telling people for so many years now during these wildfires what to put in their car. And I followed
your own
the
advice.
I've got my my computer mainframe. I just disconnected all the peripherals because we have so much stuff on the hard drive. We just grabbed the file drawer. We didn't bother taking the files out and took the full file drawer of all the important papers. We have a fireproof, little tiny fireproof safe where the real critical documents like birth certificates, things like that would be difficult to replace. And of course the family pictures, the family videotapes, and all of that just fit into the cars very nicely. The cars are backed into the driveway. To answer your question, yeah, it is, you know, this is the first time in the 13 years or 11 years that I've been working as a reporter that I'm directly affected by it. And, you know, it's much easier to report on it than find yourself in the position to having maybe leave your home.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Rod, you live south of the 118 or north?
No, we live south of the 118, and we live west of the 23. And the fire at this point, the west flank of the fire that concerns us, has still not jumped the 23 on the westbound side. If you look at your map there on the desk, if you keep going west, you have Sunset Hills, and then to the west of Sunset Hills is Santa Rosa. So there is nothing between us and the west flank of the fire except some exhausted firefighters that are completely diminished. My neighbor's a Ventura County firefighter, and his wife and son, we've been talking. He's been in San Bernardino since Sunday.
Oh, wow.
So, you know, the mutual aid kind of depletes it.
All right, Rod Burnson, thanks so much. We wish you the best. Hope you don't have to evacuate. Hope you'll be able to put all your stuff back in your house.
Thanks, guys.
Now back to the old fire, the Grand Prix fire, which have merged. We're going to go now to Sam Chulin, who's live in the Rancho Cucamonga area. Sam?
Hi, Susan. We're now at the location of Almond and Sapphire, and right behind me, what's left of a custom-made home built by an 88-year-old man in the 60s and 70s. And it was beautiful. It had, unfortunately, a wood stucco roof. CDF firefighters came here in a big hurry, and what they found here were waves of fires because there are power lines here and an open field. It was so intense, this house came down very quickly, and even the fire hoses that were strung out burned and melted, and the firefighters themselves had to run quickly. Now, what is so sad about the situation we're told by so many firefighters is, hey, there's not enough help. There simply isn't enough help because there are so many fires around the state. So everyone has to be extremely careful. Again, we have lost close to 50 homes or more in this area, and even though the fire has passed this area, we're told embers could be glowing and reignite some of the fires themselves. And at the same time, we're told that the firefighters, they need the rest and they need the help. Reporting live from the Rancho Cucamonga area, I'm Sam Chulin, Fox 11 News, back to you.
Hey, Sam, exactly where are you? Are you in Rancho Cucamonga? Are you up in the Alta Loma area?
We're right on the borderline. We're right on the borderline, and we're right close to the Cucamonga Creek Trail, where, as we broadcast last night, it was all of a sudden very quiet, and then all of a sudden the flames, fanned by the winds, just, it was like a wall of flames running through the creek, and then the sparks, the burning embers, and then the power lines, which are to my right, they helped with the crackling of sparks, igniting the wild brush out there, and then little houses like this one, which was a 2-story structure, just burned down on the ground. 88-year-old man who is loved by the community. He saw his dream come true, go up in ashes, and that is so, so sad. There are many broken hearts, and then the people say, why couldn't the firefighters come here? And simply, as the firefighters have told us, hey, we've run out of help, and
Sam,
we can only do our best.
Sam, if you could have the photographer sort of
Right.
pan around so we can get a sense for what the whole neighborhood looks like. This house is obviously burned to the ground. Is it a case where there may be some structures that survive that firestorm?
That's true.
There?
You can't see them.
Oh.
You can't see them at the location that we are, but only just so many half a block away, I would say, there are brand new houses and very nice homes. This is like living in the country where this home is located. And this guy obviously enjoyed his home, and the neighbors had nothing but high comments to say about him and the structure he built.
How much is that as his property? How much property did he have aside from the house there?
It goes quite a distance.
So he had a big lot then?
I would say acre.
Well,
an
and
acre
also,
at least.
Sam, it also looks like, I mean, there's certainly trees around there, but could you tell whether he had cleared the brush around his house?
It's cleared. It's cleared. And what's...
So he did everything right.
He has farm equipment, if Dave, you pan over to the left, he had farm equipment around here, so that's why it had that country atmosphere, and with this kind of equipment, he cleared the area. Why don't you walk forward, and you can look at some of the hoses that were laid out by the firefighters themselves. CDEF Battalion Chief Dave Golder told me earlier when we spoke to him, he says, we tried to get all the water out here, but the heat was so intense, this is what it did to the hoses. And what can you do with no water? That's sickening.
Absolutely.
And if we can tilt up, you can see some of the smoke coming out from the fields where all the wild brush was helping to feed this fire with the burning embers. And right above that, even though we're looking through the trees, that's where a lot of the sparks were flying in the direction of this home. What can you do?
Sam, thank you very much. We were speaking earlier about how 10 years ago, that was the anniversary, or it is the anniversary rather, of the Malibu fires back in 1993. More than 1,000 homes burned in that situation. And guess what? Today, a fire actually broke out in the Malibu area, and we have Ed Osorio on the phone to tell us about that fire. A small fire at this stage, right, Ed? No.
Yes, we don't have Ed, but there was 175 firefighters that we've been told have been sent to the Malibu area. It was a small fire, broke out at about 2:30, according to Captain Henry Rodriguez of the LA County Fire Department.
This is Skyfox on the way there. Pacific Coast Highway and Corral Canyon Road is essentially the area that we're speaking about.
And we're trying to get Ed Osorio back, but Malibu certainly has every bit the amount of hilly terrain that you know, the upland area and Rancho Cucamonga, the other areas we've been showing you. We're all here in LA County a little bit more familiar with it, and there, as Skyfox zooms in through that haze, you can see a couple of hot spots. This fire, one right in the center of your screen, and then over that ridge at the top of your screen, you can see another one.
At this stage, we're at least what we can get from the news services that the fire is charted about 2 acres. No structures were threatened. But at this time, where there are so many wildfires across Southern California, resources are stretched so thin that it's difficult to imagine that it could not have been very easy to make the decision on who goes where.
Right. Ed Osorio, do we have you back with us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, we're looking, I don't know if you have a TV in your
Yes, I do.
Okay, we're looking at a shot of your fire there. Tell us about it.
Well, this is the fire that was reported to us at approximately 2:36 this afternoon. This fire was reported to be at Coral Canyon Road and PCH Highway. We have responded to second alarm brush assignment at this time. It's unknown as to what exactly was the start of this fire, but we seem to think at this point that it may have been caused by embers from the Simi Valley fire. early reports that the Simi Valley fire was actually burning towards the south, and this fire, curiously enough, is burning up towards the north. Our engine companies were reporting some spotting to the north of this location.
So, as the crow flies, how far are we talking about?
Well, we're talking about quite some distance still, but maybe about anywhere from 3 to 4 miles or so. But large brush fires have been known to spot over 3 miles ahead of the main fire.
So live embers can travel that far?
Most definitely. Depending on the prevailing winds, they can travel up to about 3 miles that we know of and actually start a new fire.
Well, Ed, maybe I missed this when you were talking, but I said 175 firefighters have been sent out there. What's the containment?
Right now, they have not given us any containment just yet. As you can see, our firefighters are working as hard as they can to try to knock the fire down, and unfortunately, they are not able to keep us updated as we'd like them to. But I can tell you that they have evacuated a Malibu mobile home park up in that area. We don't know how many residents were actually displaced at this time.
There it is right there. Oh, I'm familiar with that park. I remember actually...
right off of PCH?
Right, reporting there during the fires 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm. We've evacuated that area just as a precautionary measure. Again, it's so difficult for us to know exactly what these fires are going to do with these erratic wind behaviors that we're experiencing.
We've been talking a lot about the conditions up in the mountain area. Crestline, we were speaking about the bark beetle infestation there. So there's a lot of fuel for these fires. What can you tell us about the terrain there in Malibu?
Well, like in Malibu, I can tell you that we're dealing with medium to heavy brush. Again, we have a fairly good amount of brush in there, and we're very concerned about that area. Obviously, we all remember the Malibu storm that we had back in '93, and we would hate to have a repeat of that incident.
And
so,
Ed, let me just interrupt you. Right there in the center of our screen is the Canadair Super Scooper.
Yes, sir.
Goes out into the ocean, scoops up how many gallons? Do you know?
It can pick up to 1,500 gallons.
1,500 gallons,
yes,
and it's so quick to get to that fire. Do you have just the one there, or do you have both of them there?
Actually, we should have both of them assigned to that fire at this time, and if I'm not mistaken, we also have helicopters assigned to that fire as well. We have a total of 4 helicopters that are also assisting on that fire.
Now, are your crews stretched thin? Have you lent a lot of your crews to other wildfires?
Well, we have several resources allocated to different wildfires. We have resources on the Verdale incident up in the Val Verde, the Simi incident, as well as the Grand Prix incident, and especially that part of the Grand Prix incident that has entered the LA County area above Claremont. We have several resources assigned to that. But yes, we are spread thin right now. Firefighters are having a very difficult time. As you've seen from your coverage most of this morning, it's been a very difficult situation for our firefighters. They've been working through the night. Most of these guys are tired, have gone for 24 hours now without any sleep, continuously battling the blaze to try to get the upper hand. And unfortunately, Mother Nature is just not cooperating with us.
Hey, you know, Ed, I know when you do get fires right there up above the PCH, there aren't very many roads to park fire engines. Is there any possibility of either closing down or restricting use of the PCH this afternoon?
There is a definite possibility that we may do that. As I'm looking at the picture right now, it doesn't look like this fire is gonna grow any bigger at this point. Unfortunately, it's too early to tell. But we're hoping to keep this one under control so that we don't have it turn into another large situation like we have out in Claremont.
I think Kevin Takumi up in Sky Fox was looking for the shot of that Super Scooper getting its water.
There it is.
And there it is going in. These 2 aircraft, we have them on lease to LA County. They come down from Canada.
Yes, we do.
And I know that there's been kind of a little bit of a healthy rivalry between the chopper pilots and the fixed wing guys. Who's really more effective in fighting fires? Now, you probably don't want to get in the middle of that one.
Well, no, I don't. There is somewhat of a rivalry, but actually it's all about teamwork when it comes to these fires. Our guys work hand in hand with these things, and they know exactly their capabilities. Helicopters have certain advantages over the airplanes, and the airplanes have certain advantages over the helicopters. So we try to use those advantages to the best of our knowledge so that we can gain the upper hand on these fires.
Okay.
So, Ed, you don't seem surprised that a live ember would have traveled as far as from Simi Valley to Malibu. So this was a situation perhaps that you've been watching over for just exactly this reason?
Well, we were actually working on contingency plans. The incident commanders from the Simi Valley incident were actually working on a contingency plan should the Simi Valley incident continue to burn, the Santa Ana winds pick up, and we were actually thinking not so much in the fact that the fire would spot this far ahead of itself, but more that it would come over, burn through Simi Valley, and continue on into the Malibu Mountains. So we were actually coming up with a contingency plan for evacuations, fire attacks, and so forth. No, this is not surprising to us. As we fight these fires, we're also trying to think of what this fire can possibly do, what the worst type scenarios that we could encounter, and we're constantly trying to review our plans of attack so that we can gain an upper hand.
Okay. Hey, Ed, question for you, especially since this fire isn't looking too bad right now. It looks like you're probably going to have a knockdown here fairly soon. Does mutual aid extend to those two super scoopers? Is there a possibility of letting either Ventura County or letting the Rancho Cucamonga area use those super scoopers?
These resources, the super scoopers, are resources that are shared between LA City and LA County fire departments. The residents of LA County and LA City have pretty much paid for these super scoopers.
Well, yeah, but I've got to believe that if you're not using them, you could charge whoever you're going to let use them.
Definitely. If they are not being used, most definitely, they can be sent out. However, they will probably be the last to go. We'll probably offer up our helicopters before we do the super scoopers, just because of the fact that we know during this time of year they are so greatly needed.
And also, they have a tougher time when you get up into the mountains.
Exactly.
Because they can't negotiate those canyons as well.
Most definitely.
All right, thank you.
Actually, while we continue to look here at the Malibu area, we also want to tell you that Governor Gray Davis is, we think, about to walk out at the San Bernardino airport, where he's going to make an announcement about widening his declaration of the state of emergency into San Diego County as well as into Riverside, or I guess San Bernardino County. There's the podium right there by the Red Cross. When he comes out, we will take the governor live. The governor, in the last 2 or 3 weeks of his governorship, he certainly has, he just met with Arnold Schwarzenegger a few days ago, and one would have to think that the new administration is keeping a close watch on just how this state of emergency is going, because it's very possible that soon-to-be Governor Schwarzenegger will have to take over in administrating the state of emergency.
Let's look back live again over the Malibu area, where we've been keeping an eye on a fire there. Seems to be doing okay. Are we going to that shot?
Or do we have, yeah,
there
we
we
have
go.
that.
We've got...
and do we also, we can just go ahead while you're looking at that, everyone, we can ask our producer, do we also have Skyfox over the Rancho Cucamonga area?
Okay.
We don't.
All right, so again, this is over the Malibu area. We've pretty much watched as a super scooper has managed to put out this fire, and what we learned from the fire department is that it's very possible that this was a fire that was started by a couple of flying embers from the Simi Valley area.
Which is amazing to think that it would cross over the Santa Monica mountain range from Simi Valley into Malibu.
And his estimate was about a 3 to 4 mile as the crow flies.
And I mean, he knows more than I do, but it seems to be a pretty, underestimated estimate. I mean, that's a good distance.
Well, speaking of the Simi Valley fire, let's go to Hal Eisner to get an update on his situation out where he is. Be more specific where you are again, Hal?
Yeah, we're up in Indian Hills, which is in the eastern part of Simi Valley, and we have some new information for you. It's a bit disturbing. It's not the kind of stuff we want to hear. 80,000 acres right now destroyed. That's 80,000 acres. Structures, houses destroyed, 6 of them damaged, 8 at this point. And let's go do that right now.
We had that picture. Very likely the governor will walk out and he'll shake some hands and talk to some of the folks.
This is an evacuation center.
Right,
because
Red
it's
Cross
an evacuation center. As you can imagine, there are lots of people there that want the governor's ear.
He's doing exactly what one would think he would do, and this is really, for Governor Gray Davis, his first priority, because he's letting all of us know the declaration that he has signed, a state of emergency declaration, but really these are the folks that need to hear from him.
Because the state of emergency will then sort of pave the way for the kind of funding and the help that these people will need to get back up on their feet.
This, we don't know exactly how many people are sheltered here. Obviously the cots are there, so we know that they've been here overnight. And we talked to, I think it was Susan Lowry. She's at this...
she's there.
At this same shelter. This is the woman who...
she believes she lost everything.
Lost everything, has no family in the area. Moved here from out of state and has no idea what she's going to do next. And you've got to believe that a lot of these people are looking to the governor and saying, what can you do for us?
Here's the scope of the problem. So far, from what we understand, there are as many as 11 deaths that are attributed to the wildfires that stretch from Ventura County and down to San Diego. As many as 500 homes burned and 208,000 acres involved in these wildfires.
All right, Governor Gray Davis walking up to the podium. As soon as the governor begins to speak, we will let you hear what he has to say. And he is, I think he wants to get everybody around him. At a time like this, what Governor Davis would do is he'd make sure that he has someone from the fire department, someone from the Red Cross there,
he likes
possibly
to
to
give credit
answer some questions when reporters have questions.
And you can imagine this is a changing situation. So at one point he had declared just Ventura and San Bernardino County, and that was what we had heard as this day went on, that he was expected to expand that.
All right, let's listen to Governor Davis.
Thank you. I came down here today to spend some time with all the people who've been evacuated from their homes, to let them know that my heart goes out to them. Sharon and I we had to move out of our condominium during the earthquake of 1994, and I know what it's like when you're forced to leave your home. I want to also thank all the volunteers, everyone from San Bernardino County who's given of their time and effort to help fight the fire and to help comfort the people who've been adversely affected by these terrible fires. Late last night, around midnight, I signed a declaration of emergency for San Bernardino County and for Ventura counties. In a moment, I'm going to sign one that extends that same declaration to San Diego County and to Los Angeles County. These declarations pave the way for federal assistance, and I've written President Bush and asked him to immediately make available financial assistance to help everyone who lost their home or their business in this terrible fire. Those programs provide low-interest loans to help repair or rebuild your home, your business, or in some cases, public infrastructure of roads or bridges or public entities have been damaged. This is a terrible situation. These are the worst fires we've faced in California in 10 years. And I want you to know that I'm mobilizing every available resource to combat these fires. Just this morning, I've made available an additional 650 fire engines, state and municipal fire engines, to help combat these fires. I've been in touch with our 2 United States senators. I've been in touch with your mayor, Judith Valles, yesterday. I've been in touch with the mayor of Rancho Cucamonga, Mayor Alexander, the chairman of your board of supervisors, the mayor of San Diego County, Dick Murphy. This is a team effort. We're not Republicans today, we're not Democrats today, we're all Californians, we're all pulled together, we're all doing our best to help you get you through this. I know this is a difficult time. I want to answer individual questions from people who are here. But first, I want to ask Mayor Valles to speak, and then Del Soto and John Longo to speak, and then I'm going to sign the declarations of emergency. Then I'm going to answer questions from the press. Then we'll come by and answer individual questions from the community. So, Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Governor. And I want you I want to thank you personally for the prompt response. As soon as we called, the governor responded immediately, and I will be forever and eternally grateful to him. The message that I have for all of you here that have been evacuated, as you know, I've been around all morning, but the message hasn't been very clear. We are assessing the damage. We have our teams out there now. They will be identifying the structures that have been destroyed. Those will be posted by late tomorrow so that you will be able to know if your house is still here. And once we do that, we will organize groups and buses and take you up there to visit the site. But that will occur on Wednesday. We're working on the logistics now. Thank you all for being so resilient, for being such troopers, and for hanging in there and being so cooperative. I thank you all, and we will work with you, and I thank the governor for doing that for us.
Thank you, Governor. As your senator, I have been here all day, and I've witnessed the patience and the courage of the people that have been affected and the people that are here helping, and as much cooperation that has been ongoing all day long. I think that this is a good example, as the governor said, of Californians working together, especially Southern Californians who find themselves in this predicament. I'm very glad to be here in Able. This is my district, the district I represent you from in Sacramento, and I really am concerned about the situation. So I will do everything I can to help, and I hope that the federal government, along with Governor Davis, will also be there, and I know that we will do the best that we can to get the people out of these predicaments and hopefully give you a place to live before too long, so you won't have to suffer without a place of existence and a place to live. Again, thank you very much to Governor Davis for being here and for coming into my district and letting the people know that you really do care, as I believe that you do. Thank you again very much.
This is something that affects me as more than just being in the lower house of the legislature, the assembly, as being in my district. It's unfortunately the case that as I've been touring the areas over the last couple of days, I've found family and friends who have lost homes. So it's real personal, and in that context, Governor, I want to tell you, those of us who have been through political times that are good and political times that are bad know that there are times when you just as soon not be being up and trying to serve the function of being a leader. And so my hat is off to you for taking your time right now and showing up here to do everything you can to bring all the state resources to help my friends and family and neighbors who are going through difficult times. Thank you, Governor.
Let me say two more things. We briefed Governor-elect Schwarzenegger today on everything that's happening in the state. As you know, the worst of the fires are here in San Bernardino County, but there's some terrible fires in San Diego County today. And there's a very bad fire up in Ventura County. So we brought him up to speed on all the things that we're doing. He's going back to Washington Tuesday, and I know he will also strongly endorse our efforts to get rapid federal assistance to get all of you back on your feet. Finally, I had a chance to meet with some firefighters earlier today, and I met with a whole bunch of them on Friday. And even though I know you're hurting, and I know you're full of pain, I think you'll join me in acknowledging the extraordinary work that firefighters are doing in this state. Let's give them a round of applause. Now I'm going to sign these two declarations, answer a couple questions from the press, and then I'll come around and we'll talk to everyone who has a question.
And Governor Gray Davis signing the declarations of a state of emergency on the right side of your screen as you see the reason on the left side of your screen.
This is a proclamation that extends the declaration of emergency. This is a proclamation that extends the declaration of emergency to Los Angeles and San Diego counties. And this is the letter that I'm sending to President Bush, asking him to grant relief to the residents of all four counties, San Bernardino, Ventura, Los Angeles, and San Diego counties.
As the governor signs this letter to President Bush, What the state of emergency will do is allow for federal aid to come into the area, low-interest loans for those people who've lost their homes and businesses.
And there are many, many of them. 500 homes at least have been burned. 11 people have died, 8 of them in San Diego County. The governor is going to be taking questions from reporters. If he moves over to the podium, we will try to listen into a couple of those questions. But the main thing is to recap what we know, so you are up to date along with us. We have 2 major fires, correct me if I'm wrong here, burning, because we have the joining of the old fire
We also have
along with the Grand Prix fire.
For our Los Angeles area,
In the
but then
Los
of course
Angeles
there are
area.
more
Office of
fires
Emergency
in the San
Services
Diego area, in Temecula area.
Right now, Governor Davis is introducing a few other leaders as we wait for him to take questions from reporters.
He pointed out that he had a
70 agencies pulling together to try and
listen
help.
Yeah.
in.
Let me just answer any
Here we go.
questions from the press.
Governor, there was some talk earlier about getting firefighting assistance from out of state. Is that going to happen?
What?
We're looking now at a live picture. We're going to leave the governor's news conference at this time so that we can sort of give you a wrap-up of what has happened over the course of the day.
All right, we, as I said, we have more than 500 homes burned. We have 208,000 acres, and that was the last estimate. That's probably quite old, burned thus far.
All right, and we want to give you a quick phone number because the Red Cross has more than 20 evacuation centers throughout Southern California. Here's the number, 1-800-HELP NOW, if you are interested in making any kind of monetary donation to the Red Cross.
800-HELP-NOW, you can call that. This is the best way you can help when you see all of the stories of these people who have lost their homes. We have all of our cameras at all of these fires, and the reporters are still there. We will have a wrap-up of every single fire location in the Southern California area, and we will bring you that tonight on the Fox 11 10 o'clock news.
Meantime, we'll keep an eye on the situation. Until then, please join us again at 10 o'clock.
And keep everyone who has lost these homes, who have lost their homes, in your thoughts and prayers.
It's very difficult to see through this as you're driving, and authorities certainly don't want any accidents here. You're looking in an Air 7 shot for you as this fire burns. That's the head of the fire. Still a very big blaze burning here, and we still do have some wind pushing this fire as well. We did lose at least 6 homes that we know of, many more damaged. But again, the good news so far, firefighters saving a lot of homes up here as they stretch out and structure protection units to make sure this fire does not make its way into these communities. It's going to be a long day up here, though, folks, and we'll be standing by. We're live in Simi Valley. John Gregory, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Michael Leslie, back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, John. And we have some of the latest facts on the Simi Valley fire right now that we can give you. That is 47,150 acres charred in the Simi Valley, 2,300 homes and buildings threatened, and the fire at this point is 0% contained. Those are the latest statistics for you on that.
And from here we go to a phone conversation with Paul Klein in Southern California, Edison. Paul, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right, the big concern here, power, obviously, for so many thousands in Southern California. Update us on the number of customers that are affected at this point.
Currently, Edison has 31,600 customers off in the San Bernardino County area, and almost all of them are in the San Bernardino forest areas, communities, and in the community of Idlewild.
And those were preventative, mind you, were they not, most of those power outages?
Edison had to shut power down in the Idlewild area because of high winds. The other remaining customers in the San Bernardino forest areas were all out of power because of fire-related effects on transmission lines and distribution lines.
Well, what is the strategy at this point?
Strategy is we are very closely monitoring the fire as it affects our equipment, and we have crews in the field, and we're working to make sure that we can get power on as quickly as possible where it's safe to do so. The fire has also destroyed 500 poles throughout the territory.
Paul, is there an imminent threat to other areas of the Southland that you haven't mentioned where power could go out at any time that you're monitoring?
Yes, we have experienced smaller outage in the Ventura County area. Earlier today we had approximately 1,500 customers off. Total customers affected since the fire started is in excess of 51,000.
Anything power customers need to know?
Edison wants our customers to be safe, so there are a number of things that we ask our customers to do. We want them to ensure the safety of their family and friends, and as the nighttime approaches, we don't want them to use candles because those could cause fires, and they should be using flashlights and battery-operated radios to stay in touch. They should keep their refrigerators and freezers closed as long as possible, and make sure their gas tanks are at least 3/4 pumps filled, because pumps don't work without the electricity. And of course, stay away from any downed power lines that they may come across.
Conserving energy, certainly a talking point at this hour. What can you tell viewers about that?
They certainly should conserve energy. That certainly helps. At this point, as we move into the beginning of the work week, that will become more important as the demands increase with the beginning of the work week.
Okay, and thank you very much for all of your information. Very helpful to us there. We're going to move on now to a number of communities have been in the heat of the battle in this firestorm. Among those hardest hit is Claremont, where numerous homes were destroyed along the fire's path of destruction. We continue our live team coverage with Eyewitness News reporter Brian Jenkins in Claremont. Brian.
Well, Leslie, this is part of the devastation left in the wake of the Grand Prix fire over the last 24 hours. And firefighters say they believe this was started by an arsonist. That is certainly going to make this much more bitter for homeowners who are coming home to this.
That fire hopscotched from one Claremont home to another, skipping many but decimating 18 in one 6-block area alone and damaging several others. Firefighters were forced to give up on some homes, most of those with wood-shake roofs, while protecting those surrounding. And residents kept below were nervously checking a posted list of addresses of homes that were destroyed and anxiously looking for word from neighbors who had slipped through.
You're burnt all the way up. You were like me. Her and I, our house was burnt all the way to the edge.
That's unbelievable. It hit my retaining wall and stopped.
Oh, you're okay, but you have a water break. Your one of your hoses in the back is broken and leaking back, but you burnt all the way up. It's the same as me. Hector's house looks gutted. The one that's on the end of Via Sinaloa, still burning.
What about Wendy's house? It's still burning?
Like crazy.
Most of them had been up all night, evacuated when police came knocking at their doors around 2 a.m.
We were standing back behind where the police line is, and we were supposed to be safe, and then all of a sudden the wind came in and it blew embers, and the embers just were crazy. We went running to our cars with the embers blowing behind us. They were landing on the ground. It was frightening. People couldn't get out fast enough, and we thought we were standing in a safe spot, but it changed so fast, and at that point, that's when the fire just spread the entire hill.
Firefighters found themselves outmatched by the swirling wind, the heat, the fire, and darkness in what for many of these out-of-town and out-of-state crews was unfamiliar territory.
It was dark and just not knowing the streets, not knowing the layout. We didn't even really know there was serious slope below us on these homes until daylight, really. So kind of really not knowing what you're getting into. So much smoke and visibility was really poor. You know, that's just a real disadvantage, just not being familiar.
And again, some 67 homes decimated in the greater Claremont area. This fire having moved west of here near LaVerne, and firefighters seem to have gotten a handle on it. It depends again on the wind. They have been spraying down embers and hot spots throughout this area, but it remains to be seen. If the wind picks up, they could have more problems here over the next 24 hours. Reporting live in Claremont, Brian Jenkins, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Okay, hopefully not. Thank you very much, Brian. And we want to give you the latest information on the Grand Prix fire, which is ravaging parts of Claremont. 35,000 acres have burned so far. Nearly 2,500 firefighters are battling this blaze. It is 23% contained, and the cause is believed to be arson at this point.
And to the east now, into Simi Valley, where thousands of homes are still in danger. We've got an update from Desiree Horton, monitoring all of this high in the sky in Air 7. Desiree.
Well, what we're looking at right now is a line of fire that is closest to the 118 freeway. This is between Yosemite and Cooner. This is an area of concern for firefighters. It is in very close proximity to those homes. The winds are starting to pick up a little. They could carry embers to those homes in there. Our cameraman on board, JT, actually lives in that area just south of the 118. He was evacuated this afternoon before coming into work today. Right now, the 118 freeway is shut down in both directions throughout the entire Simi Valley. It starts at DeSoto. They've got it shut down all the way out to the 23 freeway, obviously where the fire was earlier last night. And this is a shot of the Beverly Hills Equestrian Center out here in Simi Valley. They had evacuated all the horses from this property here. You can see the fire is burning very close to the Equestrian Center here. This line of fire is actually spanning all the way across the mountain range up towards Fillmore. It is quite a sight to see. The the magnitude of this fire here. Flames are very large, but the winds are out of the northeast, so it's pushing it more to the southwest, but for some reason the fire continues to spread in an easterly direction. If it continues to do that, it will head over into the Chatsworth area, and that is not good. Reporting live from Air 7, I'm Desiree Horton, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Thank you, Desiree. And you mentioned the roads there. More about road closures. We have our own Vera Jimenez, who will be here later to talk in depth about those road closures. But first, we're going to go to Garth Kemp, who's going to talk about the weather, those hot, dry winds. Garth.
Yeah, we still have hot, dry winds. We have low humidity. The winds are dying down a little bit now, but they will make a return tonight. I wanted to show you a visible satellite. This is visible satellite, obviously from space. Take a look. This is why we're having problems with aircraft landing through Burbank down towards Orange County airports and, of course, out into LAX as well. You can actually see the plumes right here towards Simi Valley. Look at the way the offshore pushes happen. That is all smoke and ash, all coming from the fires, and, of course, the Grand Prix fire and out towards San Bernardino as well. You can see it there on the visible satellite. So quite a bit of smoke and haze continuing with us right now. Red flag warnings continue through Monday afternoon at 2 o'clock. We have extremely low humidity, strong northeast winds tonight. We're going to see them go from about 15 to 25 miles an hour right now to 25 to 40 miles an hour and 60-mile-an-hour gusts in some of the favored canyons, Lytle Creek, and also over towards the Cajon Pass, and it won't be escaped either out towards Simi Valley as well. LA Ventura, San Bernardino, Riverside, Orange, San Diego counties, all of them under red flag warning. So an extremely dry night. We're going to have very low recovery rate. Let's bring you back, show you what's going on our West Coast satellite. If the guys in the booth would, I'll show you the size. This high pressure system just stays above us. We do have a change coming our way. That's going to be Wednesday when we'll take a 180-degree turn, push everything onshore, bring a lot more humidity in. Yesterday at this time, we were seeing heavy fog, of course, towards the coast yesterday. We were about 70, 80, 90, 100% humidity today at LAX as we speak. Right now, about 14% to 15% humidity. Same for downtown LA. Single digits elsewhere. Simi Valley, the humidity very low, anywhere between 10 and 14%. We continue to update on that, but you can see this entire giant ridge of high pressure well up into Canada. So it's not just us, but San Francisco as well. The Bay Area, the high pressure that continues to circulate over the central part of the state, and that is what's funneling all this air offshore flow for us right now and the compressional heating. But they might have problems up towards the Bay Area, and as we stretch and thin out some of the fire services, that could be a problem. So we're keeping an eye on that as well. But for tomorrow, another hot day coming away as the Santa Anas continue. Once again, the winds tonight dying down a little bit until we get into the evening hours tonight. Then once again, after midnight tonight, things will get a little dicey again with gusts below the Cajon Pass, once again, possibly up to around 60 miles an hour with more radical winds close to the fire. We'll update you in just a little bit. A break coming our way, like I said, though, Wednesday. Until then, it is going to be a tough fight. Back to you guys.
All right, Garth, thank you. As you continue to monitor that, we tell you the effects of this firestorm are many and varied, including but not limited to air travel, affecting travel in and out of Burbank all the way south to San Diego. In no uncertain terms around the country, planes headed to LAX were told grounded for a period of time after an evacuation of an FAA control center. The problems here, people go well beyond evacuations, and we continue to follow it there.
And we're taking a live shot from Devore. You can see the fire ravaging the hillside there. Very dry conditions. They've got water dropping choppers right up there, as you see. And we will go live to Devore next.
Introducing the Lincoln Mercury family of SUVs. The Lincoln Navigator, the new Lincoln Aviator, and the Mercury Mountaineer. Luxury effectively combined with affordability that makes it an SUV second to none. During the Fall Adventure SUV event, get a 2003 Mountaineer for up to $4,500 cash back or 0% APR financing for 72 months plus $500 Ford credit cash. See your California Lincoln Mercury dealer today.
It's now or never. Come hold me tight. This is the right time. Be mine tonight. Tomorrow will be too late. It's now or never. My love won't wait.
And the California wildfires are causing problems nationwide. One of many wildfires near San Diego has forced the evacuation of an FAA control center. As a result, flights are being delayed across the country. Airport officials say flights bound for LAX are being delayed by an average of 6 hours. Others are being diverted. So John Wayne, Burbank, Ontario, Long Beach, San Bernardino, and LAX are all being impacted. Officials don't know when air traffic controllers will be allowed to return to the control centers. The best advice, call your airline for the latest flight information.
More homes are burning to the ground at this moment, a result of those massive fires merging in San Bernardino County and engulfing more foothill neighborhoods. We're talking about the Old Fire, of course, and the Grand Prix Fire merging near the Cajon Pass, happening in the Devore Heights area, near the junction of the 15 and 215 freeways. Our live team coverage continues in Devore with Eyewitness News reporter Leo Stallworth. Leo.
Well, behind me here, you see this smoldering mess on this hillside here in the community of Devore. There are a few hot spots here, but luckily, none of the homes have really been threatened by this fire. Well, actually, they've been threatened, but none of the homes have been burned by this fire thanks to water-dropping helicopters. Firefighters say the fire is on a monstrous rampage, gobbling up fuel aided on by unpredictable winds.
This is called the Old Fire. It started in the Waterman Canyon area yesterday. Now, this is burning up in the northern part of these hillsides. It's already joined the Grand Prix Fire, which we've been fighting for 5 days now. As soon as it keeps going this direction, jumps back over the 215, it's basically both fires have merged into one.
Fire officials say the whole community, including the foothill areas of Devore, could end up in inferno, which would leave more than 100 homes destroyed. Fire crews, mainly relying on helicopter drops, have been able to keep the fire from getting to homes. Devore has been evacuated.
Right now, we're in the middle of a fierce firefight in the community of Devore. As you're going to see behind us, we've got 2 heavy lift helicopters dropping upwards of 2,000 gallons about every 5 minutes. We've got dozens of homes in the path of the fire apparatus surrounding homes. Firefighters doing an outstanding job.
And if you didn't think the fire is extremely dangerous, think again. This fire is extremely hot. It is intense. As you can see, it is moving closer and closer to where we are. We're not but 30 feet away from the fire, and there's a home just to the left of me that is even closer to the fire than we are. So fire crews are continuing to battle this blaze as best they can, but they say because of the erratic winds, the force of the winds, they're not having much success at battling this blaze. It is actually coming closer and closer towards us, and we are moving out of the way. That's going to do it. We're out of here. What do you think about this fire?
It's terrible. I mean,
again, you
lost
see
for words.
The hillside here, it is a smoldering mess. And about an hour and a half ago, this hillside was engulfed in flames. We were at one point right in the middle of it, and fire crews warned us to get out. We packed up and we got right out, and they say if we hadn't done it, we had stayed there another 10 minutes after they told us to leave. There's no telling what could have happened, but luckily we got out, and that's the warning they're telling folks to, if there is an evacuation order, to please evacuate, because fires are so erratic, they're dangerous, they can get really, really aggressive at any given time, and you see the helicopters moving through here, dumping more and more retardant on what might be left of the fire on this hill. Live in Devore, Leo Stallworth, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, thanks, Leo. And many residents are not prepared for a fire disaster, but State Insurance Commissioner John Garamendi told us it's never too early to get ready.
In the areas where it is a fire danger area, people should prepare. They should get ready. They should prepare their documents, collect the most important documents in your house, including your homeowner's insurance and any other very important things that you have to take. If you have the time, take photos of the interior of the house, the exterior, so you can document what might be there. And even if you have more time, you can certainly make up a list of your personal belongings that you cannot take with you.
Commissioner Garamendi says if you do have fire damage, first call your insurance company. You can also call the state insurance hotline beginning tomorrow at the area code 800-927-HELP.
As we continue our coverage here, we've got a live picture over Simi Valley, one of a number of fires burning here in the Southland, 47,000 acres at last word and growing. Flames moving closer to homes as we look live. I can tell you that the humidity there in Simi Valley, about 16% at this point, which is good news considering we've heard single-digit readings in humidity. Every tick helps in this situation. We continue to cover it live. Stay with us on Eyewitness News.
The reliable electric service Southern California Edison provides to our 12 million customers depends on year-in, year-out maintenance of the thousands of miles of poles, towers, cables, and wires that stretch across our vast service territory. Now, with the demand for electric energy constantly on the rise, keeping pace with that demand is more important than ever. The recent East Coast blackout demonstrates the tremendous cost and potential danger of neglecting our country's critical electric infrastructure. That's why Edison's first priority in the coming years will be strengthening the transmission and distribution system that carries power to your homes and businesses, so that California can continue to move forward. We know reliable electricity is fundamental to progress, and that progress can't wait. Neither will we. For over 100 years, life powered by Edison.
This is an important announcement from Carson Toyota. If you have bad credit or no credit, listen carefully. Carson Toyota has made special arrangements to extend credit to people with past credit problems. Even if you're a first-time buyer, even if you've been turned down yesterday, Carson Toyota could get you financed today. With as little as $500 down, you could drive home in a new Toyota this weekend. Just call 1-800-90-TOYOTA right now. Come into Carson Toyota today. We've got tons of Toyotas off the 405.
How will you feel when you save over $9,000 from DeLillo Chevrolet? Don't pay over $38,000 for your new Suburban. Your net cost at DeLillo is only $28,995. And there's plenty of Suburbans at this price, all nicely equipped. Don't delay, dance into DeLillo today and get a new Suburban for only $28,995. DeLillo Chevrolet! South of the 405 freeway on Beach Boulevard in Huntington Beach.
Casino Morongo, the most conveniently located casino in Southern California, with 2,000 slot machines and table games ready to make you a winner. Play Super Lotto Loot, California's only progressive jackpot game, exclusively for Winners Club members. Now with 2 progressive jackpots, including the Super Progressive, starting at $5,000. Casino Morongo, just 10 minutes west of Palm Springs and Cabazon. Call 1-800-252-4499 or visit them on the web at casinomorongo.com. It pays to play.
We can offer you a number of different perspectives on all that is going on here in Southern California with our network of cameras. This is a live look from our camera on top of the Disney Channel building in Burbank, there along the 134. It is pointed at this point toward the Simi Valley fire. You can't see the flames, obviously, from this distance, but you get a good perspective of the amount of smoke. And I tell you, compared with what you can see from the satellite images that we've seen, this smoke billowing all the way out across the Channel Islands and into the Pacific Ocean. Amazing pictures of a fire that began really in Santa Clarita Valley, the Valverde fire, as it was so called. It marched over the hills, jumped the 126 into Ventura County. And this Simi Valley fire was born out of that SCV fire. 6 structures destroyed, 2,000 homes threatened, approaching 50,000 acres as we look at tape now of this fire. These are live pictures there in Simi Valley. Our John Gregory is on the ground, and we'll have an update from him shortly as we continue to monitor this fire along with all the rest of them.
Okay, and on a day when fires are threatening homes all across the Southland, one has been especially hard hit. More than 300 homes have been burned by the old Waterman Canyon fire, most inside the San Bernardino city limits. We continue our live team coverage with Eyewitness News reporter Wendy Birch. Wendy.
Well, Leslie, the pictures really tell the words out here. These houses, they're just completely demolished. There's nothing left in the wake of this fire that ripped through here. This fire, I'm told, ignited yesterday around 2 in the afternoon. Some of the neighbors are breathing a sigh of relief that we haven't seen more fires catch on fire this afternoon. A lot of that is because of the efforts by firefighters. Now, earlier this afternoon, we were able to swing by the command center, which is about a mile from where we're positioned right now. There were more than 300 officials that were using that as a staging area. Everybody had a job responsibility. The firefighters were there to regroup and figure out where they needed to go to fight structure fires in the area. CHP was using it as a command headquarters to figure out which roads they needed to close. And the sheriff's deputies from San Bernardino were there to order evacuations. Some 40 to 50,000 people are under mandatory evacuations. We were also able to catch up with members of the U.S. Forest Service who were able to give us an update on this fire. What is making this fire so difficult to fight?
A combination of things. Steep slopes with heavy fuel, a lot of dense dead brush and chaparral. And then at the higher elevations, we're very concerned about unhealthy forests that this fire could reach. There are trees that, because of the drought, are weakened, and pine bark beetles and other species are able to get in there, and the immune system of the tree is damaged, and they're standing dead fuel. So it's really a tinderbox surrounding a lot of the mountaintop communities.
How many guys you got fighting this line?
Right now, on this fire, we have over 2,000.
Do you need more? Are you hoping for more throughout the day?
We could always use more, but right now, in all the areas that are affected, we've got pretty good coverage.
And the hand crews and the hot shots guys are down there. I mean, what kind of stuff are they doing?
In some areas, the fire behavior has been so extreme that we've had to be cautious with our crews. Crews would be digging hand line, or type 1 crews would be near the active parts of the fire. The only safe line is a black line. We want to make sure that it's cold, that there aren't any hot spots. They're going to carry embers into unburned stands of timber across the line.
Well, and speaking of those embers and speaking to so many residents who watch homes across their way go up, I mean, is that still a risk and a factor tonight that we could see these winds shift and these embers come back down in a repeat of yesterday?
Absolutely, and that's one of the reasons why law enforcement's not letting folks back into areas that were closed yesterday. Even some areas that have had neighborhoods with homes burned are still off limits. There's a possibility of a reburn, and like you said, if the winds shift, that's a concern.
And that is the major concern for all the residents out here now. As we've been in this area all day, the question that people come to and ask us the most often is, what is the status of this fire? We can tell you as of right now, the old fire is only 5% contained. And as we reported to you very early this morning, the old fire has actually merged with the Grand Prix fire. You combine those two fires and some 50,000 acres are burning out here in San Bernardino. Now, we will be live right here talking to more residents, finding out what's going on and keeping a very close eye on the ridge right to my right. That's where the fire came down yesterday afternoon, and when the embers lit up many of these houses in this area. We're live in San Bernardino. Wendy Birch, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Wendy, let's talk about the erratic behavior of this fire, arbitrary devastation, as we might call it. You're standing there in what you've described as a war zone. Do you see any homes that are unfazed in that area?
Oh, can you believe it? Just turn right here. I mean, 10 feet to my left, you've got this house completely completely unfazed. And of course, we're in a cul-de-sac. Let's walk over a little bit for you here. This house, complete devastation. The one next to it, wrecked. The one beyond that, wrecked. But then the 5 down the way, totally fine. Now, the gentleman that lives 2 doors down, his mom lives right over here on the other side of this cul-de-sac. It burned this house, skipped over and saved his mother's home. But then, as you look down, those next 2 houses, totally gone. So again, we speak about the randomness of this fire. It's all because of those embers that fly up over the top of these hills, land on these roofs. A number of the roofs have gutters that are full of debris. That lights up, and there's really nothing they can do with these houses. Let me show you one other thing, too, how frustrating it is for some of these firefighters. If I can just show you as we come around, there's actually a swimming pool right back here. Tons of water right there, and absolutely nothing that residents could do to use that to fight the fires that were burning at all the houses that we see around us. So once again, this randomness is unbelievable out here. It's hard to really just, you see the pictures, but until you're really here, it's hard to understand just exactly what's happening and what has been lost for these people. Again, at least 300, and officials say there could be many more. We're reporting live in San Bernardino. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Wendy, very much. So difficult to listen to. The time now, 4:34. And we're going to pitch it up live to Desiree Horton, who is in the air over Simi Valley. She has an update for us on that fire. Desiree.
Well, the picture that we would like to show you right here, this is actually a line of fire that is moving towards the 118 freeway and west towards Cochran. You can see firefighters are setting up a line there on the freeway. That is burning in very close proximity to those homes that are just south of the 118 and west of Cochran. There's a new housing development on the west side of that street, that overpass that crosses the freeway. Firefighters are working this area very hard, trying to get a handle on this part of the fire. If we go up back to the right over towards the Equestrian Center earlier, fire burned very close to some structures there. There's some housing structures there, ranch property homes. Fire burned very close to that, but fortunately they were able to get a handle on that, and that did not affect the Equestrian Center. We will keep you updated with this. Reporting live from Air 7, I'm Desiree Horton, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Desiree, thank you. Right now, the Simi fire heading straight for L.A. County, and so many officials talking about the what-if scenario. Fire crews in L.A. City, L.A. County, those that aren't fighting this, are certainly really on the ready, preparing in case this thing moves. As they say, these embers can go as far as a mile at a time, which essentially is expanding the boundary of the flames.
Right. It would affect millions. It would be completely devastating. We have Eyewitness News reporter Miriam Hernandez. She joins us now. She is in Porter Ranch, where winds are always a problem. Miriam.
That's exactly right. We are on the very far west end of the 118, as far west as you are allowed to go. The CHP has closed the freeway at DeSoto Avenue. We are essentially at the gateway of the northern part of the San Fernando Valley. Now we want to show you a view from our mass cam. It is pointing west. It is pointing towards the Santa Susana Mountains. This is on the other side of where John Gregory has been reporting. On the other side of that ridge I see is Simi Valley. Just a couple of hours ago, it was more than just smoke, and we want to show you some video now that we took earlier. Flames were popping up on the ridge lines, and within moments, water-dropping helicopters were on top of it. Porter Ranch homes are located about 5 miles from this line, and these are brand new homes. They are fire-resistant homes, but as you mentioned earlier, Leslie, this is also an area that gets a lot of high winds. It has been very gusty this afternoon. When you open the doors of our vans, sometimes they're practically bent over backwards and we're blown away. Right now, the winds have settled down, and fortunately for the people who live in this part of Porter Ranch, the wind is pushing the smoke and the flames further south away from this area. But as you know, even though winds are settling down now, we don't know whether it can change. The conditions are very, very fickle. Again, DeSoto Avenue, that's where the CHP has closed 118. The eastbound traffic of the 118 is allowed to get through. For now, reporting live from Porter Ranch, Miriam Hernandez, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Now back to you.
All right, Miriam, thank you. And we want to tell you that the deadly toll of fire is taking an effect on our friends to the south as well. 8 people have been confirmed dead as a result of several fires burning relentlessly through San Diego County.
Yeah, one of the biggest, the Scripps or Cedar Fire, started near Ramona and has since burned more than 100,000 acres. Eyewitness News reporter Jay Avila is live in Scripps Ranch with that story. Jay.
Well, I'm at the edge of a neighborhood in Scripps Ranch, and we are looking across the way at this ridge over here where you can probably see the glow of one of the fingers of the Cedar Fire, which has been getting closer to very expensive homes there on the other side. Fortunately, the neighborhood where we are is separated from that area by Miramar Lake, but neighbors have gathered here and they are looking across the way at this very ominous sight of this part that's glowing right here. This is just one of the spot fires where the embers have set houses and neighborhoods ablaze. All along the horizon there is smoke, the fire moving in many different directions. As you mentioned, this Cedar Fire is the largest of the fires that are burning here in San Diego County. There have been several of them today. We have some video to show you that we shot a while ago. The Cedar Fire has swept through the communities of Scripps Ranch and Poway, jumping from one house to another, overwhelming firefighters. In some areas, entire blocks of homes were fully engulfed, and firefighters were nowhere to be seen. They just had too many emergencies to respond to. In those instances, you could see homeowners, neighbors, even complete strangers pitching in to try and protect homes.
I mean, we've seen it going big time down there. This morning, when I woke up, and I had no idea it would reach over here. I figured if it did, it wouldn't go this far.
Powerful, swirling winds have pushed this fire in several directions all day long. Firefighters have struggled in vain to keep it from spreading to new areas, while longtime residents look on in horror.
Came back earlier and just saw houses around mine on fire, the field on fire over there, and I panicked. I almost had a heart attack. I was scared to death. Lived here 25 years and nothing ever like this. This is devastating. It really is.